The Blue Cross by G.K.Chesterton. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson, London. The Blue Cross by G.K.Chesterton. Between the silver ribbon of morning and the green glittering ribbon of sea, the boat touched Harwich and let loose a swarm of folks like flies, among whom the man we must follow was by no means conspicuous, nor wished to be. There was nothing notable about him except a slight contrast between the holiday gaiety of his clothes and the official gravity of his face. His clothes included a slight pale grey jacket, a white waistcoat, and a silver straw hat with a grey-blue ribbon. His lean face was dark by contrast, and ended in a curt black beard that looked Spanish and suggested an Elizabethan ruff. He was smoking a cigarette with the seriousness of an idler. There was nothing about him to indicate the fact that the grey jacket covered a loaded revolver, that the white waistcoat covered a police card, or that the straw hat covered one of the most powerful intellects in Europe. For this was Valentin himself, the head of the Paris police and the most famous investigator of the world, and he was coming from Brussels to London to make the greatest arrest of the century. Flambeau was in England. The police of 3 countries had tracked the great criminal at last from Ghent to Brussels, from Brussels to the Hook of Holland, and it was conjectured that he would take some advantage of the unfamiliarity and confusion of the Eucharist Congress then taking place in London. Probably he would travel as some minor clerk or secretary connected with it, but of course Valentin could not be certain. Nobody could be certain about Flambeau. It is many years now since this colossus of crime suddenly ceased keeping the world in a turmoil, and when he ceased, as they said after the death of Roland, there was a great quiet upon the earth. But in his best days, I mean of course his worst, Flambeau was a figure as statuesque and international as the Kaiser. Almost every morning the daily papers announced that he had escaped the consequences of one extraordinary crime by committing another. He was a Gascon of gigantic stature and bodily daring, and the wildest tales were told of his outbursts of athletic humour, how he turned the judge to instruction upside down and stood him on his head to clear his mind, how he ran down the Rue de Rivoli with a policeman under each arm. It is due to him to say that his fantastic physical strength was generally employed in such bloodless though undignified scenes. His real crimes were chiefly those of ingenious and wholesale robbery. But each of his thefts was almost a new sin, and would make a story by itself. It was him who ran the great Tyrolean Dairy Company in London, with no dairies, no cows, no carts, no milk, but with some thousand subscribers. These he served by the simple operation of moving the little milk cans outside people's doors to the doors of his own customers. It was he who had kept up an unaccountable and close correspondence with a young lady whose whole letter-bag was intercepted by the extraordinary trick of photographing his messages infinitesimally small upon the slides of a microscope. A sweeping simplicity, however, marked many of his experiments. It is said that he once repainted all the numbers in a street in the dead of night merely to divert one traveller into a trap. It is quite certain that he invented a portable pillar box which he put up at corners in quiet suburbs on the chance of strangers dropping postal orders into it. Lastly, he was known to be a startling acrobat. Despite his huge figure, he could leap like a grasshopper and melt into the treetops like a monkey. Hence the great Valentin, when he set out to find Flambeau, was perfectly aware that his adventures would not end when he had found him. But how was he to find him? On this the great Valentin's ideas were still in process of settlement. There was one thing which Flambeau, with all his dexterity of disguise, could not cover, and that was his singular height. If Valentine's quick eye had caught a tall apple-woman, a tall grenadier, or even a tolerably tall duchess, he might have arrested them on the spot. But all along his train there was nobody that could be a disguised Flambeau, any more than a cat could be a disguised giraffe. About the people on the boat he had already satisfied himself, and the people picked up at Harwich or on the journey limited themselves with certainty to 6. There was a short railway official travelling up to the terminus. 3 fairly short market gardeners picked up 2 stations afterwards, one very short widow lady going up from a small Essex town, and a very short Roman Catholic priest going up from a small Essex village. When it came to the last case, Valentin gave it up and almost laughed. The little priest was so much the essence of those eastern flats. He had a face as round and dull as a Norfolk dumpling. He had eyes as empty as the North Sea. He had several brown paper parcels, which he was quite incapable of collecting. The Eucharist Congress had doubtless sucked out of their local stagnation many such creatures, blind and helpless, like moles disinterred. Valentin was a sceptic in the severe style of France, and could have no love for priests, but he could have pity for them, and this one might have provoked pity in anybody. He had a large shabby umbrella, which constantly fell on the floor. He did not seem to know which was the right end of his return ticket. He explained with a moon-calf simplicity to everybody in the carriage that he had to be careful because he had something made of real silver with blue stones in one of the brown paper parcels. His quaint blending of Essex flatness with saintly simplicity continuously amused the Frenchman till the priest arrived, somehow, at Tottenham with all his parcels and came back for his umbrella. When he did the last, Valentin even had the good nature to warn him not to take care of the silver by telling everybody about it. But to whomever he talked, Valentin kept his eye open for someone else. He looked out steadily for anyone, rich or poor, male or female, who was well up to 6 feet, for Flambeau was 4 inches above it. He alighted at Liverpool Street, however, quite conscientiously secure that he had not missed the criminal so far. He then went to Scotland Yard to regularize his position and arrange for help in case of need. He then lit another cigarette and went for a long stroll in the streets of London. As he was walking in the streets and squares beyond Victoria, he paused suddenly and stood. It was a quaint, quiet square, very typical of London, full of an accidental stillness. The tall flat houses round looked at once prosperous and uninhabited. The square of shrubbery in the centre looked as deserted as a green Pacific islet. One of the 4 sides was much higher than the rest, like a dais, and the line of this side was broken by one of London's admirable accidents, a restaurant that looked as if it had strayed from Soho. It was an unreasonably attractive object, with dwarf plants in pots and long striped lines of lemon yellow and white. It stood specially high above the street, and in the usual patchwork way of London, a flight of steps from the street ran up to meet the front door, almost as a fire escape might run up to a first-floor window. Valentin stood and smoked in front of the yellow-white blinds and considered them long. The most incredible thing about miracles is that they happen. A few clouds in heaven do come together into the staring shape of one human eye. A tree does stand up in the landscape of a doubtful journey, in the exact and elaborate shape of a note of interrogation. I have seen both these things myself within the last few days. Nelson does die in the instant of victory, and a man named Williams does quite accidentally murder a man named Williamson. It sounds like a sort of infanticide. In short, there is in life the element of elfin coincidence, which people reckoning on the prosaic may perpetually miss. As it has been well expressed in the paradox of Poe, wisdom should reckon on the unforeseen. Aristide Valentin was unfathomably French, and the French intelligence is intelligence specially and solely. He was not a thinking machine, for that is a brainless phrase of modern fatalism and materialism. A machine only is a machine because it cannot think. But he was a thinking man and a plain man at the same time. All his wonderful successes that looked like conjuring had been gained by plodding logic, by clear and commonplace French thought. The French electrify the world not by starting any paradox, they electrify it by carrying out a truism. They carry a truism so far as in the French Revolution. But exactly because Valentin understood reason, he understood the limits of reason. Only a man who knows nothing of motors talks of motoring without petrol. Only a man who knows nothing of reason talks of reasoning without strong, undisputed first principles. Here he had no strong first principles. Flambeau had been missed at Harwich, and if he was in London at all, he might be anything from a tall tramp on Wimbledon Common to a tall toastmaster at the Hotel Metropole. In such a naked state of nescience, Valentin had a view and a method of his own. In such cases he reckoned on the unforeseen. In such cases when he could not follow the train of the reasonable, he coldly and carefully followed the train of the unreasonable. Instead of going to the right places, banks, police stations, rendezvous, he systematically went to the wrong places, knocked at every empty house, turned down every cul-de-sac, went up every lane blocked with rubbish, went round every crescent that led him uselessly out of the way. He defended this crazy course quite logically. He said that if one had a clue, this was the worst way, but if one had no clue at all, it was the best, because there was just the chance that any oddity that caught the eye of the pursuer might be the same that had caught the eye of the pursued. Somewhere a man must begin, and it had better be just where another man might stop. Something about that flight of steps up to the shop, something about the quietude and the quaintness of the restaurant roused all the detective's rare romantic fancy and made him resolve to strike at random. He went up the steps and, sitting down at a table by the window, asked for a cup of black coffee. It was halfway through the morning and he had not breakfasted. The slight litter of other breakfasts stood about on the table to remind him of his hunger. And adding a poached egg to his order, he proceeded musingly to shake some white sugar into his coffee, thinking all the time about Flambeau. He remembered how Flambeau had escaped, once by a pair of nail scissors, and once by a house on fire, once by having to pay for an unstamped letter, and once by getting people to look through a telescope at a comet that might destroy the world. He thought his detective brain as good as the criminal's, which was true, but he fully realized the disadvantage. The criminal is the creative artist, the detective only the critic, he said with a sour smile, and lifted his coffee cup to his lips slowly, and put it down very quickly. He had put salt in it. He looked at the vessel from which the silvery powder had come. It was certainly a sugar basin, as unmistakably meant for sugar as a champagne bottle for champagne. He wondered why they should keep salt in it. He looked to see if there were any more orthodox vessels. Yes, there were 2 salt cellars quite full. Perhaps there was some speciality in the condiment in the salt cellars. He tasted it. It was sugar. Then he looked round at the restaurant with a refreshed air of interest to see if there was any other traces of that singular artistic taste which puts the sugar in the salt cellars and the salt in the sugar basin. Except for an odd splash of some dark fluid on one of the white-papered walls, the whole place appeared neat, cheerful, and ordinary. He rang the bell for the waiter. When that official hurried up, fuzzy-haired and somewhat blear-eyed at that early hour, the detective, who was not without an appreciation of the simpler forms of humour, asked him to taste the sugar and see if it was up to the high reputation of the hotel. The result was that the waiter yawned suddenly and woke up. "Do you play this delicate joke on your customers every morning?" inquired Valentin. "Does changing the salt and sugar never pall on you as a jest?" The waiter, when this irony grew clearer, stammeringly assured him that the establishment had certainly no such intention. It must be a most curious mistake. He picked up the sugar basin and looked at it. He picked up the salt cellar and looked at that, his face growing more and more bewildered. At last he abruptly excused himself and, hurrying away, returned in a few seconds with the proprietor. The proprietor also examined the sugar basin and then the salt cellar. The proprietor also looked bewildered. Suddenly the waiter seemed to grow inarticulate with a rush of words. "I think," he stuttered easily, "I think it is those two clergymen." "What two clergymen?" "The two clergymen," said the waiter, "that threw soup at the wall." "Threw soup at the wall?" repeated Valentin, feeling sure this must be some singular Italian metaphor. "Yes, yes," said the attendant excitedly, and pointed at the dark splash on the white paper. "Threw it over there on the wall." Valentin looked his query at the proprietor, who came to his rescue with fuller reports. "Yes, sir," he said, "it is quite true, though I don't suppose it has anything to do with the sugar and salt. Two clergymen came in and drank soup here very early, as soon as the shutters were taken down. They were both very quiet, respectable people. One of them paid the bill and went out. The other, who seemed a slower coach altogether, was some minutes longer getting his things together. But he went at last. Only the instant before he stepped into the street, he deliberately picked up his cup, which he had only half emptied, and threw the soup slap on the wall. I was in the back room myself, and so was the waiter, so I could only rush out in time to find the wall splashed and the shop empty. It don't do any particular damage, but it was confounded cheek, and I tried to catch the men in the street. They were too far off, though. I only noticed they went round the next corner into Carstairs Street." The detective was on his feet, hat settled and stick in hand. He had already decided that in the universal darkness of his mind he could only follow the first odd finger that pointed, and this finger was odd enough. Paying his bill and clashing the glass doors behind him, he was soon swinging round into the other street. It was fortunate that even in such fevered moments his eye was cool and quick. Something in a shop front went by him like a mere flash. Yet he went back to look at it. The shop was a popular greengrocer and fruiterer's, an array of goods set out in the open air and plainly ticketed with their names and prices. In the two most prominent compartments were two heaps of oranges and nuts respectively. On the heap of nuts lay a scrap of cardboard on which was written in bold blue chalk, "Best tangerine oranges, 2 a penny." On the oranges was the equally clear and exact description, "Finest Brazil nuts, 4d. a pound." M. Valentin looked at these two placards and fancied he had met this highly subtle form of humour before, and that somewhat recently. He drew the attention of the red-faced fruiterer, who was looking rather sullenly up and down the street, to this inaccuracy in his advertisements. The fruiterer said nothing, but sharply put each card into its proper place. The detective, leaning elegantly on his walking cane, continued to scrutinize the shop. At last he said, "Pray excuse my apparent irrelevance, my good sir, but I should like to ask you a question in experimental psychology and the association of ideas." The red-faced shopman regarded him with an eye of menace, but he continued gaily, swinging his cane. "Why," he pursued, "why are 2 tickets wrongly placed in a greengrocer's shop like a shovel hat that has come to London for a holiday? Or, in case I do not make myself clear, what is the mystical association which connects the idea of nuts marked as oranges with the idea of 2 clergymen, one tall and the other short?" The eyes of the tradesman stood out of his head like a snail's. He really seemed for an instant likely to fling himself upon the stranger. At last he stammered angrily, "I don't know what you have to do with it, but if you're one of their friends you can tell 'em from me that I'll knock their silly heads off, parsons or no parsons, if they upset my apples again." "Indeed?" asked the detective with great sympathy. "Did they upset your apples?" "One of 'em did," said the heated shopman. "Rolled 'em all over the street. I'd have caught the fool but for having to pick them up." "Which way did these parsons go?" asked Valentin. "Up the second road on the left-hand side and then across the square," said the other promptly. "Thanks," replied Valentin, and vanished like a fairy. On the other side of the second square he found a policeman and said, "This is urgent, constable. Have you seen two clergymen in shovel hats?" The policeman began to chuckle heavily. "I have, sir, and if you asked me, one of 'em was drunk. He stood in the middle of the road, that bewildered, that—" "Which way did they go?" snapped Valentin. "They took one of them yellow buses over there," answered the man. "Them that go to Hampstead." Valentin produced his official card and said very rapidly, "Call up two of your men to come with me in pursuit," and crossed the road with such contagious energy that the ponderous policeman was moved to almost agile obedience. In a minute and a half, the French detective was joined on the opposite pavement by an inspector and a man in plain clothes. "Well, sir," began the former, with smiling importance, "and what may—" Valentin pointed suddenly with his cane. "I'll tell you on the top of that omnibus," he said, and was darting and dodging across the tangle of the traffic. When all three sank panting on the top seats of the yellow vehicle, the inspector said, "We could go 4 times as quick in a taxi." "Quite true," replied their leader placidly, "if we only had an idea of where we were going." "Well, where are you going?" asked the other, staring. Valentin smoked frowningly for a few seconds. Then, removing his cigarette, he said, "If you know what a man's doing, get in front of him. But if you want to guess what he's doing, keep behind him. Stray when he strays, stop when he stops, travel as slowly as he. Then you may see what he saw and may act as he acted. All we can do is to keep our eyes skinned for a queer thing." "What sort of queer thing do you mean?" asked the inspector. "Any sort of queer thing," answered Valentin, and relapsed into obstinate silence. The yellow omnibus crawled up the northern roads for what seemed like hours on end. The great detective would not explain further, and perhaps his assistants felt a silent and growing doubt of his errand. Perhaps also they felt a silent and growing desire for lunch, for the hours crept long past the normal luncheon hour, and the long roads of the North London suburbs seemed to shoot out into length after length like an infernal telescope. It was one of those journeys on which a man perpetually feels that now at last he must have come to the end of the universe, and then finds he has only come to the beginning of Tufnell Park. London died away in draggled taverns and dreary scrubs, and then was unaccountably born again in blazing high streets and blatant hotels. It was like passing through 13 separate vulgar cities, all just touching each other. But though the winter twilight was already threatening the road ahead of them, the Parisian detective still sat silent and watchful, eyeing the frontage of the streets that slid by on either side. By the time they had left Camden Town behind, the policemen were nearly asleep. At least, they gave something like a jump as Valentin leapt erect, struck a hand on each man's shoulder, and shouted to the driver to stop. They tumbled down the steps into the road without realizing why they had been dislodged. When they looked round for enlightenment, they found Valentin triumphantly pointing his finger towards a window on the left side of the road. It was a large window forming part of the long facade of a gilt and palatial public house. It was the part reserved for respectable dining and labelled restaurant. This window, like all the rest along the frontage of the hotel, was of frosted and figured glass, but in the middle of it was a big black smash, like a star in the ice. "Our cue at last!" cried Valentin, waving his stick. "The place with the broken window." "What window? What cue?" asked his principal assistant. "Why, what proof is there that this has anything to do with them?" Valentin almost broke his bamboo stick with rage. "Proof!" he cried. "Good God! The man is looking for proof? Why, of course, the chances are 20 to 1 that it has nothing to do with them. But what else can we do? Don't you see we must either follow one wild possibility or else go home to bed? He banged his way into the restaurant, followed by his companions, and they were soon seated at a late luncheon at a little table and looked at the star of smashed glass from the inside. Not that it was very informative to them, even then. "Got your window broken, I see," said Valentin to the waiter as he paid the bill. "Yes, sir," answered the attendant, bending busily over the change, to which Valentin silently added an enormous tip. The waiter straightened himself with mild but unmistakable animation. "Ah, yes, sir," he said. "Very odd thing that, sir." "Indeed. Tell us about it," said the detective with careless curiosity. "Well, 2 gents in black came in," said the waiter. "2 of those foreign parsons that are running about. They had a cheap and quiet little lunch, and one of them paid for it and went out. The other was just going out to join him when I looked at my change again, and I found he'd paid me more than 3 times too much. 'Here,' I says to the chap who was nearly out of the door, 'you've paid too much.' 'Oh,' he says, very cool, 'have we?' 'Yes,' I says, and picks up the bill to show him. Well, that was a knockout." "What do you mean?" asked his interlocutor. "Well, I'd have sworn on 7 Bibles that I put 4 shillings on that bill, but now I saw I'd put 14 shillings, as plain as paint." "Well," cried Valentin, moving slowly but with burning eyes, "and then?" "The parson at the door, he says all serene, 'Sorry to confuse your account, but I'll pay for the window.' 'What window?' I says. 'The one I'm going to break,' he says, and smashed the blessed pane with his umbrella." All 3 inquirers made an exclamation, and the inspector said under his breath, "Are we after escaped lunatics?" The waiter went on with some relish for the ridiculous story. "I was so knocked silly for a second I couldn't do anything. The man marched out of the place and joined his friend just round the corner. Then they went so quick up Bullock Street that I couldn't catch them, though I went round the bars to do it." "Bullock Street," said the detective, and shot up that thoroughfare as quickly as the strange couple he pursued. Their journey now took them through bare brick ways like tunnels, streets with few lights and even with few windows, streets that seemed built out of the blank backs of everything and everywhere. Dusk was deepening, and it was not easy even for the London policeman to guess in what exact direction they were treading. The inspector, however, was pretty certain that they would eventually strike some part of Hampstead Heath. Abruptly, one bulging gaslit window broke the blue twilight like a bull's-eye lantern, and Valentin stopped an instant before a little garish sweetstuff shop. After an instant's hesitation, he went in. He stood amid the gaudy colours of the confectionery with entire gravity and bought 13 chocolate cigars with a certain care. He was clearly preparing an opening, but he did not need one. An angular elderly young woman in the shop had regarded his elegant appearance with a merely automatic inquiry, but when she saw the door behind him blocked with the blue uniform of the inspector, her eyes seemed to wake up. "Oh," she said, "if you've come about that parcel, I've sent it off already." "Parcel?" repeated Valentin, and it was his turn to look inquiring. "I mean the parcel the gentleman left. The clergyman gentleman." "For goodness' sake," said Valentin, leaning forward with his first real confession of eagerness, "for heaven's sake, tell us what happened exactly." "Well," said the woman a little doubtfully, "the clergyman came in about half an hour ago and bought some peppermints and talked a bit, and then went off towards the Heath. But a second after, one of them runs back into the shop and says, 'Have I left a parcel?' Well, I looked everywhere and couldn't see one, so he says, 'Never mind, but if it should turn up, please post it to this address,' and he left me the address and a shilling for my trouble. And sure enough, though I thought I'd looked everywhere, I found he'd left a brown paper parcel. So I posted it to the place he said. I can't remember the address now. It was somewhere in Westminster. But as the thing seemed so important, I thought perhaps the police had come about it. "So they have," said Valentin shortly. "Is Hampstead Heath near here?" "Straight on for 15 minutes," said the woman, "and you'll come right out on the open." Valentin sprang out of the shop and began to run. The other detectives followed him at a reluctant trot. The street they threaded was so narrow and shut in by shadows that when they came out unexpectedly into the void common and vast sky, they were startled to find the evening still so light and clear. A perfect dome of peacock green sank into the gold amid the blackening trees and the dark violet distances. The glowing green tint was just deep enough to pick out in points of crystal 1 or 2 stars. All that was left of the daylight lay in a golden glitter across the edge of Hampstead and that popular hollow which is called the Vale of Health. The holiday makers who roamed this region had not wholly dispersed. A few couples sat shapelessly on benches, and here and there a distant girl still shrieked in one of the swings. The glory of heaven deepened and darkened around the sublime vulgarity of man, and standing on the slope and looking across the valley, Valentin beheld the thing which he sought. Among the black and breaking groups in that distance was one specially black which did not break, a group of 2 figures clerically clad. Though they seemed as small as insects, Valentin could see that one of them was much smaller than the other. Though the other had a student's stoop and an inconspicuous manner, he could see that the man was well over 6 feet high. He shut his teeth and went forward, whirling his stick impatiently. By the time he had substantially diminished the distance and magnified the 2 black figures as in a vast microscope, he had perceived something else, something which startled him, and yet which he had somehow expected. Whoever was the tall priest, there could be no doubt about the identity of the short one. It was his friend of the Harwich train, the stumpy little cure of Essex whom he had warned about his brown paper parcels. Now, so far as this went, everything fitted in finely and rationally enough. Valentin had learned by his inquiries that morning that a Father Broun from Essex was bringing up a silver cross with sapphires, a relic of considerable value, to show some of the foreign priests at the Congress. This undoubtedly was the silver with blue stones, and Father Broun undoubtedly was the little greenhorn in the train. Now there was nothing wonderful about the fact that what Valentin had found out Flambeau had also found out. Flambeau found out everything. Also there was nothing wonderful in the fact that when Flambeau heard of a sapphire cross, he should try to steal it. That was the most natural thing in all natural history, and most certainly there was nothing wonderful about the fact that Flambeau should have it all his own way with such a silly sheep as the man with the umbrella and the parcels. He was the sort of man whom anybody could lead on a string to the North Pole. It was not surprising that an actor like Flambeau, dressed as another priest, could lead him to Hampstead Heath. So far the crime seemed clear enough, and while the detective pitied the priest for his helplessness, he almost despised Flambeau for condescending to so gullible a victim. But when Valentin thought of all that had happened in between, of all that had led him to his triumph, he racked his brains for the smallest rhyme or reason in it. What had the stealing of a blue and silver cross from a priest from Essex to do with chucking soup at wallpaper? What had it to do with calling nuts oranges or paying for windows first and breaking them afterwards? He had come to the end of his chase, yet somehow he had missed the middle of it. When he failed, which was seldom, he had usually grasped the clue, but nevertheless missed the criminal. Here he had grasped the criminal, but still he could not grasp the clue. The 2 figures that they followed were crawling like black flies across the huge green contour of a hill. They were evidently sunk in conversation and perhaps did not notice where they were going, but they were certainly going to the wilder and more silent heights of the heath. As their pursuers gained on them, the latter had to use the undignified attitudes of the deer-stalker, to crouch behind clumps of trees and even to crawl prostrate in deep grass. By these ungainly ingenuities, the hunters even came close enough to the quarry to hear the murmur of the discussion, but no word could be distinguished except the word reason, recurring frequently in a high and almost childish voice. Once over an abrupt dip of land and a dense tangle of thickets, the detectives actually lost the two figures they were following. They did not find the trail again for an agonizing 10 minutes, and then it led round the brow of a great dome of hill overlooking the amphitheatre of rich and desolate sunset scenery. Under a tree in this commanding yet neglected spot was an old ramshackle wooden seat. On this seat sat the two priests, still in serious speech together. The gorgeous green and gold still clung to the darkening horizon, but the dome above was turning slowly from peacock green to peacock blue, and the stars detached themselves more and more like solid jewels. Mutely motioning to his followers, Valentin contrived to creep up behind the big branching tree and, standing there in deathly silence, heard the words of the strange priest for the first time. After he had listened for a minute and a half, he was gripped by a devilish doubt. Perhaps he had dragged the two English policemen to the wastes of a nocturnal heath on an errand no saner than seeking figs on its thistles. For the two priests were talking exactly like priests, piously, with learning and leisure, about the most aerial enigmas of theology. The little Essex priest spoke the more simply, with his round face turned to the strengthening stars. The other talked with his head bowed, as if he were not even worthy to look at them. But no more innocently clerical conversation could have been heard in any white Italian cloister or black Spanish cathedral. The first he heard was the tale of one of Father Brown's sentences, which ended, what they really meant in the Middle Ages by the heavens being incorruptible. The taller priest nodded his bowed head and said, "Ah, yes, these modern infidels appeal to their reason, but who can look at those millions of worlds and not feel that there may well be wonderful universes above us where reason is utterly unreasonable?" "No," said the other priest, "reason is always reasonable, even in the last limbo, in the lost borderland of things. I know that people charge the Church with lowering reason, but it is just the other way. Alone on earth, the Church makes reason really supreme. Alone on earth, the Church affirms that God himself is bound by reason." The other priest raised his austere face to the spangled sky and said, "Yet who knows if in that infinite universe—" "Only infinite physically," said the little priest, turning sharply in his seat. "Not infinite in the sense of escaping from the laws of truth." Valentin behind his tree was tearing his fingernails with silent fury. He seemed almost to hear the sniggers of the English detectives, whom he had brought so far on a fantastic guess, only to listen to the metaphysical gossip of two mild old parsons. In his impatience he lost the equally elaborate answer of the tall cleric, and when he listened again it was again Father Brown who was speaking. "Reason and justice grip the remotest and the loneliest star. Look at those stars. Don't they look as if they were single diamonds and sapphires? Well, you can imagine any mad botany or geology you please. Think of forests of adamant with leaves of brilliance. Think the moon is a blue moon, a single elephantine sapphire. But don't fancy that all that frantic astronomy would make the smallest difference to the reason and justice of conduct. On plains of opal, under cliffs cut out of pearl, you would still find a notice board, 'Thou shalt not steal.'" Valentin was just in the act of rising from his rigid and crouching attitude and creeping away as softly as might be, felled by the one great folly of his life. But something in the very silence of the tall priest made him stop until the latter spoke. When at last he did speak, he said simply, his head bowed and his hands on his knees, "Well, I think that other worlds may perhaps rise higher than our reason. The mystery of heaven is unfathomable, and I for one can only bow my head." Then, with brow yet bent and without changing by the faintest shade his attitude or voice, he added, "Just hand over that sapphire cross of yours, will you? We're all alone here, and I could pull you to pieces like a straw doll." The utterly unaltered voice and attitude added a strange violence to that shocking change of speech. But the guarder of the relic only seemed to turn his head by the smallest section of the compass. He seemed still to have a somewhat foolish face turned to the stars. Perhaps he had not understood, or perhaps he had understood and sat rigid with terror. "Yes," said the tall priest, in the same low voice, and in the same still posture. "Yes, I am Flambeau." Then, after a pause, he said, "Come, will you give me that cross?" "No," said the other, and the monosyllable had an odd sound. Flambeau suddenly flung off all his pontifical pretensions. The great robber leaned back in his seat and laughed low but long. "No," he cried, "you won't give it to me, you proud prelate. You won't give it to me, you little celibate simpleton. Shall I tell you why you won't give it to me? Because I've got it already in my own breast pocket." The small man from Essex turned what seemed to be a dazed face in the dusk and said, with the timid eagerness of the private secretary, Are you sure?" Flambeau yelled with delight. "Really, you're as good as a 3-act farce," he cried. "Yes, you turnip, I am quite sure. I had the sense to make a duplicate of the right parcel, and now, my friend, you've got the duplicate and I've got the jewels. An old dodge, Father Brown, a very old dodge." "Yes," said Father Brown, and passed his hand through his hair with the same strange vagueness of manner. "Yes, I've heard of it before." The colossus of crime leaned over to the little rustic priest with a sort of sudden interest. "You have heard of it?" he asked. "Where have you heard of it?" "Well, I mustn't tell you his name, of course," said the little man simply. "He was a penitent, you know. He had lived prosperously for about 20 years entirely on duplicate brown paper parcels. And so, you see, when I began to suspect you, I thought of this poor chap's way of doing it at once." "Began to suspect me?" repeated the outlaw with increased intensity. "Did you really have the gumption to suspect me just because I brought you up to this bare part of the heath?" "No, no," said Brown with an air of apology. "You see, I suspected you when we first met. It's that little bulge up the sleeve where you people have the spiked bracelet." "How in Tartarus," cried Flambeau, "did you ever hear of the spiked bracelet?" "Oh, one's little flock, you know," said Father Brown, arching his eyebrows rather blankly. "When I was a curate in Hartlepool, there were 3 of them with spiked bracelets. So, as I suspected you from the first, don't you see, I made sure that the cross should go safe anyhow. I'm afraid I watched you, you know, so at last I saw you change the parcels. Then, don't you see, I changed them back again. And then I left the right one behind." "Left it behind?" repeated Flambeau, and for the first time there was another note in his voice beside his triumph. "Well, it was like this," said the little priest, speaking in the same unaffected way. "I went back to that sweet shop and asked if I'd left a parcel, and gave them a particular address if it turned up. Well, I knew I hadn't, but when I went away again, I did. So instead of running after me with that valuable parcel, they have sent it flying to a friend of mine in Westminster." Then he added rather sadly, "I learnt that too from a poor fellow in Hartlepool. He used to do it with handbags he stole at railway stations, but he's in a monastery now. Oh, one gets to know, you know," he added, rubbing his head again with the same sort of desperate apology. "We can't help being priests. People come and tell us these things." Flambeau tore a brown paper parcel out of his inner pocket and rent it to pieces. There was nothing but paper and sticks of lead inside it. He sprang to his feet with a gigantic gesture and cried, "I don't believe you! I don't believe a bumpkin like you could manage all that. I believe you still got the stuff on you. And if you don't give it up, why, we're all alone and I'll take it by force." "No," said Father Brown simply, and stood up also. "You won't take it by force. First, because I really haven't still got it, and second, because we are not alone." Flambeau stopped in his stride forward. "Behind that tree," said Father Brown, pointing, "are 2 strong policemen and the greatest detective alive. How did they come here, do you ask? Why, I brought them, of course." "How did I do it?" "Why, I'll tell you if you like. Lord bless you, we have to know 20 such things when we work among the criminal classes. Well, I wasn't sure you were a thief, and it would never do to make a scandal against one of our own clergy, so I just tested you to see if anything would make you show yourself. A man generally makes a small scene if he finds salt in his coffee. If he doesn't, he has some reason for keeping quiet. I changed the salt and sugar, and you kept quiet. A man generally objects if his bill is 3 times too big. If he pays it, he has some motive for passing unnoticed. I altered your bill, and you paid it." The world seemed waiting for Flambeau to leap like a tiger, but he was held back as by a spell. He was stunned with the utmost curiosity. "Well," went on Father Brown with a lumbering lucidity, "as you wouldn't leave any tracks for the police, of course somebody had to. At every place we went to, I took care to do something that would get us talked about for the rest of the day. I didn't do much harm, a splashed wall, spilt apples, a broken window, but I saved the cross, as the cross will always be saved. It is at Westminster by now. I rather wonder you didn't stop it with the donkey's whistle." "With the what?" asked Flambeau. "I'm glad you've never heard of it," said the priest, making a face. "It's a foul thing. I'm sure you're too good a man for a whistler. I couldn't have countered it even with the spots myself. I'm not strong enough in the legs." "What on earth are you talking about?" asked the other. "Well, I did think you'd know the spots," said Father Brown, agreeably surprised. "Oh, you can't have gone so very wrong yet." "How in blazes do you know all these horrors?" cried Flambeau. The shadow of a smile crossed the round, simple face of his clerical opponent. "Oh, by being a celibate simpleton, I suppose," he said. "Has it never struck you that a man who does next to nothing but hears men's real sins is not likely to be wholly unaware of human evil? But, as a matter of fact, another part of my trade, too, made me sure you weren't a priest." "What?" asked the thief, almost gaping. "You attacked reason," said Father Brown. "It's bad theology." And even as he turned away to collect his property, the 3 policemen came out from under the twilight trees. Flambeau was an artist and a sportsman. He stepped back and swept Valentin a great bow. "Do not bow to me, mon ami," said Valentin with silver clearness. "Let us both bow to our master." And they both stood an instant uncovered while the little Essex priest blinked about for his umbrella. End of The Blue Cross by G.K. Chesterton. Recording by Peter Thomlinson, London.
The Father by Björnstjerne Björnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. The man whose story is here to be told was the wealthiest and most influential person in his parish. His name was Tord Overas. He appeared in the priest's study one day, tall and earnest. "I have gotten a son," said he, "and I wish to present him for baptism." "What shall his name be?" "Finn, after my father." "And the sponsors?" They were mentioned, and proved to be the best men and women of Tord's relations in the parish. "Is there anything else?" inquired the priest, and looked up. The peasant hesitated a little. "I should like very much to have him baptized by himself," he said finally. "That is to say, on a weekday?" "Next Saturday, at 12 o'clock noon." "Is there anything else?" inquired the priest. "There is nothing else." And the peasant twirled his cap as though he were about to go. Then the priest rose. "There is yet this, however," said he, and walking towards Tord, he took him by the hand and looked gravely into his eyes. "God grant that the child may become a blessing to you." One day, 16 years later, Tord stood once more in the priest's study. "Really, you carry your age astonishingly well, Tord," said the priest, for he saw no change whatever in the man. "That is because I have no troubles," replied Tord. To this the priest said nothing, but after a while he asked, "What is your pleasure this evening?" "I have come this evening about that son of mine, who is to be confirmed tomorrow." "He is a bright boy." "I did not wish to pay the priest until I heard what number the boy would have when he takes his place in the church tomorrow." "He will stand number 1." "So I have heard, and here are $10 for the priest." "Is there anything else I can do for you?" inquired the priest, fixing his eyes on Tord. "There is nothing else." Tord went out. 8 years more rolled by, and then one day a noise was heard outside of the priest's study, for many men were approaching, and at their head was Tord, who entered first. The priest looked up and recognized him. "You come well attended this evening, Tord," said he. "I am here to request that the banns may be published for my son. He is about to marry Karen Storliden, daughter of Goodman, who stands here beside me." "Why, that is the richest girl in the parish." "So they say," replied the peasant, stroking back his hair with one hand. The priest sat a while, as if in deep thought, then entered the names in his book, without making any comments, and the men wrote their signatures underneath. Tord laid $3 on the table. "1 is all I am to have," said the priest. "I know that very well, but he is my only child. I want to do it handsomely." The priest took the money. "This is now the 3rd time, Tord, that you have come here on your son's account." "But now I am through with him," said Tord, and folding up his pocketbook, he said farewell and walked away. The men slowly followed him. A fortnight later, the father and son were rowing across the lake, one calm, still day, to Storliden, to make arrangements for the wedding. "This thwart is not secure," said the son, and stood up to straighten the seat on which he was sitting. At the same moment the board he was standing on slipped from under him. He threw out his arms and uttered a shriek, and fell overboard. "Take hold of the oar," shouted the father, springing to his feet, and holding out the oar. But when the son had made a couple of efforts, he grew stiff. "Wait a moment," cried the father, and began to row toward his son. Then the son rolled over on his back, gave his father one long look, and sank. Tord could scarcely believe it. He held the boat still, and stared at the spot where his son had gone down, as though he must surely come to the surface again. There rose some bubbles, then some more, and finally one large one that burst, and the lake lay there, as smooth and bright as a mirror again. For 3 days and 3 nights people saw the father rowing round and round the spot, without taking either food or sleep. He was dragging the lake for the body of his son, and toward morning of the 3rd day he found it, and carried it in his arms up over the hills to his guard. It might have been about a year from that day when the priest, late one autumn evening, heard someone in the passage outside of the door, carefully trying to find the latch. The priest opened the door, and in walked a tall, thin man, with bowed form and white hair. The priest looked long at him before he recognized him. It was Tord. "Are you out walking so late?" said the priest, and stood still in front of him. "Ah, yes, it is late," said Tord, and took a seat. The priest sat down also, as though waiting. A long, long silence followed. At last Tord said, "I have something with me that I should like to give to the poor. I want it to be invested as a legacy in my son's name." He rose, laid some money on the table, and sat down again. The priest counted it. "It is a great deal of money," said he. "It is half the price of my guard. I sold it today." The priest sat long in silence. At last he asked, but gently, "What do you propose to do now, Tord?" "Something better." They sat there for a while, Tord with downcast eyes, the priest with his eyes fixed on Tord. Presently the priest said, slowly and softly, "I think your son has at last brought you a true blessing." "Yes, I think so myself," said Tord, looking up, while two big tears coursed slowly down his cheeks. End of The Father by Björnstjerne Björnson.
The 51st Dragon by Heywood Broun. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 51st Dragon. Of all the pupils at the night school, Gawain le Cœur Hardy was among the least promising. He was tall and sturdy, but his instructors soon discovered that he lacked spirit. He would hide in the woods when the jousting class was called, although his companions and members of the faculty sought to appeal to his better nature by shouting to him to come out and break his neck like a man. Even when they told him that the lances were padded, the horses no more than ponies, and the field unusually soft for late autumn, Gawain refused to grow enthusiastic. The headmaster and the assistant professor of Pleasance were discussing the case one spring afternoon, and the assistant professor could see no remedy but expulsion. "No," said the headmaster as he looked out at the purple hills which ringed the school. "I think I'll train him to slay dragons." "He might be killed," objected the assistant professor. "So he might," replied the headmaster brightly, but he added more soberly, "We must consider the greater good. We are responsible for the formation of this lad's character." "Are the dragons particularly bad this year?" interrupted the assistant professor. This was characteristic. He always seemed restive when the head of the school began to talk ethics and the ideals of the institution. "I've never known them worse," replied the headmaster. "Up in the hills to the south last week they killed a number of peasants, 2 cows and a prize pig, and if this dry spell holds, there's no telling when they may start a forest fire simply by breathing around indiscriminately." "Would any refund on the tuition fee be necessary in case of an accident to young Cœur Hardy?" "No," the principal answered judiciously. "That's all covered in the contract. But as a matter of fact, he won't be killed. Before I send him up in the hills, I'm going to give him a magic word." "That's a good idea," said the professor. "Sometimes they work wonders." From that day on, Gawain specialized in dragons. His course included both theory and practice. In the morning there were long lectures on the history, anatomy, manners, and customs of dragons. Gawain did not distinguish himself in these studies. He had a marvellously versatile gift of forgetting things. In the afternoon he showed to better advantage, for then he would go down to the south meadow and practice with a battle-axe. In this exercise he was truly impressive, for he had enormous strength as well as speed and grace. He even developed a deceptive display of ferocity. Old alumni say that it was a thrilling sight to see Gawain charging across the field toward the dummy paper dragon which had been set up for his practice. As he ran, he would brandish his axe and shout, "A murrain on thee!" or some other vivid bit of campus slang. It never took him more than one stroke to behead the dummy dragon. Gradually his task was made more difficult. Paper gave way to papier-mâché, and finally to wood, but even the toughest of these dummy dragons had no terrors for Gawain. One sweep of the axe always did the business. There were those who said that when the practice was protracted until dusk, and the dragons threw long fantastic shadows across the meadow, Gawain did not charge so impetuously nor shout so loudly. It is possible there was malice in this charge. At any rate, the headmaster decided by the end of June that it was time for the test. Only the night before, a dragon had come close to the school grounds and had eaten some of the lettuce from the garden. The faculty decided that Gawain was ready. They gave him a diploma and a new battle-axe, and the headmaster summoned him to a private conference. "Sit down," said the headmaster. "Have a cigarette." Gawain hesitated. "Oh, I know it's against the rules," said the headmaster, "but after all, you have received your preliminary degree. You are no longer a boy, you are a man. Tomorrow you will go out into the world, the great world of achievement." Gawain took a cigarette. The headmaster offered him a match, but he produced one of his own and began to puff away with a dexterity which quite amazed the principal. "Here you have learned the theories of life," continued the headmaster, resuming the thread of his discourse. "But after all, life is not a matter of theories. Life is a matter of facts. It calls on the young and the old alike to face these facts, even though they are hard and sometimes unpleasant. Your problem, for example, is to slay dragons." "They say that those dragons down in the South Wood are 500 feet long," ventured Gawain timorously. "Stuff and nonsense," said the headmaster. "The curate saw one last week from the top of Arthur's Hill. The dragon was sunning himself down in the valley. The curate didn't have an opportunity to look at him very long, because he felt it was his duty to hurry back to make a report to me. He said the monster, or shall I say, the big lizard, wasn't an inch over 200 feet. But the size has nothing at all to do with it. You'll find the big ones even easier than the little ones. They're far slower on their feet and less aggressive, I'm told. Besides, before you go, I'm going to equip you in such fashion that you need have no fear of all the dragons in the world." "I'd like an enchanted cap," said Gawain. "What's that?" answered the headmaster testily. "A cap to make me disappear," explained Gawain. The headmaster laughed indulgently. "You mustn't believe all those old wives' stories," he said. "There isn't any such thing. A cap to make you disappear, indeed. What would you do with it? You haven't even appeared yet. Why, my boy, you could walk from here to London and nobody would so much as look at you. You're nobody. You couldn't be more invisible than that." Gawain seemed dangerously close to a relapse into his old habit of whimpering. The headmaster reassured him. "Don't worry, I'll give you something much better than an enchanted cap. I'm going to give you a magic word. All you have to do is to repeat this magic charm once, and no dragon can possibly harm a hair of your head. You can cut off his head at your leisure." He took a heavy book from the shelf behind his desk and began to run through it. "Sometimes," he said, "the charm is a whole phrase or even a sentence. I might, for instance, give you to make the... No, that might not do. I think a single word would be best for dragons." "A short word," suggested Gawain. "It can't be too short or it wouldn't be potent. There isn't so much hurry as all that. Here's a splendid magic word. Rumplesnitz. Do you think you can learn that?" Gawain tried, and in an hour or so he seemed to have the word well in hand. Again and again he interrupted the lesson to inquire, "And if I say Rumplesnitz, the dragon can't possibly hurt me?" And always the headmaster replied, "If you only say Rumplesnitz, you are perfectly safe." Toward morning Gawain seemed resigned to his career. At daybreak the headmaster saw him to the edge of the forest and pointed him to the direction in which he should proceed. About a mile away, to the south, a cloud of steam hovered over an open meadow in the woods, and the headmaster assured Gawain that under the steam he would find a dragon. Gawain went forward slowly. He wondered whether it would be best to approach the dragon on the run, as he did in his practice in the South Meadow, or to walk slowly toward him, shouting Rumplesnitz all the way. The problem was decided for him. No sooner had he come to the fringe of the meadow than the dragon spied him and began to charge. It was a large dragon, and yet it seemed decidedly aggressive in spite of the headmaster's statement to the contrary. As the dragon charged, it released huge clouds of hissing steam through his nostrils. It was almost as if a gigantic teapot had gone mad. The dragon came forward so fast, and Gawain was so frightened, that he had time to say Rumplesnitz only once. As he said it, he swung his battle-axe, and off popped the head of the dragon. Gawain had to admit that it was even easier to kill a real dragon than a wooden one, if only you said Rumplesnitz. Gawain brought the ears home and a small section of the tail. His schoolmates and the faculty made much of him, but the headmaster wisely kept him from being spoiled by insisting that he go on with his work. Every clear day, Gawain rose at dawn and went out to kill dragons. The headmaster kept him at home when it rained, because he said the woods were damp and unhealthy at such times, and that he didn't want the boy to run needless risks. Few good days passed in which Gawain failed to get a dragon. On one particularly fortunate day he killed 3, a husband and wife and a visiting relative. Gradually he developed a technique. Pupils who sometimes watched him from the hilltops a long way off said that he often allowed the dragon to come within a few feet before he said "Rumplesnitz." He came to say it with a mocking sneer. Occasionally he did stunts. Once, when an excursion party from London was watching him, he went into action with his right hand tied behind his back. The dragon's head came off just as easily. As Gawain's record of killings mounted higher, the headmaster found it impossible to keep him completely in hand. He fell into the habit of stealing out at night and engaging in long drinking bouts in the village tavern. It was after such a debauch that he rose a little before dawn one fine August morning and started out after his 50th dragon. His head was heavy and his mind sluggish. He was heavy in other respects as well, for he had adopted the somewhat vulgar practice of wearing his medals, ribbons and all, when he went out dragon hunting. The decorations began on his chest and ran all the way down to his abdomen. They must have weighed at least 8 pounds. Gawain found a dragon in the same meadow where he had killed the first one. It was a fair-sized dragon, but evidently an old one. Its face was wrinkled, and Gawain thought he had never seen so hideous a countenance. Much to the lad's disgust, the monster refused to charge, and Gawain was obliged to walk toward him. He whistled as he went. The dragon regarded him hopelessly but craftily. Of course it had heard of Gawain. Even when the lad raised his battle-axe, the dragon made no move. It knew that there was no salvation in the quickest thrust of the head, for it had been informed that this hunter was protected by an enchantment. It merely waited, hoping something would turn up. Gawain raised the battle-axe and suddenly lowered it again. He had grown very pale, and he trembled violently. The dragon suspected a trick. "What's the matter?" it asked, with false solicitude. "I've forgotten the magic word," stammered Gawain. "What a pity," said the dragon. "So that was the secret. It doesn't seem quite sporting to me, all this magic stuff, you know. Not cricket, as we used to say when I was a little dragon. But after all, that's a matter of opinion." Gawain was so helpless with terror that the dragon's confidence rose immeasurably, and it could not resist the temptation to show off a bit. "Could I possibly be of any assistance?" it asked. "What's the first letter of the magic word?" "It begins with an R," said Gawain weakly. "Let's see," mused the dragon. "That doesn't tell us much, does it? What sort of word is this? Is it an epithet, do you think?" Gawain could do no more than nod. "Why, of course," exclaimed the dragon. "Reactionary Republican." Gawain shook his head. "Well then," said the dragon, "we better get down to business. Will you surrender?" With the suggestion of a compromise, Gawain mustered up enough courage to speak. "What will you do if I surrender?" he asked. "Why, I'll eat you," said the dragon. "And if I don't surrender, I'll eat you just the same." "Then it doesn't make any difference, does it?" moaned Gawain. "It does to me," said the dragon with a smile. "I'd rather you didn't surrender. You'd taste much better if you didn't." The dragon waited for a long time for Gawain to ask, "Why?" But the boy was too frightened to speak. At last the dragon had to give the explanation without his cue line. "You see," he said, "if you don't surrender, you'll taste better because you'll die game." This was an old and ancient trick of the dragon's. By means of some such quip he was accustomed to paralyze his victims with laughter and then to destroy them. Gawain was sufficiently paralyzed as it was, but laughter had no part in his helplessness. With the last word of the joke, the dragon drew back his head and struck. In that second there flashed into the mind of Gawain the magic word "Rumplesnitz." but there was no time to say it. There was time only to strike, and, without a word, Gawain met the onrush of the dragon with a full swing. He put all his back and shoulders into it. The impact was terrific, and the head of the dragon flew away almost 100 yards and landed in a thicket. Gawain did not remain frightened very long after the death of the dragon. His mood was one of wonder. He was enormously puzzled. He cut off the ears of the monster almost in a trance. Again and again he thought to himself, "I didn't say Rumplesnitz." He was sure of that, and yet there was no question that he had killed the dragon. In fact, he had never killed one so utterly. Never before had he driven ahead for anything like the same distance. 25 yards was perhaps his previous record. All the way back to the night school, he kept rumbling about in his mind, seeking an explanation of what had occurred. He went to the headmaster immediately, and after closing the door, told him what had happened. "I didn't say Rumplesnitz," he explained with great earnestness. The headmaster laughed. "I'm glad you found out," he said. "It makes you ever so much more of a hero. Don't you see that? Now you know that it was you who killed all these dragons, and not that foolish little word, Rumplesnitz." Gawain frowned. "Then it wasn't a magic word after all?" he asked. "Of course not," said the headmaster. "You ought to be too old for such foolishness. There isn't any such thing as a magic word." "But you told me it was magic," protested Gawain. "You said it was magic, and now you say it isn't." "It wasn't magic in a literal sense," answered the headmaster, "but it was much more wonderful than that. The word gave you confidence. It took away your fears. If I hadn't told you that, you might have been killed the very first time. It was your battle-axe did the trick." Gawain surprised the headmaster by his attitude. He was obviously distressed by the explanation. He interrupted a long philosophic and ethical discourse by the headmaster with, "If I hadn't a hit them all mighty hard and fast, any one of 'em might have crushed me like a... He fumbled for a word. "Eggshell?" suggested the headmaster. "Like a eggshell," assented Gawain, and he said it many times. All through the evening meal, people who sat near him heard him muttering, "Like a eggshell, like a eggshell." The next day was clear, but Gawain did not get up at dawn. Indeed, it was almost noon when the headmaster found him cowering in bed, with the clothes pulled over his head. The principal called the assistant professor of Pleasance, and together they dragged the boy toward the forest. "He'll be all right as soon as he gets a couple more dragons under his belt," explained the headmaster. The assistant professor of Pleasance agreed. "It would be a shame to stop such a fine run," he said. "Why, counting that one yesterday, he's killed 50 dragons." They pushed the boy into a thicket above which hung a meagre cloud of steam. It was obviously quite a small dragon, but Gawain did not come back that night or the next. In fact, he never came back. Some weeks afterward, brave spirits from the school explored the thicket, but they could find nothing to remind them of Gawain except the metal parts of his medals. Even the ribbons had been devoured. The headmaster and the assistant professor of Pleasance agreed that it would be just as well not to tell the school how Gawain had achieved his record, and still less how he came to die. They held that it might have a bad effect on school spirit. Accordingly, Gawain has lived in the memory of the school as its greatest hero. No visitor succeeds in leaving the building today without seeing a great shield which hangs on the wall of the dining hall. 50 pairs of dragon's ears are mounted upon the shield, and underneath in gilt letters is Gawain le Cœur Hardy, followed by the simple inscription, "He killed 50 dragons." The record has never been equalled. End of The 51st Dragon by Heywood Broun.
Letter from St. Preux to Eloisa by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. From Eloisa, or a series of original letters collected and published by J.J. Rousseau. Taken from the Monthly Review, Volume 25, 1761. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I enter with a secret horror on this vast desert, the world, whose confused prospect appears to me only as a frightful scene of solitude and silence. In vain my soul endeavors to shake off the universal restraint it lies under. It was a saying of a celebrated ancient that he was never less alone than when he was by himself. For my part, I am never alone but when I mix with the crowd, and am neither with you nor with anybody else. My heart would speak, but it feels there is none to hear. It is ready to answer, but no one speaks anything that regards it. I understand not the language of the country, and nobody here understands mine. Yet I own that I am greatly caressed, and that all the obliging offices of friendship and civility are readily offered to me. This is the very thing of which I complain. The officious zeal of thousands is ever on the wing to oblige me, but I know not how to entertain immediately a friendship for men I have never seen before. The honest feelings of humanity, the plain and affected openness of a frank heart, are expressed in a different manner from those false appearances of politeness and that external flattery which the customs of the world require. I am not a little afraid that he who treats me at first sight as if I were a friend of 20 years standing, if at the end of 20 years I should want his assistance, will treat me as a stranger. And when I see men, lost in dissipation, pretend to take so tender a part in the concerns of every one, I readily presume they are interested for nobody but themselves. There is, however, some truth in all this profession. The French are naturally good-natured, open, hospitable, and generous. But they have 1,000 modes of expression, which are not to be too strictly understood. 1,000 apparent offers of kindness, which they make only to be refused. They are no more than the snares of politeness laid for rustic simplicity. I never before heard such profusion of promises. You may depend on my serving you. Command my credit, my purse, my house, my equipage. But if all this were sincere and literally taken, there would not be a people upon earth less attached to property. The community of possessions would be in a manner already established. The rich always making offers, and the poor accepting them, both would naturally soon come upon a level, and not the citizens of Sparta itself could ever have been more upon an equality than would be the people of Paris. On the contrary, there is not a place perhaps in the world where the fortunes of men are so unequal, where are displayed at once the most sumptuous opulence and the most deplorable poverty. This is surely sufficient to prove the insignificance of that apparent commiseration which everyone here affects to have for the wants and sufferings of others, and that tenderness of heart which in a moment contracts eternal friendship. But if, instead of attending to possessions so justly to be suspected, and assurances so liable to deceive, I desire information and would seek knowledge, here is its most agreeable source. One is immediately charmed with a good sense, which is to be met with in company of the French, not only among the learned, but with men of all ranks, and even among the women. The turn of conversation is always easy and natural. It is neither dull nor frivolous, but learned without pedantry, gay without noise, polite without affectation, gallant without being fulsome, and jocose without immodesty. Their discourse is neither made up of dissertations nor epigrams. They reason without argumentation, and are witty without punning. They artfully unite reason and vivacity, maxims and rhapsodies, and mix the most pointed satire and refined flattery with strictness of morals. They talk about everything because every one has something to say. They examine nothing to the bottom, for fear of being tedious, but propose matters in a cursory manner, and treat them with rapidity. Every one gives his opinion, and supports it in few words. No one attacks with virulence that of another, nor obstinately defends his own. They discuss the point only for the sake of improvement, and stop before it comes to a dispute. Every one improves, every one amuses himself, and they part all satisfied with each other, even the philosopher himself carrying away something worthy his private meditation. But, after all, what kind of knowledge do you think is to be gained from such agreeable conversation? To form a just judgment of life and manners, to make a right use of society, to know at least the people with whom we converse. There is nothing, Eloisa, of all this. All they teach is to please artfully the cause of falsehood, to confound by their philosophy all the principles of virtue, to throw a false color, by the help of sophistry, on the passions and prejudices of mankind, and to give a certain turn to error agreeable to the fashionable mode of thinking. It is not necessary to know the characters of men, but their interests, to guess their sentiments on any occasion. When a man talks on any subject, he rather expresses the opinions of his garb or his fraternity than his own, and will change them as often as he changes his situation and circumstances. Dress him up, for instance, by turns, in the robe of a judge, a peer, and a divine, and you shall hear him successfully stand up, with the same zeal, for the rights of people, the despotism of the prince, and the authority of the Inquisition. There is one kind of reason for the lawyer, another for the officer of the revenue, and a third for the soldier. Each of them can demonstrate the other two to be knaves, a conclusion not very difficult to be drawn by all three. Thus men do not speak their own sentiments, but those they would instill into others, and the zeal which they affect is only the mask of interest. You may imagine, however, that such persons as are unconnected and independent have at least a personal character and an opinion of their own. Not at all. They are only different machines, which never think for themselves, but are set to going by springs. You need only inform yourself of their company, their clubs, their friends, the women they visit, the authors they are acquainted with, and you may immediately tell what will be their opinion of the next book that is published, the next play that is acted. The works of this and that writer they know nothing of, or this or that system, of which they have not one idea. As ordinary clocks also are wound up to go but 24 hours, so are these people under the necessity of going every evening into company to know what they are to think the next day. Hence it is that there is but a small number of both sexes who think for all the rest, and for whom all the rest talk and act. As every one considers his own particular interest, and none of them that of the public, and as the interests of individuals are always opposite, there is among them a perpetual clashing of parties and cabals, a continual ebb and flow of propositions and contrary opinions, amidst which the most violent tempers, agitated only by the rest, seldom understand a word of the matter in dispute. Every club has its rules, its opinions, its principles, which are nowhere else admitted. An honest man at one house is a knave at the next door. The good, the bad, the beautiful, the ugly, truth, and even virtue itself, have all only a limited and local existence. Whoever chooses a general acquaintance, therefore, and goes into different societies, should be more pliable than Alcibiades. He should change his principles with his company, new model his sentiments in a manner at every step, and lay down his maxims by the rod. He ought at every visit to leave his conscience, if he has one, at the door, and take up with that belonging to the house, as a new servant on his entrance puts on its livery, which he leaves behind him when turned out, and if he chooses it, again takes up his own, which serves him till he gets a new suit with a new place. But what is still more extraordinary is that every one here is perpetually contradicting himself, without being concerned at all about it. They have one set of principles for conversation and another for their actions, nor is anybody scandalized at their inconsistency, it being generally agreed they should be very different. It is not required of an author, particularly of a moral writer, that he should maintain in conversation what he advances in his works, nor that he should put in practice what he inculcates. His writings, conversation, and conduct are three things essentially different, which he is not at all obliged to reconcile to each other. In a word, everything is absurd, and yet nothing offends, because absurdity is the fashion. Nay, there is attached to this incongruity of principles and manners a fashionable air of which they are proud, and which is frequently affected. In fact, although every one zealously preaches up the maxims of his profession, he piques himself on the carriage and manners of another. The attorney, for instance, assumes the martial air of a soldier, and a petty clerk of the customs the supercilious deportment of a lord. The bishop affects the gallantry of a fine gentleman, the courtier the precision of a philosopher, and the statesman the repartee and raillery of a wit. Even the plain mechanic, who knows not how to put on the airs of any other profession, dresses himself up in a suit of black on Sundays, in order to pass for a practitioner in the law. The military gentlemen alone, despising every other profession, preserve without affectation the manners of their own, which, to say the truth, is insufferable. Not that M. de Marolles was in the wrong when he gave the preference to the conversation of a soldier, but what might be true in his time is no longer so now. The progress of literature has since improved conversation in general, and as the gentlemen of the army despised such improvement in theirs, that which used to be the best is at length become the worst. Hence it is that persons we talk to are not those with whom we converse. Their sentiments do not come from the heart. Their knowledge is not the acquisition of their own genius. Their conversation does not discover their thoughts, and one perceives nothing of them but their figure. Thus a man in company here is nearly in the same situation as if he were spectator of a moving picture, where he himself is the only figure capable of self-motion. End of Letter of St. Preux to Eloisa, by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, from Eloisa, or a series of original letters collected and published by J.J. Rousseau, taken from the Monthly Review, Volume 25, 1761.
The Matchmaker, by H. Munro, Saki. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson, London. The Matchmaker, by Saki. The grill room clock struck 11 with the respectful unobtrusiveness of one whose mission in life is to be ignored, when the flight of time should really have rendered abstinence and migration imperative. The lighting apparatus would signal the fact in the usual way. 6 minutes later, Clovis approached the supper table. in the blessed expectancy of one who has dined sketchily and long ago. "I'm starving," he announced, making an effort to sit down gracefully and read the menu at the same time. "So I gathered," said his host, "from the fact that you were nearly punctual. I ought to have told you that I am a food reformer. I've ordered 2 bowls of bread and milk and some health biscuits. I hope you don't mind." Clovis pretended afterwards that he didn't go white above the collar line for the fraction of a second. "All the same," he said, "you ought not to joke about such things. There really are such people. I've known people who've met them. To think of all the adorable things there are to eat in the world and then go through life munching sawdust and being proud of it. They're like the flagellants of the Middle Ages who went about mortifying themselves." "They had some excuse," said Clovis. "They did it to save their immortal souls." "Didn't they? You needn't tell me that a man who doesn't love oysters and asparagus and good wines has got a soul, or a stomach either. He simply got the instinct for being unhappy highly developed." Clovis relapsed for a few golden moments into tender intimacies with a succession of rapidly disappearing oysters. "I think oysters are more beautiful than any religion," he resumed presently. "They not only forgive our unkindness to them, they justify it. They incite us to go on being perfectly horrid to them. Once they arrive at the supper table, they seem to enter thoroughly into the spirit of the thing. There's nothing in Christianity or Buddhism that quite matches the sympathetic unselfishness of an oyster. Do you like my new waistcoat? I'm wearing it for the first time tonight. It looks like a great many others you've had lately, only worse. New dinner waistcoats are becoming a habit with you. They say one always pays for the excesses of one's youth. Mercifully, that isn't true about one's clothes. My mother is thinking of getting married. Again, it's the first time. Of course, you ought to know I was under the impression that she'd been married once or twice at least. 3 times to be mathematically exact. I mean that it was the first time she'd thought about getting married. The other time she did it without thinking. As a matter of fact, it's really I who am doing the thinking for her in this case. You see, it's quite 2 years since her last husband died. You evidently think that brevity is the soul of widowhood. Well, it struck me that she was getting moped and beginning to settle down, which wouldn't suit her a bit. The first symptoms that I noticed was when she began to complain that we were living beyond our income. All decent people live beyond their incomes nowadays, and those who aren't respectable live beyond other people's. A few gifted individuals manage to do both. It's hardly so much a gift as an industry. The crisis came, returned Clovis, when she suddenly started the theory that late hours were bad for one and wanted me to be in by 1 o'clock every night. Imagine that sort of thing for me, who was 18 on my last birthday. On your last 2 birthdays, to be mathematically exact. Oh, well, that's not my fault. I'm not going to arrive at 19 as long as my mother remains at 37. One must have some regard for appearances. Perhaps your mother would age a little in the process of settling down. That's the last thing she'd think of. Feminine reformations always start on the failings of other people. That's why I was so keen on the husband idea. Did you go as far as to select the gentleman, or did you merely throw out a general idea and trust to the force of suggestion? If one wants a thing done in a hurry, one must see to it oneself. I found a military Johnny hanging around on the loose end at the club and took him home to lunch once or twice. He'd spent most of his life on the Indian frontier building roads and relieving famines and minimizing earthquakes. and all that sort of thing that one does do on frontiers. He could talk sense to a peevish cobra in 15 native languages, and probably knew what to do if you found a rogue elephant on your croquet lawn. But he was shy and diffident with women. I told my mother privately that he was an absolute woman-hater, so of course she laid herself out to flirt all she knew, which isn't a little. And was the gentleman responsive? I hear he told someone at the club he was looking out for a colonial job with plenty of hard work for a young friend of his, so I gather that he has some idea of marrying into the family. You seem destined to be a victim of the Reformation after all. Clovis wiped the trace of Turkish coffee and the beginnings of a smile from his lips, and slowly lowered his dexter eyelid, which, being interpreted, probably means, I don't think. End of The Matchmaker by H. Munro. Recording by Peter Thomlinson, London. The Man in the Passage by G.K.Chesterton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson, London, 2017. The Man in the Passage by G.K.Chesterton. Two men appeared simultaneously at the two ends of a sort of passage running along the side of the Apollo Theatre in the Adelphi. The evening daylight in the streets was large and luminous, opalescent and empty. The passage was comparatively long and dark, so each man could see the other as a mere black silhouette at the other end. Nevertheless, each man knew the other, even in that inky outline, for they were both men of striking appearance, and they hated each other. The covered passage opened at one end on one of the steep streets of the Adelphi, and at the other on a terrace overlooking the sunset-coloured river. One side of the passage was a blank wall, for the building it supported was an old, unsuccessful theatre-restaurant, now shut up. The other side of the passage contained two doors, one at each end. Neither was what was commonly called the stage door. They were a sort of special and private stage doors used by very special performers, and in this case by the star actor and actress in the Shakespearean performance of the day. Persons of that eminence often liked to have such private exits and entrances for meeting friends or avoiding them. The two men in question were certainly two such friends, men who evidently knew the doors and counted on their opening, for each approached the door at the upper end with equal coolness and confidence. Not, however, with equal speed, but the man who walked fast was the man from the other end of the tunnel, so they both arrived before the secret stage door almost at the same instant. They saluted each other with civility and waited a moment before one of them, the sharper walker who seemed to have the shorter patience, knocked at the door. In this and everything else each man was opposite and neither could be called inferior. As private persons both were handsome, capable and popular. As public persons both were in the first public rank. But everything about them, from their glory to their good looks, was of a diverse and incomparable kind. Sir Wilston Seymour was the kind of man whose importance is known to everybody who knows. The more you mix with the innermost ring in every polity or profession, the more often you met Sir Wilson Seymour. He was the one intelligent man on 20 unintelligent committees on every sort of subject, from the reform of the Royal Academy to the project of bimetallism for Greater Britain. In the arts especially he was omnipotent. He was so unique that nobody could quite decide whether he was a great aristocrat who had taken up art, or a great artist whom the aristocrats had taken up. But you could not meet him for 5 minutes without realizing that you had really been ruled by him all your life. His appearance was distinguished in exactly the same sense. It was at once conventional and unique. Fashion could have found no fault with his high silk hat, yet it was unlike anybody else's hat, a little higher perhaps, and adding something to his natural height. His tall, slender figure had a slight stoop, yet it looked the reverse of feeble. His hair was silver grey, but it did not look old. It was worn longer than the common, yet it did not look effeminate. It was curly, but it did not look curled. His carefully pointed beard made him look more manly and militant than otherwise, as it does in those old admirals of Velasquez, with whose dark portraits his house was hung. His grey gloves were a shade bluer, his silver knobbed cane a shade longer than scores of such gloves and canes flapped and flourished about the theatres and the restaurants. The other man was not so tall, yet would have struck nobody as short, but merely as strong and handsome. His hair also was curly, but fair and cropped close to a strong, massive head, the sort of head you break a door with, as Chaucer said of the millers. His military moustache and the carriage of his shoulders showed him a soldier, but he had a pair of those peculiar frank and piercing blue eyes which are more common in sailors. His face was somewhat square, his jaw was square, his shoulders were square, even his jacket was square. Indeed, in the wild school of caricature then current, Mr. Max Beerbohm had represented him as a proposition in the fourth book of Euclid, for he also was a public man, though with quite another sort of success. You did not have to be in the best society to have heard of Captain Cutler, of the siege of Hong Kong, and the great march across China. You could not get away from hearing of him wherever you were. His portrait was on every other postcard, his maps and battles in every other illustrated paper, songs in his honour in every other music hall turn or on every other barrel organ. His fame, though probably more temporary, was 10 times more wide, popular and spontaneous than the other man's. In thousands of English homes he appeared enormous above England, like Nelson. Yet he had infinitely less power in England than Sir Wilson Seymour. The door was opened to them by an aged servant or dresser, whose broken-down face and figure and black shabby coat and trousers contrasted queerly with the glittering interior of the great actress's dressing-room. It was fitted and filled with looking-glasses at every angle of refraction, so that they looked like the 100 facets of one huge diamond, if one could get inside a diamond. The other features of luxury, a few flowers, a few coloured cushions, a few scraps of stage costume, were multiplied by all the mirrors into the madness of the Arabian Nights, and danced and changed places perpetually as the shuffling attendant shifted a mirror outwards or shot one back against the wall. They both spoke to the dingy dresser by name, calling him Parkinson, and asking for the lady as Miss Aurora Rome. Parkinson said she was in the other room, but he would go and tell her. A shade crossed the brow of both visitors, for the other room was the private room of the great actor with whom Miss Aurora was performing, and she was of the kind that does not inflame admiration without inflaming jealousy. In about half a minute, however, the inner door opened, and she entered as she always did, even in private life, so that the very silence seemed to be a roar of applause, and one well deserved. She was clad in a somewhat strange garb of peacock green and peacock blue satins that gleamed like blue and green metals, such as delight children and aesthetes, and her heavy, hot brown hair framed one of those magic faces which are dangerous to all men, but especially to boys and to men growing grey. In company with her male colleague, the great American actor Isidore Bruno, she was producing a particularly poetical and fantastic interpretation of Midsummer Night's Dream, in which the artistic prominence was given to Oberon and Titania, or in other words to Bruno and herself. Set in dreamy and exquisite scenery and moving in mystical dances, the green costume, like burnished beetle wings, expressed all the elusive individuality of an elfin queen. But when personally confronted in what was still broad daylight, a man looked only at the woman's face. She greeted both men with the beaming and baffling smile which kept so many males at the same just dangerous distance from her. She accepted some flowers from Catulle, which were as tropical and expensive as his victories, and another sort of present from Sir Wilson Seymour, offered later on and more nonchalantly by that gentleman. For it was against his breeding to show eagerness, and against his conventional unconventionality to give anything so obvious as flowers. He had picked up a trifle, he said, which was rather a curiosity, as it was an ancient Greek dagger of the Mycenaean epoch, and might well have been worn in the time of Theseus and Hippolyta. It was made of brass like all the heroic weapons, but, oddly enough, sharp enough to prick anyone still. He had really been attracted to it by the leaf-like shape. It was as perfect as a Greek vase. If it was of any interest to Miss Rome, or could come in anywhere in the play, he hoped she would. The inner door burst open, and a big figure appeared, who was more of a contrast to the explanatory Seymour than even Captain Cutler. Nearly 6'6", and more than theatrical thews and muscles, Isidora Bruno, in the gorgeous leopard skin and golden brown garments of Oberon, looked like a barbaric god. He leaned on a sort of hunting spear, which across a theatre looked a slight silvery wand, but in the small and comparatively crowded room looked as plain as a pikestaff, and it was menacing. His vivid black eyes rolled volcanically. His bronze face, handsome as it was, showed at that moment a combination of high cheekbones with set white teeth, which recalled certain American conjectures about his origin in the southern plantations. "Aurora," he began, in that deep voice like a drum of passion that had moved so many audiences. "Will you—" He stopped indecisively because a sixth figure had suddenly presented itself just inside the doorway, a figure so incongruous in the scene as to be almost comic. It was a very short man in the black uniform of the Roman secular clergy, and looking, especially in such a presence as Bruno's and Aurora's, rather like the wooden Noah out of an ark. He did not, however, seem conscious of any contrast, but said with a dull civility, "I believe Miss Rome sent for me." A shrewd observer might have remarked that the emotional temperature rather rose at so unemotional an interruption. The detachment of a professional celibate seemed to reveal to the others that they stood round the woman as a ring of amorous rivals, just as a stranger coming in with frost on his coat will reveal that a room is like a furnace. The presence of the one man who did not care about her increased Miss Rome's sense that everybody else was in love with her, and each in a somewhat dangerous way. The actor with all the appetite of a savage and a sport child, the soldier with all the simple selfishness of a man of will rather than mind. Sir Wilson with that daily hardening concentration with which old hedonists take to a hobby. Nay, even the abject Parkinson, who had known her before her triumphs, and who followed her about the room with eyes or feet, with the dumb fascination of a dog. A shrewd person might also have noted a yet odder thing. The man, like a black wooden Noah, who was not wholly without shrewdness, noted it with a considerable but contained amusement. It was evident that the great Aurora, although by no means indifferent to the admiration of the other sex, wanted at this moment to get rid of all the men who admired her and be left alone with the man who did not admire her in that sense at least. For the little priest did admire and even enjoy the firm feminine diplomacy with which she set about her task. There was perhaps only one thing that Aurora Rome was clever about, and that was one half of humanity, the other half. The little priest watched, like a Napoleonic campaign, the swift precision of her policy for expelling all while banishing none. Bruno, the big actor, was so babyish that it was easy to send him off in brute sulks, banging the door. Cutler, the British officer, was pachydermatous to ideas, but punctilious about behaviour. He would ignore all hints, but he would die rather than ignore a definite commission from a lady. As to old Seymour, he had to be treated differently. He had to be left to the last. The only way to move him was to appeal to him in confidence as an old friend, to let him into the secret of the clearance. The priest did really admire Miss Rome, as she achieved all these three objects in one selected action. She went across to Captain Cutler and said in her sweetest manner, "I shall value all these flowers because they must be your favourite flowers, but they won't be complete, you know, without my favourite flower. Do go over to that shop round the corner and get me some lilies of the valley, and then it will be quite lovely." The first object of her diplomacy, the exit of the enraged Bruno, was at once achieved. He had already handed his spear in a lordly style, like a sceptre, to the piteous Parkinson, and was about to assume one of the cushioned seats like a throne. But at this open appeal to his rival, there glowed in his opal eyeballs all the sensitive insolence of the slave. He knotted his enormous brown fists for an instant, and then, dashing open the door, disappeared into his own apartments beyond. But meanwhile Miss Rome's experiment in mobilizing the British army had not succeeded so simply as seemed probable. Cutler had indeed risen stiffly and suddenly and walked towards the door, hatless, as if at a word of command. But perhaps there was something ostentatiously elegant about the languid figure of Seymour leaning against one of the looking-glasses that brought him up short at the entrance, turning his head this way and that, like a bewildered bulldog. "I must show this stupid man where to go," said Aurora in a whisper to Seymour, and ran out to the threshold to speed the parting guest. Seymour seemed to be listening, elegant and unconscious as was his posture, and he seemed relieved when he heard the lady call out some last instructions to the captain, and then turn sharply and run laughing down the passage towards the other end, the end on the terrace above the Thames. Yet, a second or two after, Seymour's brow darkened again. A man in his position has so many rivals, and he remembered that at the other end of the passage was the corresponding entrance to Bruno's private room. He did not lose his dignity. He said some civil words to Father Brown about the revival of Byzantine architecture in the Westminster Cathedral, and then quite naturally strolled out himself into the upper end of the passage. Father Brown and Parkinson were left alone, and they were neither of them men with a taste for superfluous conversation. The dresser went round the room, pulling out looking-glasses and pushing them in again, his dingy dark coat and trousers looking all the more dismal since he was still holding the festive fairy spear of King Oberon. Every time he pulled out the frame of a new glass, a new black figure of Father Brown appeared. The absurd glass chamber was full of Father Browns, upside down in the air like angels, turning somersaults like acrobats, turning their backs to everybody like very rude persons. Father Brown seemed quite unconscious of this cloud of witnesses, but followed Parkinson with an idly attentive eye till he took himself and his absurd spear into the farther room of Bruno. Then he abandoned himself to such abstract meditations as always amused him, calculating the angles of the mirrors, the angles of each refraction, the angle at which each must fit into the wall. Then he heard a strong but strangled cry. He sprang to his feet and stood rigidly listening. At the same instant Sir Wilson Seymour burst back into the room, white as ivory. "Who's that man in the passage?" he cried. "Where's that dagger of mine?" Before Father Brown could turn in his heavy boots, Seymour was plunging about the room looking for the weapon. And before he could possibly find that weapon or any other, a brisk running of feet broke upon the pavement outside, and the square face of Cutler was thrust into the same doorway. He was still grotesquely grasping a bunch of lilies of the valley. "What's this?" he cried. "What's that creature down the passage? Is this some of your tricks?" "My tricks!" hissed his pale rival, and made a stride towards him. In the instant of time in which all this happened, Father Brown stepped out into the top of the passage, looked down it, and at once walked briskly towards what he saw. At this, the other two men dropped their quarrel and darted after him, Cutler calling out, "What are you doing? Who are you?" "My name is Brown," said the priest sadly, as he bent over something and straightened himself again. "Miss Rome sent for me, and I came as quickly as I could. I have come too late." The three men looked down, and in one of them at least the life died in that late light of afternoon. It ran along the passage like a path of gold, and in the midst of it Aurora Rome lay lustrous in her robes of green and gold, with her dead face turned upwards. Her dress was torn away as in a struggle, leaving the right shoulder bare, but the wound from which the blood was welling was on the other side. The brass dagger lay flat and gleaming a yard or so away. There was a blank stillness for a measurable time, so that they could hear far off a flower girl's laugh outside Charing Cross, and someone whistling furiously for a taxicab in one of the streets off the Strand. Then the captain, with a movement so sudden that it might have been passion or play-acting, took Sir Wilson Seymour by the throat. Seymour looked at him steadily, without either fight or fear. "You need not kill me," he said, in a voice quite cold. "I shall do that on my own account." The captain's hand hesitated and dropped, and the other added with the same icy candour, "If I find I haven't the nerve to do it with that dagger, I can do it in a month with drink." "Drink isn't good enough for me," replied Catulle, "but I'd have blood for this before I die. Not yours, but I think I know whose." And before the others could appreciate his attention, he snatched up the dagger, sprang at the other door at the lower end of the passage, burst it open, bolt and all, and confronted Bruno in his dressing-room. As he did so, old Parkinson tottered in his wavering way out of the door and caught sight of the corpse lying in the passage. He moved shakily towards it, looked at it weakly with a working face, then moved shakily back into the dressing-room again and sat down suddenly on one of the richly cushioned chairs. Father Brown instantly ran across to him, taking no notice of Catulle and the colossal actor, though the room already rang with their blows, and they began to struggle for the dagger. Seymour, who retained some practical sense, was whistling for the police at the end of the passage. When the police arrived, it was to tear the two men from an almost ape-like grapple, and, after a few formal inquiries, to arrest Isidore Bruno upon a charge of murder, brought against him by his furious opponent. The idea that the great national hero of the hour had arrested a wrongdoer with his own hand doubtless had its weight with the police, who are not without elements of the journalist. They treated Catulle with a certain solemn attention, and pointed out that he had got a slight slash on the hand. Even as Catulle bore him back across the tilted chair and table, Bruno had twisted the dagger out of his grasp and disabled him just below the wrist. The injury was really slight, but till he was removed from the room, the half-savage prisoner stared at the running blood with a steady smile. "Looks a cannibal sort of chap, don't he?" said the constable confidently to Catulle. Catulle made no answer, but said sharply a moment later, "We must attend to the death," and his voice escaped from articulation. "The two deaths," came in the voice of the priest from the farther side of the room. "This poor fellow was gone when I got across to him," and he stood looking down at old Parkinson, who sat in a black huddle on the gorgeous chair. He also had paid his tribute, not without eloquence, to the woman who had died. The silence was first broken by Catulle, who seemed not untouched by a rough tenderness. "I wish I was him," he said huskily. "I remember he used to watch her wherever she walked more than anybody. She was his heir, and he's dried up. He's just dead." "We are all dead," said Seymour in a strange voice, looking down the road. They took leave of Father Brown at the corner of the road, with some random apologies for any rudeness they might have shown. Both their faces were tragic, but also cryptic. The mind of the little priest was always a rabbit warren of wild thoughts that jumped too quickly for him to catch them. Like the white tail of a rabbit, he had the vanishing thought that he was certain of their grief, but not so certain of their innocence. "We had better all be going," said Seymour heavily. "We have done all we can to help." "Will you understand my motives," asked Father Brown quietly, "if I say you have done all you can to hurt?" They both started as if guiltily, and Catulle said sharply, "To hurt whom?" "To hurt yourselves," answered the priest. "I would not add to your troubles if it weren't common justice to warn you. You've done nearly everything you could do to hang yourselves if this actor should be acquitted. They'll be sure to subpoena me. I shall be bound to say that after the cry was heard, each of you rushed into the room in a wild state and began quarrelling about a dagger. As far as my words on oath can go, you might either of you have done it. You hurt yourselves with that, and then Captain Cutler must have hurt himself with the dagger." "Hurt myself!" exclaimed the captain with contempt. "A silly little scratch." "Which drew blood," replied the priest, nodding. "We know there's blood on the brass now, and so we shall never know whether there was blood on it before." There was a silence, and then Seymour said, with an emphasis quite alien to his daily accent, "But I saw a man in the passage." "I know you did," answered the cleric Broun with a face of wood. "So did Captain Cutler. That's what seems so improbable." Before either could make sufficient sense of it even to answer, Father Brown had politely excused himself and gone stumping up the road with his stumpy old umbrella. As modern newspapers are conducted, the most honest and most important news is the police news. If it be true that in the 20th century more space is given to murder than to politics, it is for the excellent reason that murder is a more serious subject. But this would hardly explain the enormous omnipresent and widely distributed detail of the Bruno case or the Passage mystery in the press of London and the provinces. So vast was the excitement that for some weeks the press really told the truth, and the reports of examination and cross-examination, if interminable, even if intolerable, are at least reliable. The true reason, of course, was the coincidence of persons. The victim was a popular actress, the accused was a popular actor, and the accused had been caught red-handed, as it were, by the most popular soldier of the patriotic season. In those extraordinary circumstances the press was paralysed into probity and accuracy, and the rest of this somewhat singular business can practically be recorded from reports of Bruno's trial. The trial was presided over by Mr. Justice Monkhouse, one of those who are jeered at as humorous judges, but who are generally much more serious than the serious judges, for their levity comes from a living impatience of professional solemnity, while the serious judge is really filled with frivolity because he is filled with vanity. All the chief actors being of a worldly importance, the barristers were well balanced. The prosecutor for the Crown was Sir Walter Cowdray, a heavy but weighty advocate of the sort that knows how to seem English and trustworthy, and how to be rhetorical with reluctance. The prisoner was defended by Mr. Patrick Butler, K.C., who was mistaken for a mere flaneur by those who misunderstood the Irish character, and those who had not been examined by him. The medical evidence involved no contradictions, the doctor, whom Seymour had summoned on the spot, agreeing with the eminent surgeon who had later examined the body. Aurora Rome had been stabbed with some sharp instrument such as a knife or dagger, some instrument at least of which the blade was short. The wound was just over the heart, and she had died instantly. When the doctor first saw her, she could hardly have been dead for 20 minutes. Therefore, when Father Brown found her, she could hardly have been dead for 3. Some official detective evidence followed, chiefly concerned with the presence or absence of any proof of a struggle. The only suggestion of this was the tearing of the dress at the shoulder, and this did not seem to fit in particularly well with the direction and finality of the blow. When these details had been supplied, though not explained, the first of the important witnesses was called. Sir Wilson Seymour gave evidence as he did everything else that he did at all, not only well, but perfectly. Though himself much more of a public man than the judge, he conveyed exactly the fine shade of self-effacement before the King's justice, and though everyone looked at him as they would at the Prime Minister or the Archbishop of Canterbury, they could have said nothing of his part in it, but that it was that of a private gentleman, with an accent on the noun. He was also refreshingly lucid, as he was on the committees. He had been calling on Miss Rome at the theatre. He had met Captain Cutler there. They had been joined for a short time by the accused, who had then returned to his own dressing-room. They had then been joined by a Roman Catholic priest, who asked for the deceased lady and said his name was Broun. Miss Rome had then gone just outside the theatre to the entrance of the passage in order to point out to Captain Cutler a flower shop at which he was to buy her some more flowers, and the witness had remained in the room, exchanging a few words with the priest. He had then distinctly heard the deceased, having sent the captain on his errand, turn round laughing and run down the passage towards its other end, where was the prisoner's dressing-room. In idle curiosity as to the rapid movement of his friends, he had strolled out to the head of the passage himself and looked down it towards the prisoner's door. Did he see anything in the passage? Yes, he saw something in the passage. Sir Walter Cowdery allowed an impressive interval, during which the witness looked down, and for all his usual composure seemed to have more than his usual pallor. Then the barrister said in a lower voice, which seemed at once sympathetic and creepy, "Did you see it distinctly?" Sir Wilson Seymour, however moved, had his excellent brains in full working order. Very distinctly as regards its outline, but quite indistinctly, indeed not at all, as regards the details inside the outline. The passage is of such length that anyone in the middle of it appears quite black against the light at the other end. The witness lowered his steady eyes once more and added, "I had noticed the fact before when Captain Cutler first entered it." There was another silence and the judge leaned forward and made a note. "Well," said Sir Walter patiently, "what was the outline like? Was it, for instance, like the figure of the murdered woman?" "Not in the least," answered Seymour quietly. "What did it look like to you?" "It looked to me," replied the witness, "like a tall man." Everyone in court kept his eyes riveted on his pen, or his umbrella handle, or his book, or his boots, or whatever he happened to be looking at. They seemed to be holding their eyes away from the prisoner by main force, but they felt his figure in the dock, and they felt it as gigantic. Tall as Bruno was to the eye, he seemed to swell taller and taller when an eyes had been torn away from him. Cowdery was resuming his seat with his solemn face, smoothing his black silk robes and white silk whiskers. Sir Wilson was leaving the witness box after a few final particulars to which there were many other witnesses, when the counsel for the defence sprang up and stopped him. "I shall only detain you a moment," said Mr. Butler, who was a rustic-looking person with red eyebrows and an expression of partial slumber. "Will you tell his lordship how you knew it was a man?" A faint, refined smile seemed to pass over Seymour's features. "I'm afraid it is the vulgar test of trousers," he said. "When I saw daylight between the long legs, I was sure it was a man, after all." Butler's sleepy eyes opened as suddenly as some silent explosion. "After all," he repeated slowly. "So you did think at first it was a woman?" Seymour looked troubled for the first time. "It is hardly a point of fact," he said, "but if his lordship would like me to answer for my impression, of course I shall do so. There was something about the thing that was not exactly a woman, and yet it was not quite a man. Somehow the curves were different, and it had something that looked like long hair." "Thank you," said Mr. Butler, K.C., and sat down suddenly as if he had got what he wanted. Captain Cutler was a far less plausible and composed witness than Sir Wilson, but his account of the opening incidents was solidly the same. He described the return of Bruno to his dressing-room, the dispatching of himself to buy a bunch of lilies of the valley, his return to the upper end of the passage, the thing he saw in the passage, his suspicion of Seymour, and his struggle with Bruno. But he could give little artistic assistance about the black figure that he and Seymour had seen. Asked about its outline, he said he was no art critic, with a somewhat too obvious sneer at Seymour. Asked if it was a man or a woman, he said it looked more like a beast, with a too obvious snarl at the prisoner. But the man was plainly shaken with sorrow and sincere anger, and Cowdery quickly excused him from confirming facts that were already fairly clear. The defending counsel also was again brief in his cross-examination, although, as it was his custom, even in being brief, he seemed to take a long time about it. "You used a rather remarkable expression," he said, looking at Cutler sleepily. "What do you mean by saying that it looked more like a beast than a man or a woman?" Cutler seemed seriously agitated. "Perhaps I oughtn't to have said that," he said, "but when the brute has large humped shoulders like a chimpanzee and bristles sticking out of its head like a pig—" Mr. Butler cut short his curious impatience in the middle. "Never mind whether its hair was like a pig's," he said. "Was it like a woman's?" "A woman's?" cried the soldier. "Great Scott, no!" "The last witness said it was," commented the counsel with unscrupulous swiftness. "And did the figure have any of those serpentine and semi-feminine curves to which eloquent allusion has been made?" "No? No feminine curves?" "The figure, if I understand you, was rather heavy and square than otherwise." "He may have been bending forward," said Cutler in a hoarse and rather faint voice. "Or again, he may not," said Mr. Butler, and sat down suddenly for the second time. The third witness called by Sir Walter Cowdray was the little Catholic clergyman, so little compared with the others that his head seemed hardly to come above the box, so that it was like cross-examining a child. But unfortunately Sir Walter had somehow got it into his head, mostly by some ramifications of his family's religion, that Father Brown was on the side of the prisoner, because the prisoner was wicked and foreign and even partly black. Therefore he took Father Brown up sharply whenever that proud pontiff tried to explain anything, and told him to answer yes or no and tell the plain facts without any Jesuitry. When Father Brown began, in his simplicity, to say who he thought the man in the passage was, the barrister told him he did not want his theories. "A black shape was seen in the passage, and you say you saw the black shape. Well, what shape was it?" Father Brown blinked as under rebuke, but he had long known the literal nature of obedience. "The shape," he said, "was short and thick, but had two sharp black projections curved upwards on each side of the head or top, rather like horns, and—" "Oh, the devil with horns, no doubt!" ejaculated Cowdray, sitting down in triumphant jocularity. "It was the devil come to eat Protestants." "No," said the priest dispassionately, "I know who it was." Those in court had been wrought up to an irrational but real sense of some monstrosity. They had forgotten the figure in the dock and thought only of the figure in the passage. And the figure in the passage, described by three capable and respectable men who had all seen it, was a shifting nightmare. One called it a woman, and the other a beast, and the other a devil. The judge was looking at Father Brown with level and piercing eyes. "You are a most extraordinary witness," he said, "but there is something about you that makes me think you are trying to tell the truth. Well, who was the man you saw in the passage?" "He was myself," said Father Brown. Butler, K.C., sprang to his feet in an extraordinary stillness and said quite calmly, "Your lordship will allow me to cross-examine?" And then, without stopping, he shot at Brown the apparently disconnected question. "You have heard about this dagger. You know the experts say the crime was committed with a short blade?" "A short blade," assented Brown, nodding solemnly like an owl, "but a very long hilt." Before the audience could quite dismiss the idea that the priest had really seen himself doing murder with a short dagger with a long hilt, which seemed somehow to make it more horrible, he had himself hurried on to explain. "I mean, daggers aren't the only thing with short blades. Spears have short blades, and spears catch at the end of the steel, just like daggers, if they're that sort of fancy spear they had in theatres. Like the spear poor old Parkinson killed his wife with, just when she'd sent for me to settle their family troubles. And I came just too late. God forgive me. But he died penitent. He just died of being penitent. He couldn't bear what he'd done." The general impression in court was that the little priest, who was gobbling away, had literally gone mad in the box. But the judge still looked at him with bright and steady eyes of interest, and the counsel for the defence went on with his questions unperturbed. "If Parkinson did it with that pantomime spear," said Butler, "he must have thrust from 4 yards away. How do you account for signs of struggle, like the dress dragged off the shoulder?" He had slipped into treating his mere witness as an expert, but no one noticed it now. "The poor lady's dress was torn," said the witness, "because it was caught in a panel that slid to just behind her. She struggled to free herself, and as she did so, Parkinson came out of the prisoner's room and lunged with the spear." "A panel?" repeated the barrister in a curious voice. "It was a looking-glass on the other side," explained Father Brown. "When I was in the dressing-room, I noticed that some of them could probably be slid out into the passage." There was another vast and unnatural silence, and this time it was the judge who spoke. "So you really mean that when you looked down the passage, the man you saw was yourself in a mirror?" "Yes, my lord, that's what I was trying to say," said Brown. "But they asked me for the shape, and our hats have corners just like horns, and so I—" The judge leaned forward, his old eyes yet more brilliant, and said in specially distinct tones, "Do you really mean to say that when Sir Wilson Seymour saw that wild what you call him with curves and a woman's hair and a man's trousers, what he saw was Sir Wilson Seymour?" "Yes, my lord," said Father Brown. "And you mean to say that when Captain Cutler saw that chimpanzee with humped shoulders and hog's bristles, he simply saw himself?" "Yes, my lord." The judge leaned back in his chair with a luxuriance in which it was hard to separate the cynicism and the admiration. "And can you tell us why," he asked, "you should know your own figure in a looking-glass when 2 such distinguished men don't?" Father Brown blinked even more painfully than before. Then he stammered, "Really, my lord, I don't know unless it's because I don't look at it so often." End of The Man in the Passage by G.K.Chesterton. Recording by Peter Thomlinson, London.
The Mirror by Catulle Mendes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There once was a kingdom where mirrors were unknown. They had all been broken and reduced to fragments by order of the Queen, and if the tiniest bit of looking-glass had been found in any house, she would not have hesitated to put all the inmates to death with the most frightful tortures. Now for the secret of this extraordinary caprice. The Queen was dreadfully ugly, and she did not wish to be exposed to the risk of meeting her own image, and knowing herself to be hideous, it was a consolation to know that other women at least could not see that they were pretty. You may imagine that the young girls of the country were not at all satisfied. What was the use of being beautiful if you could not admire yourself? They might have used the brooks and lakes for mirrors, but the Queen had foreseen that, and had hidden all of them under closely joined flagstones. Water was drawn from wells so deep that it was impossible to see the liquid surface, and shallow basins must be used instead of buckets, because in the latter there might be reflections. Such a dismal state of affairs, especially for the pretty coquettes, who were no more rare in this country than in others. The Queen had no compassion, being well content that her subjects should suffer as much annoyance from the lack of a mirror as she felt at the sight of one. However, in a suburb of the city there lived a young girl called Jacinta, who was a little better off than the rest thanks to her sweetheart, Valentin. For if someone thinks you are beautiful and loses no chance to tell you so, he is almost as good as a mirror. "Tell me the truth," she would say. "What is the color of my eyes?" "They are like dewy forget-me-nots." "And my skin is not quite black?" "You know that your forehead is whiter than freshly fallen snow, and your cheeks are like blush roses." "How about my lips?" "Cherries are pale beside them." "And my teeth, if you please?" "Grains of rice are not as white." "But my ears, should I be ashamed of them?" "Yes, if you would be ashamed of 2 little pink shells among your pretty curls." And so on endlessly. She delighted, he still more charmed, for his words came from the depth of his heart, and she had the pleasure of hearing herself praised, and he the delight of seeing her. So their love grew more deep and tender every hour, and the day that he asked her to marry him she blushed certainly, but it was not with anger. But unluckily the news of their happiness reached the wicked queen, whose only pleasure was to torment others, and Jacinta more than anyone else on account of her beauty. A little while before the marriage, Jacinta was walking in the orchard one evening, when an old crone approached asking for alms, but suddenly jumped back with a shriek, as if she had stepped on a toad, crying, "Heavens, what do I see?" "What is the matter, my good woman? What is it you see? Tell me." "The ugliest creature I ever beheld." "Then you are not looking at me?" said Jacinta, with innocent vanity. "Alas! yes, my poor child, it is you. I have been a long time on this earth, but never have I met anyone so hideous as you." "What? Am I ugly?" "100 times uglier than I can tell you." "But my eyes?" "They are sort of a dirty grey, but that would be nothing if you had not such an outrageous squint." "My complexion?" "It looks as if you had rubbed coal dust on your forehead and cheeks." "My mouth?" "It is pale and withered, like a faded flower." "My teeth?" "If the beauty of teeth is to be large and yellow, I never saw any so beautiful as yours." "But at least my ears?" "They are so big, so red, and so misshapen under your coarse elf locks, that they are revolting. I am not pretty myself, but I should die of shame if mine were like them." After this last blow, the old witch, having repeated what the queen had taught her, hobbled off, with a harsh croak of laughter, leaving poor Jacinta dissolved in tears, prone on the ground beneath the apple-trees. Nothing could divert her mind from her grief. "I am ugly! I am ugly!" she repeated constantly. It was in vain that Valentin assured and reassured her with the most solemn oaths. "Let me alone! You're lying out of pity. I understand it all now. You never loved me. You're only sorry for me. The beggar woman had no interest in deceiving me. It is only too true. I am ugly. I do not see how you can endure the sight of me." To undeceive her, he brought people from far and near. Every man declared that Jacinta was created to delight the eyes. Even the women said as much, though they were less enthusiastic. But the poor child persisted in her conviction that she was a repulsive object, and when Valentin pressed her to name the wedding day, "I, your wife!" cried she, "never! I love you too dearly to burden you with a being so hideous as I am." You can fancy the despair of the poor fellow so sincerely in love. He threw himself on his knees, he prayed, he supplicated. She answered still that she was too ugly to marry him. What was he to do? The only way to give the lie to the old woman and prove the truth to Jacinta was to put a mirror before her. But there was no such thing in the kingdom, and so great was the terror inspired by the queen that no workman dared make one. "Well, I shall go to court," said the lover in despair. Harsh as our mistress is, she cannot fail to be moved by the tears and the beauty of Jacinta. She will retract, for a few hours at least, this cruel edict which has caused our trouble. It was not without difficulty that he persuaded the young girl to let him take her to the palace. She did not like to show herself, and asked of what use would be a mirror only to impress her more deeply with her misfortune. But when he wept, her heart was moved, and she consented, to please him. "What is all this?" said the wicked queen. "Who are these people, and what do they want?" "Your Majesty, you have before you the most unfortunate lover on the face of the earth." "Do you consider that a good reason for coming here to annoy me?" "Have pity on me." "What have I to do with your love affairs?" "If you would permit a mirror." The queen rose to her feet, trembling with rage. "Who dares to speak to me of a mirror?" she said, grinding her teeth. "Do not be angry, your Majesty, I beg of you, and deign you to hear me. This young girl, whom you see before you so fresh and pretty, is the victim of a strange delusion. She imagines that she is ugly." "Well," said the queen, with a malicious grin, "she is right. I never saw a more hideous object." Jacinta, at these cruel words, thought she would die of mortification. Doubt was no longer possible. She must be ugly. Her eyes closed, she fell on the steps of the throne in a deadly swoon. But Valentin was affected very differently. He cried out loudly that her Majesty must be mad to tell such a lie. He had no time to say more. The guards seized him, and at a sign from the Queen the headsman came forward. He was always beside the throne, for she might need his services at any moment. "Do your duty," said the Queen, pointing out the man who had insulted her. The executioner raised his gleaming axe just as Jacinta came to herself and opened her eyes. Then 2 shrieks pierced the air. One was a cry of joy, for in the glittering steel Jacinta saw herself, so charmingly pretty, and the other a scream of anguish, as the wicked soul of the Queen took flight, unable to bear the sight of her face in the impromptu mirror. End of The Mirror by Catulle Mendes.
The Mistress of Sydenham Plantation by Sarah Orne Jewett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Berard. The Mistress of Sydenham Plantation by Sarah Orne Jewett. A high wind was blowing from the water into the Beaufort streets, a wind with as much reckless hilarity as March could give to her breezes, but soft and springlike, almost early summer-like, in its warmth. In the gardens of the old southern houses that stood along the bay, roses and pettisporum trees were blooming with their delicious fragrance. It was the time of wistarias and wild white lilies, of the last yellow jasmines and the first Cherokee roses. It was the Saturday before Easter Sunday. In the quaint churchyard of old St. Helena's Church, a little way from the bay, young figures were busy among the graves with industrious gardening. At first sight, one might have thought that this pretty service was rendered only from loving sentiments of loyalty to one's ancestors, for under the great live oaks, the sturdy brick walls about the family burying places and the gravestones themselves were moss grown and ancient looking. Yet here and there the wounded look of the earth appealed to the eye and betrayed a new made grave. The old sarcophagi and heavy tablets of the historic Beaufort families stood side by side with plain wooden crosses. The armorial bearings and long epitaphs of the one and the brief lettering of the other suggested the changes that had come with the war to these families, yet somehow the wooden cross touched one's heart with closer sympathy. The padlocked gates to the small enclosures stood open, while gentle girls passed in and out with their Easter flowers of remembrance. On the high churchyard wall and great gate posts perched many a mockingbird, and the golden light changed the twilight under the live oaks to a misty warmth of color. The birds began to sing louder. The gray moss that hung from the heavy boughs swayed less and less, and gave the place a look of pensive silence. In the church itself, most of the palms and rose branches were already in place for the next day's feast, and the old organ followed a fresh young voice that was being trained for the Easter anthem. The 5 doors of the church were standing open. On the steps of that eastern door, which opened midway up the side aisle where the morning sun had shone in upon the white faces of a hospital in wartime, in this eastern doorway sat 2 young women. "I was just thinking," one was saying to the other, "that for the first time Mistress Sydenham has forgotten to keep this day. You know that when she has forgotten everything and everybody else, she has known when Easter came, and has brought flowers to her graves." "Has she been more feeble lately, do you think?" asked the younger of the 2. "Mama saw her the other day, and thought that she seemed more like herself, but she looked very old, too. She told Mama to bring her dolls, and she would give her some bits of silk to make them gowns. Poor Mama! And she had just been wondering how she could manage to get us ready for summer this year. Celestine and me." And the speaker smiled wistfully. It is a mercy that the dear old lady did forget all that happened." And the friends brushed some last bits of leaves from their skirts, and rose and walked away together through the churchyard. The ancient church waited through another Easter even, with its flowers and long memory of prayer and praise. The great earthquake had touched it lightly, time had colored it softly, and the earthly bodies of its children were gathered near its walls in peaceful sleep. From one of the high houses which stood fronting the sea, with their airy balconies and colonnades, had come a small slender figure, like some shy dark thing of twilight, out into the bright sunshine. The street was empty, for the most part. Before one or two of the cheap German shops a group of men watched the little old lady step proudly by. She was a very stately gentlewoman, for one so small and thin. She was feeble, too, and bending somewhat with the weight of years, but there was true elegance and dignity in the way she moved, and those who saw her, persons who shuffled when they walked, and boast loudly of the fallen pride of the South, were struck with sudden deference and admiration. Behind the lady walked a gray-headed Negro, a man who was troubled in spirit, who sometimes gained a step or two and offered an anxious but quite unheeded remonstrance. He was a poor, tottering old fellow. He wore a threadbare evening coat that might have belonged to his late master 30 years before. The pair went slowly along the Bay Street to the end of a row of new shops, and the lady turned decidedly toward the water, and approached the ferry steps. Her servitor groaned aloud, but waited in respectful helplessness. There was a group of negro children on the steps, employed in the dangerous business of crab fishing. At the foot, in his flat-bottomed boat, sat a wondering negro lad, who looked up in apprehension at his passengers. The lady seemed like a ghost. Old Peter, with whose scorn of modern beings and their ways he was partially familiar, old Peter was making frantic signs to him to put out from shore. But the lady's calm desire for obedience prevailed, and presently, out of the knot of idlers that gathered quickly, one, more chivalrous than the rest, helped the strange adventurers down into the boat. It was the fashion to laugh and joke in Beaufort when anything unusual was happening before the eyes of the younger part of the colored population, but as the ferryman pushed off from the shore, even the crab fishers kept awestruck silence, and there were speechless open mouths and much questioning of eyes that showed their whites in vain. Somehow or other, before the boat was out of hail, long before it had passed the first bank of raccoon oysters, the tide being at the ebb, it was known by 50 people that for the first time in more than 20 years the mistress of the old Sydenham plantation on St. Helena's Island had taken it into her poor daft head to go to look after her estates, her crops, and her people. Everybody knew that her estates had been confiscated during the war, that her people owned it themselves now, in 3 and 5 and even 20-acre lots, that her crops of rice and Sea Island cotton were theirs, planted and hoed and harvested on their own account. All these years she had forgotten Sydenham, and the live oak avenue, and the outlook across the water to the hunting islands, where the deer ran wild. She had forgotten the war. She had forgotten her children and her husband, except that they had gone away. The graves to which she carried Easter flowers were her mother's and her father's graves, and her life was spent in a strange dream. Old Peter sat facing her in the boat. The ferryman pulled lustily at the oars, and they moved quickly along in the ebbing tide. The ferryman longed to get his freight safely across. He was in a fret of discomfort whenever he looked at the clear-cut, eager face before him in the stern. How still and straight the old mistress sat! Where was she going? He was awed by her presence, and took refuge, as he rowed, in needless talk about the coming of the sandflies and the great drumfish to Beaufort waters. But Peter had clasped his hands together and bowed his old back, as if he did not care to look anywhere but at the bottom of the boat. Peter was still groaning softly. The old lady was looking back over the water to the row of fine houses, the once luxurious summer homes of Retts and Barnwells, of many a famous household now scattered and impoverished. The ferryman had heard of more one than bereft lady or gentleman who lived in seclusion in the old houses. He knew that Peter still served a mysterious mistress with exact devotion, while most of the elderly colored men and women who had formed the retinues of the old families were following their own affairs far and wide. "Oh, Lord, oh, miss, what can I go to do?" mumbled Peter, with his head in his hands. "Thar'll be nothin' to see. Poor old miss, I do know what you say. Trouble, trouble." But the mistress of Sydenham plantation had a way of speaking but seldom, and of rarely listening to what any one was pleased to say in return. Out of the mistiness of her clouded brain a thought had come with unwonted clearness. She must go to the island. Her husband and sons were detained at a distance. It was the time of year to look after corn and cotton. She must attend to her house and her slaves. The remembrance of that news of battle and of the 3 deaths that had left her widowed and childless had faded away in the illness it had brought. She never comprehended her loss. She was like one bewitched into indifference. She remembered something of her youth, and kept a simple routine of daily life, and that was all. "I thought she'd done forget everything," groaned Peter again. "Oh, Lord, have mercy on old miss." The landing place on Lady's Island was steep and sandy, and the oarsman watched Peter help the strange passenger up the ascent with a sense of blessed relief. He pushed off a little way into the stream for better self-defense. At the top of the bluff was a rough shed, built for shelter, and Peter looked about him eagerly, while his mistress stood, expectant and imperious, in the shade of a pride of India tree that grew among the live oaks and pines of a wild thicket. He was wretched with a sense of her discomfort, though she gave no sign of it. He had learned to know by instinct all that was unspoken. In the old times she would have found 4 oarsmen waiting with a cushioned boat at the ferry. She would have found a saddle horse or a carriage ready for her on Lady's Island for the 5 miles' journey, but the carriage had not come. The poor, gray-headed old man recognized her displeasure. He was her only slave left, if she did but know it. "For Gawd's sake, give me some kind of cot, old miss. She done wake up and mean to go out to Sydenham dis day," urged Peter. "Who dis hoss and kyart in de shed? Who make dis track wid hoofs just now like dey done ride by? Yo' go git somebody fo' me, or she be right mad, sho'." The elderly guardian of the shed, who was also of the old regime, hobbled away quickly and backed out a steer that was broken to harness, and a rickety 2-wheeled cart. Their owner had left them there for some hours, and had crossed the ferry to Beaufort. Old mistress must be obeyed, and they looked toward her beseechingly where she was waiting, deprecating her disapproval of this poor apology for a conveyance. The lady long since had ceased to concern herself with the outward shapes of things. She accepted this possibility of carrying out her plans, and they lifted her light figure to the chair in the cart's end, while Peter mounted before her with all a coachman's dignity. He once had his ambitions of being her coachman, and they moved slowly away through the deep sand. "My Gawd A'mighty, look out for us now," said Peter over and over. "Ole miss she done forget, good Lord, she done forget how de good marster up dere done took from her everything. She 'spect now she find Sydenham all de same laks it was 'fore de war. She ain't know 'bout what's been sence day of de gun shoot on Port Royal. and dar away. Oh, Lord Almighty, you know how you stove her po' head wid dem gun shoot. Be easy to old miss." But as Peter pleaded in the love and sorrow of his heart, the lady who sat behind him was unconscious of any cause for grief. Some sweet vagaries in her own mind were matched to the loveliness of the day. All her childhood, spent among the rustic scenes of these fertile sea islands, was yielding for her now an undefined pleasantness of association. The straight stemmed palmettos stood out with picturesque clearness against the great level fields, with their straight furrows running out of sight. Figures of men and women followed the furrow, passed slowly. Here were men and horses bending to the plowshare, and there women and children sowed with steady hand the rich seed of their crops. There were touches of color in the headkerchiefs. There were sounds of songs as the people worked, not gay songs of the evening, but some repeated line of a hymn to steady the patient feet and make the work go faster. The unconscious music of the blacks, who sing as the beetle drones or the cricket chirps slowly under the dry grass. It had a look of permanence, this cotton planting. It was a thing to paint, to relate itself to the permanence of art, an everlasting duty of mankind, terrible if a thing of force and compulsion and for another's gain, but the birthright of the children of Adam, and not unrewarded nor unnatural when one drew by it one's own life from the earth. Peter glanced through the hedgerows furtively, this way and that. What would his mistress say to the cabins that were scattered all about the fields now, and that were no longer put together in the long lines of the quarters? He looked down the deserted lane, where he well remembered 50 cabins on each side of the way. It was gay there of a summer evening. The old times had not been without their pleasures, and the poor old man's heart leapt with the vague delight of his memories. He had never been on the block. He was born and bred at old Sydenham. He had been trusted in house and field. "I done like dem old times de best," ventures Peter presently to his unresponding companion. "Dey was good 'bout dem times. I say I like de old times good as any. Young folks may be a change for me." He was growing gray in the face with apprehension. He did not dare to disobey. The slow-footed beast of burden was carrying them towards Sydenham, step by step, and he dreaded the moment of arrival. He was like a mesmerized creature who can only obey the force of a directing will, but under pretence of handling the steer's harness, he got stiffly to the ground to look at his mistress. He could not turn to face her as he sat in the cart. He could not drive any longer and feel her there behind him. The silence was too great. It was a relief to see her placid face, and to see even a more youthful look in its worn lines. She had been a very beautiful woman in her young days, and a solemn awe fell upon Peter's tender heart lest the veil might be lifting from her hidden past, and there, alone with him, on the old plantation, she would die of grief and pain. God only knew what might happen. The old man mounted to his seat, and again they plodded on. "Peter," said the mistress. He was always frightened when she spoke. "Peter, we must hurry. I was late in starting. I have a great deal to do. Urge the horses." "Yes, miss. Yes, miss." And Peter laughed aloud, nervously, and brandished his sassafras switch, while the steer hastened a little. They had come almost to the gates. "Who are these?" the stately wayfarer asked once, as they met some persons who gazed at them in astonishment. "I 'spect dem de good ladies from de Norf what come down to show de colored folks how to do reading," answered Peter bravely. "It do look kind o' comfortable over here," he added wistfully, half to himself. He could not understand even now how oblivious she was of the great changes on St. Helena's. There were curious eyes watching from the fields, and here by the roadside an aged black woman came to her cabin door. "Lord!" exclaimed Peter. "What can I do now? And old Sybil, she's done crazy too, and dey'll be mischievous together." The steer could not be hurried past, and Sybil came and leaned against the wheel. "Mornin', mistis," said Sybil. "And yo' too, Peter. How's all? Day of judgment's comin' in mornin'. Some nice buttermilk? I done get rich. Dat's my cow." And she pointed to the field and chuckled. Peter felt as if his brain were turning. "Bless de Lord, I no more slave," said old Sybil, looking up with impudent scrutiny at her old mistress's impassive face. "You know Mars Middleton, what yo' buy me from? He my foster brother. We push away from same breast. He got trouble, poor gentleman. He sorry to sell Sybil. He give me $silver dat day and feel bad. Never mind, I say. I get good mistis, young mistis, at Sydenham. I like her well. I did so. I pick my £200 all days, and I ain't whipped. Too bad sold me. Poor Mars Middleton, but he in trouble. He done come see me last plantin'," Sybil went on proudly. "Oh God, he grown old and poor lookin'. He come in just in dat door, and he say, 'Sybil, I long and long to see you.' And now I see you, and he kiss and kiss me. And dere's one wide river of Jordan, and we'll soon be there, black and white. I was right glad I see old Mars Middleton 'fore I die." The old creature poured forth the one story of her great joy and pride. She had told it 1,000 times. It had happened, not the last planting, but many plantings ago. It remained clear when everything else was confused. There was no knowing what she might say next. She began to take the strange steps of a slow dance, and Peter urged his steer forward, while his mistress said suddenly, "Good bye, Sybil. I am glad you are doing so well," with a strange irrelevancy of graciousness. It was in the old days before the war that Sybil had fallen insensible one day in the cotton field. Did her mistress think that it was still that year? And Peter's mind could not puzzle out this awful day of anxiety. They turned at last into the live oak avenue. They had only another half-mile to go, and here, in the place where the lady had closest association, her memory was suddenly revived almost to clearness. She began to hurry Peter impatiently. It was a mischance that she had not been met at the ferry. She was going to see to putting the house in order, and the women were all waiting. It was autumn, and they were going to move over from Beaufort. It was spring next moment, and she had to talk with her overseers. The old imperiousness flashed out. Did not Peter know that his master was kept at the front, and the young gentlemen were with him, and their regiment was going into action? It was a blessing to come over and forget it all, but Peter must drive, drive. They had taken no care of the avenue, how the trees were broken in the storm. The house needed. They were going to move the next day but one, and nothing was ready. A party of gentlemen were coming from Charleston in the morning. They passed the turn of the avenue. They came out to the open lawn, and the steer stopped and began to browse. Peter shook from head to foot. He climbed down by the wheel and turned his face slowly. "Oh, miss," he said feebly. "Oh, miss." She was looking off into space. The cart jerked as it moved after the feeding steer. The mistress of Sydenham plantation had sought her home in vain. The crumbled, fallen chimneys of the house were there among the weeds, and that was all. On Christmas Day and Easter Day, many an old man and woman come into St. Helena's Church who are not seen there the rest of the year. There are not a few recluses in the parish who come to listen to their teacher and to the familiar prayers, read with touching earnestness and simplicity, as one seldom hears the prayers read anywhere. This Easter morning dawned clear and bright, as Easter morning should. The fresh bloomed roses and lilies were put in their places. There was no touch of paid hands anywhere, and the fragrance blew softly about the church. As you sat in your pew, You could look out through the wide open doors and see the drooping branches, and the birds as they sat singing on the gravestones, the sad faces of the old people, the cheerful faces of the young, passed by up the aisle. One figure came to sit alone in one of the pews, to bend its head in prayer, after the ancient habit. Peter led her, as usual, to the broad aisle doorway, and helped her, stumbling himself, up the steps, and many eyes filled with tears as his mistress went to her place. Even the tragic moment of yesterday was lost already in the acquiescence of her mind, as the calm sea shines back to the morning sun when another wreck has gone down. End of The Mistress of Sydenham Plantation by Sarah Orne Jewett. Morning Glory by Mary E. Wilkins. From Understudies, Harper & Brothers, New York, 1901. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Morning Glory by Mary E. Wilkins. All over the stone wall in front of the Bemis house, the morning glories thrived, and not only there, but on the trellis work over the east door. They even trailed along the ground their garlands of purple and rosy and white blossoms when support failed them. The morning glory prefers a prop for her tender growth, but such is her rapture of youth and morning that she blossoms anywhere. From the face of the rock, from the depths of the dewy grass, from tree and trellis, prone in the dust of the highway at the mercy of the feet of men, the morning glories shout out their great silent chorus of triumph through 100 trumpets of delicate bloom. The morning glories had always been a distinctive feature of the Bemis place. Madame Bemis, as she was called, was very fond of them. Madame Bemis was the daughter of old Squire Bemis, and she had married her own cousin, the son of Minister Bemis. Now squires were out of date, and even ministers of as many years' settlement as her husband's father had lost prestige, but there was still recognition on the part of the villagers for the descendants of such notables, hence the Madame Bemis. They were emulous of her notice, and they had a pride which was like feudal loyalty in Alexander. Alexander's father had died when he was a child too young to remember him clearly. The little boy always had a face appear to his mental vision whenever the dead man's name was mentioned, but whether it was true or not he never knew. This vision was not in the least like a portrait of his father, done crudely in oil, which hung in the best parlor. This portrait represented his father as a very young boy, with a face as puffed out with the wind of innocent gaiety as a cherub's. He was dressed in the artlessly grotesque fashion of a former generation, in an awkward little nankeen suit, with a wide frill around the neck, and strapped shoes. "I could never see the least resemblance to your father after he was grown up, in that portrait," Alexander's mother used to say, "but I suppose he must have been like that when he was a child, for a good artist painted it. Your father never looked in the least like you, Alexander." When Madame Bemis said that, she would gaze up at her son with a perfect assent of admiration with which she had never gazed at his father. Her married life had not been altogether satisfactory to her. Her husband had been something of a disappointment. He was very much a Bemis, as was she, and there had been a constant, wearying echoing of family traits. "I wish, Addison, when you lose your temper, you would not lose it in exactly the same way that I do," she told her husband once. The tastes of the two had been so similar that they gave rise to that curious discord which may result from harmony. With such an identity of hereditary tastes, there was at once a loss of individuality and a maddening intensifying of it, as in a convex mirror, and the result was either weariness or a monstrous egotism. In the woman's case it was weariness, in the man's egotism. The woman, when her son came, had for the first time in her life a distinct interest in something outside herself, and yet belonging to her. She did not have to admire or dislike in the child her own appearance and traits, or her husband's. He was essentially different from both parents, or appeared to be so. Certainly he differed from them physically. Both Alexander's parents were small, with fair hair, and he was exactly the reverse. Madame Bemis said that he resembled her own father, who had not been a true Bemis, but had inherited from the mother's side. "My father was the first dark Bemis who ever lived, so far as I know," she said, "and he was like my grandmother, who was immoral, and was said to have Indian blood. Alexander seems more like father than he does like me or his own father." Then Madame Bemis concluded, as she always concluded everything, all her paragraphs of life, with, as it were, a little tailpiece of a look of boundless admiration at Alexander. Alexander was accustomed to that look, and not on his mother's face alone. Everybody whom he met looked at him in that fashion. He was never at any time particularly elated by it. He merely acquiesced in it as his rightful due, and had done so from the first. Alexander had been a very precocious child, and not in the least slow to recognize his own relation to his environments. Long before people thought that he understood, when they talked before his face of his beauty and brilliancy, he was fully alive to the situation. "Oh, that baby can't understand what we say," one woman replied to another, who remonstrated with her for her outspoken admiration in the presence of the child. "He doesn't know what a beauty he is, do you, darling?" But Alexander, who could speak few words, and understood many, and who, besides, had as keen an intelligence for variations of voice and expressions of face as a dog, would look at her with his wonderful contemplative black eyes and understand perfectly. He knew that he was a beautiful, marvelous little boy, that no other child in the village could equal him, and everybody admired him. He used to view his small image in the mirror with no vanity, but entire comprehension of its beauty. There had really never been such a beautiful child as Alexander in the village, or perhaps in the state. There was something about that noble, gentle little face, lighted with those great black stars of eyes, and that little figure full of the touching majesty of innocence and childhood, which made a woman's heart ache with love and desire, and a man's with ambition and desire. "That boy is going to be something, if he lives," they said. They repeated his bright sayings, which were many. He was a talented child. When he went to school he soon outstripped those of his own age, and graduated the youngest of his class, and was ready for college at 17. Madame Bemis went to college with Alexander. She could not bear her beautiful, noble son to be long out of her sight. The Bemis place was shut up during the long terms, and Madame Bemis lived in the college town, and made a home for Alexander. But when the morning glories were in blossom, the two were home again, and Alexander, resplendent with new clothes, and new stature, and new knowledge, was passing in and out of the east door, under the trellis, purple and rosy and white, with the trumpet-shaped flowers. The admiration of Alexander grew and grew. He was making a brilliant record at college. He seemed to be moving on an ascendant scale in everything: mind, looks, and attainments. People began to think that he might in time become almost anything: representative, senator, perhaps even president, at least governor of the state. His mother had the fullest faith in it. "There is no reason why you cannot be anything that you want to be, Alexander," she would say, and Alexander would flash upon her one of his brilliant, contemplative looks, and make no dissent. There was in reality something sublime in the boy's consciousness of his own power. It was completely removed from vanity. It was a simple, ingenuous, recognition of the truth. "Alexander Bemis does think he's awful smart," said one sharp-tongued, dissenting young girl to another, who retorted, "Well, he is awful smart." "I would rather he didn't know it," said the first. "Then he wouldn't be bright," said the other. Alexander was worshipped afar off by the young girls of the village, but he made a sweetheart of none of them until he had graduated from college. He came home laden with honors. He had won prize after prize. He had been mentioned in the newspapers. Madame Bemis was so proud of him that life was to her like a triumphal march. If the church bell in this little New England village, which never rang in the interest of any individual unless his house was on fire or he was on his way to his tomb, had pealed for joy when Alexander came home from college, she would have considered it quite appropriate. What demonstration in greeting of such magnificent promise as that of her son could be out of place? However, although the bell was not rung, Alexander was made much of in his native village. Young as he was elected a member of the school committee, and was made chairman of the selectmen. At every public meeting he was called upon as "our talented and promising young townsman" to speak. He sat upon the platform with the local dignitaries. His name, pricked out with laudatory adjectives, appeared often in the local paper. Alexander at that time could scarcely sit down, or stand up, or eat his breakfast but it was made the subject of admiring chronicle. He could not speak without a listening hush. He held undisputed moral sway over the whole village, but his head was not in the least turned. He bore all his honors with the magnificent ease and unconcern of one born to a crown. The year after Alexander graduated, Amanda Doane came to live in the village. Her father was a rich manufacturer, who bought out the little factory and established a gigantic plant, which might in time convert the small town into a city. His daughter was a beauty of a coarse, emphatic type. Not a line wavered, not a color was indeterminate. Her loud, clear voice never faltered in the expression of her opinions. Alexander lost his heart to her at once. The village people quite approved of the match, but Madame Bemis hesitated. For the first time a doubt as to whether the king could not do wrong seized her. When her son told her of his engagement, she looked at him uncertainly. "Why, what is the matter, mother?" Alexander asked with wonder. "She is not like the women of our family," Madame Bemis replied falteringly. Alexander laughed. "She is a lady at heart," he replied, "and as for the rest, she can acquire it. Not that I am not entirely satisfied," he added generously. But Amanda Doane acquired nothing. She remained a fact, settled and incontrovertible. Her period for receptivity had passed. Although she was still young, her character had formed and developed to a perfect flower of resistance to all outside influence. The engagement was not to be a long one. The wedding day was set. Then one afternoon Amanda appeared at the Bemis house. Such was her almost brutal directness of action, when her mind had once formed a purpose, that she came, rather than send for Alexander. "I don't care if you stay in the room," said she to Madame Bemis. "I would just as soon you heard." Then she confronted the two, the splendid young fellow and his adoring mother, and made her little speech, which was full of revolutionary eloquence. It was the revolt of a daughter of the people, of the modern conditions of things against all inactive superiority. The girl did not speak good English, but she spoke with a force which made her own language. "Now, you look at here, Alexander Bemis," said she. "I've promised to marry you, and I'm most ready, clothes all bought and everything. I don't know what you will say, and I don't know what folks will say, and I can't help it, and I don't care. I'm going to back out. I've got to look out for myself and my father's money, that he's worked so hard to get, without a dollar to start with. I'm going to back out. I've liked you, and I like you now, And it ain't none too easy for me, and I've laid awake some nights thinking of it, but it's better for both of us. I ain't going to marry you. You're good and steady and handsome, and you're awful smart, but you ain't done anything but talk smart, and look smart, and be smart. You ain't never acted smart, and I don't believe you ever will. You haven't done anything. You've just laid right back on your reputation, and that's what you're going to do right along. I'd rather have a man with less smartness than you that can use what little he's got. There's no use. I'm going to back out." The girl's voice broke a little. There were tears in her indignant blue eyes. Her red lips pouted into sobs, which she resolutely restrained. Alexander towered over her, pale and magnificent and quite silent. His mother shrank into a little, faintly breathing, wide-eyed heap in a corner of the sofa. Amanda pulled the engagement ring, a little ancient pearl hoop, an heirloom in the Bemis family, from her finger. "Here," said she, "here's your ring. I'll always wish you well." Alexander took the ring between a long thumb and forefinger. Amanda's were short and stubbed, and looked at it, then at the girl, with a sort of pained and stately acquiescence. "Very well, Amanda," he replied, quite calmly, but his lips were white. Gentleman born and bred, diametrically different by nature and training, he had been very fond of this girl, who defied, with her coarse but splendid vigour, all laws and rules of growth and advance to which she did not herself subscribe. "Why ain't the kind of English I speak as good as yours?" she had demanded of him once. They would always have spoken two languages had they lived together for a lifetime, but that had not seemed of much moment to him. She had, perhaps, supplied some inherent need of his nature, and been to him a sort of spiritual trellis work, which had been essential for his future growth. Be that as it may, after Amanda Doan deserted him, he retrograded further and still further from his early promise, though that might have happened in any case. Amanda soon married a young manufacturer, who went into business with her father. Alexander used often to see her driving in her smart trap, with her keen-looking, alert husband by her side. Later on he saw her with a small brood of children, who were the children of her time as well, who raised a shrill babel of voices, like a multiple of their mothers. As time went on, and Alexander did no more than he had done, people began gradually to lose faith in him, especially after his mother died. Her faith had served as a prop for that of others. Then slowly Alexander dropped and sagged away from his high estate until he lay nearly prone in his path of life, yet still, even there, with a certain unconquerable beauty and glory. No man could ever say aught against Alexander Bemis, except that he had never done that which he had bade fair to do, and had failed to keep his promise to himself. He lived to be an old man, old and shrunken, going in and out his east door, under the garlands of morning glories, and people, seeing him, used to speak in this wise: "That is Alexander Bemis. Everybody used to think he was going to be something great, but he never amounted to anything at all. He has never done anything. He used to speak in town meeting. We thought he would be a Daniel Webster or a Charles Sumner and go to Congress, but he never did. When he was young, everybody thought there was nobody like him in town, but he never came to anything. Every spring the morning glories came again and sent forth their great silent chorus of youth and victory from their 100 trumpet mouths. Then at noon they closed and slept, and remained asleep until the next morning, when they awoke again to their chorus of victory, and Alexander passed beneath them, still old and wrecked and defeated. But the day of a man is longer than that of a flower. End of Morning Glory by Mary E. Wilkins. The Penitent of Cross Village by Mary Hartwell Catherwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Berard. The Penitent of Cross Village by Mary Hartwell Catherwood. The cross cast its shadow around its feet, so high noon stood over Cross Village. It was behind the church, rising above the gable, of silver-colored wood stained by weather to an almost phosphorescent glint. Seen from the lake, the cross towered, the most conspicuous thing on the bluff. A whitewashed fence stretched between it and the cliff, and on this fence sat Moses Nazargetbeck, looking across Lake Michigan. He heard a soft tap on the ground near him, and knew that his wife's grandmother had come out to walk there. She was the only villager, except his wife, whose approach he could endure. His wife stood some distance apart, protecting him, as Miriam protected the first Moses. Other women gathered in the grove along the bluff to spread the festival midday meal, said to one another, "Moses has now mourned a week for Frank Chivham and his shipwrecked boat and the white men. We shall miss Lucy's fish pie this year." It was at last year's festival that Frank began to notice Catherine. They were like one family, those four, and the grandmother, especially after Moses and Frank bought the sailboat together. No wonder the poor fellow sits on the fence and says nothing while the tribes are racing horses. But it is worst for poor Catherine, who was to have been a bride. See her sit like a stone in the sun! It is little any one can say to comfort Catherine. The women, who knew no English, used soft Chippewa or Ottawa gutturals. The men who ventured on the conqueror's language used it shorn and contracted, as white children do. The annual festivities of the Cross Village were at their height. Yells and the tumultuous patter of racing hoofs fell on Moses's ear. A trial of horse speed was now in progress, and later in the day would come a trial of agility and endurance in the Ottawa and Chippewa dances. The race course was the mile-long street, beginning at the old chapel and ending at the monastery. Young Indians, vividly clad in red calico shirts and fringed leggings, leaned over their horses' necks, whipping and shouting. Dust rose behind the flying cavalcade, and spectators were obliged to keep close to the small carved houses, or risk being run down. Young braves denied the warpath were obliged to give themselves unbridled range of some sort. The monastery brethren had closed their whitewashed gates, not because they objected to the yearly fête, nor because custom made the monastery the goat in horse racing, but because there was in the festivities an abandoned spirit to be dealt with only by the parish priest. On ordinary days the brethren were glad to show those beneficial death's heads with which their departed prior had ornamented the inner walls of his tomb before he came to use it. The village knew it had been that good prior's habit to sit in a coffin meditating while he painted skulls and crossbones in that roofed enclosure which was to be his body's last resting place. Young squaws and braves often peeped at the completed grave and its surrounding symbols of mortality. It was as good as a Chippewa ghost story. The priest let himself be seen all the morning, without speaking a word. He was a check upon the riotous. Ottawa and Chippewa had a right to commemorate some observances of their forefathers. He always winked at their dances, and this day the one silent Indian on the fence troubled him more than all the barbaric horsemen. Moses's wife had been to him. Lucy was very indignant at her cousin Catherine. Moses neither ate nor slept, and he groaned in the night as if he had toothache. He would not talk to her. The good father might not believe it, but Catherine was putting a spell on Moses in revenge for Frank Chivham. Catherine blamed Moses for everything, the shipwreck, the drowning, perhaps even for the storm. She hounded him out of the house, and then she hounded him in again by standing and looking at him with fixed gaze. It was more than flesh could bear. The father must see that Moses and Lucy would have to leave Cross Village and go to the Chenaux or Mackinac, taking the grandmother with them. It would be hard for Moses to live without a boat. But then, Lucy demanded triumphantly, what would Catherine do without a man or any relation left in the house? The priest looked from Catherine, motionless as a rock in the sun by the church gable, to Moses on the fence, with his back towards her. The grandmother, oblivious to both, felt her way along the ground with a stick, and Lucy watched, nearer the grove. These four had occupied one of the small unpainted wooden houses as a united family. It was a sorrow to the priest that they might now be divided, one of them bearing an unconfessed trouble on his mind. For if Moses Nazajibek was as innocent as his wife Lucy believed him to be of the catastrophe which he said had happened on Lake Superior, he would not fly from poor Catherine as from an avenger. There were fences of silver flattened out on the water. Farther from shore flitted changeable bars of green and rose and pale blue, converging until they swept the surface like some colossal peacock's tail. The grandmother, stumping with her stick, came quite near the cliff edge and stopped there. She was not blind or deaf, but her mind had long been turned inward and backward. She saw daily happenings as symbols of what had been. She knew more tribal lore than any other Indian of Cross Village, and repeated, as she had repeated 100 times before when scanning the log dock with its fleet of courtesying boats, the steep road, and the strip of sand below. Down there was the first cross set up, many years ago, by a man who came here in a large boat moved by wings like the wings of a gull. The man had a white face and long hair the colour of the sun. When he first landed, he fell on his knees and then began to count a string of beads. Then he sang a song and called the other men, some of whom were Indians, from the boat. They cut down trees, and he made them set up a large cross at the foot of the bluff. Since then that strip of sand has been sacred, though the cross is gone, and a new one is set here by our priest. The old squaw indicated with her stick the silver-coloured relic behind Moses Nazagabek. Her guttural chant affected none of her hearers, except that Catherine frowned at a sight which could divert Moses. The Ottawas and Chippewas are a hard-featured people. Catherine was, perhaps, the handsomest product of an ill-favoured village. Haggard pallor now encroached on the vermilion of her cheek. She wore an old hat of plaited bark pulled down to her eyes, and her strong black hair hung in two neglected braids. The patience of aboriginal womanhood was not stamped on her as it was on Lucy. A panther could look no fiercer than this lithe young Indian girl, whose bridal finery was hid in the house, and whose banns had been published in the mission church. Trying to grapple with the trouble of Moses Nazagabek and Catherine, the priest also stood gazing at the dock, where children usually played, tumbling in to swim or be drawn out, only more roseate for the bath. The children were now gathered in the grove or along the race course. Nothing moved below except lapping water. It was seldom that these lake-going people left their landing place so deserted. Gliding down from the north where the cliff had screened it from view came a small schooner. The priest, shaded by his broad hat, watched the passing craft with barely conscious recognition of it as an object, until handkerchiefs fluttered from the deck and startled him. The tall, silver-white cross was so conspicuous that anyone standing near it must be observed. The priest shook his handkerchief in reply. He had many friends along the coast and among the islands, but his long sight caught some familiar guise which made him directly signal and entreat with wide peremptory sweeps of the arm. "Moses," commanded the priest, "you must unfasten the boat and go with me. There are people on board yonder that I want to see." No other man being at hand, the request was a natural one, and Moses had been used to responding to such needs of the priest. But he cast a quick look at the black robe and sat sullenly until a stern repetition compelled him. The priest had continued his signals, and the schooner came about and waited. It was not a long pull. Moses, rowing with his back towards the schooner, watched the face of his spiritual father. "That will do," said the priest, and almost instantly someone on the schooner deck hailed him. "Good day, your reverence. What can we do for you?" And another voice that Moses knew well shouted: "Hullo, Moses, is that you? Where's Frank? Did you get back all right with the sailboat?" The Indian cowered over his oars without answering or turning his head. "I have come out," answered the priest, "to satisfy myself that I really see you here alive. We heard you were shipwrecked and drowned in Lake Superior." "Shipwrecked, your reverence? What nonsense! We had a fine voyage and dismissed the men at the Salt. But since then we decided to make another cruise to the head of Lake Michigan and hired another skipper. There is Moses in the boat with you, and Frank came home with him. They knew we were not shipwrecked." "Will you land at Cross Village?" "No, your reverence. We only tacked in to salute the cross in passing." "But where shall I find you if I have urgent business with you?" "At Little Traverse Bay. We cannot stop here." The schooner was drifting away broadside, and the voice of the speaker came across a widening swell of water. Then she came up into her course, cutting a breastwork of foam in front of her as she passed on southward. With pantomime salutations, the priest and the two men who had hired Moses Nazagébek and Frank Chivin took leave of each other. It had been a brief conference, but Moses rowed back a convicted criminal. He did not look at his conscience keeper in the end of the boat. His high cheeked face seemed to have had all individuality blotted out of it. Dazed and blear eyed, he shipped his oars and tied the boat to its stake. A great noise of drumming and shouting came from the grove above, for the dances were soon to begin. The steep road was a cavalry height to Moses. He dragged his feet as he climbed and stumbled in the deep sand, he who was so lithe of limb and nimble in any action. He had felt Catherine's eyes on his back like burning glasses as he sat on the fence. They reflected on him now in one glare all the knowledge that the priest had gained of his crime. It was easier to follow to instant confession than to stay outside longer where Catherine could watch him. His wife's grandmother passed him, tapping along the fence and repeating again the legend of the first cross in Cross Village. Even in that day, men who had slain their brothers were expected to give satisfaction to the tribe. It was either a life for a life or the labor of long hunting to solace a bereaved family. He knelt down in the place where he had often confessed such little sins as lying or convivial drunkenness. How slight and innocent these offences seemed as the hopeless weight of this burden crushed him. The stern yet compassionate face over him exacted every word. The priest remembered that this had not been a bad Chippewa. He had lived a steady, honest life in his humble station, keeping the three women well provided with such comforts as they needed. He had fished, he had labored at wood chopping, and in the season helped Lucy fill her birch bark macocks with maple sugar for sale at the larger settlements. The anguish of Cain was in the man's eyes. Natural life and he had already parted company. The teeth showed between his relaxed lips. "Moses Nazagébek," said the priest, disregarding formula and dealing with the primitive sinner, "what have you done with Frank Chivin?" "Father, I kill him." The brief English which the Indian men mastered and used in their trading at the settlements was Moses's refuge in confession. To profane his native language with his crime seemed the last enormity of all. "It was a lie that there was a wreck in Lake Superior?" "Yes, father." "It was a lie that you lost your sailboat?" "Yes, father." "Did you intend to kill Frank?" Moses swallowed as if his throat were closing. "No, no. We both drunk. We quarrel. Frank sitting on edge of boat. I come up behind him and hit him with oar. I knock him into the water." "This was after the white men left you?" "Yes, father. We have our money. We get drunk at salt." "Where is his body?" "In St. Mary's River, not far above Drummond Island." "Are you sure he was drowned?" "Oh, sure." Moses's jaw dropped. "Frank, he go down like a stone, and his spirit follow me ever since. His spirit tell Catherine. His spirit drive these men back so Cross Village know the truth. Good name, Chibham, that mean spirit. It follow me all the time. I get no rest till that spirit satisfied." "My unhappy son, you must confess and give yourself up to justice." "Justice no good. Justice hang. Frank Chibham want me go down like stone. Frank Chibham drive me back where he went down. But I not have my boat. Next thing Frank Chibham send me boat." "What did you do with Frank's and yours?" "I leave it at Drummond Island with Chippewa there, and tell him to give it to nobody but Frank Chibham. I never set foot on that boat again. Frank's spirit angrier there than anywhere else." "But how did you come home?" "I get other Chippewa at Drummond to bring me to Mackinac. Then I get Chippewa at Mackinac to bring me to Cross Village. I tell last Chippewa I had a shipwreck. After Frank drowned I not know what to do. I had to come home. I thought if I said the boat was wrecked my people might believe me. I have to see Lucy." His bloodshot eyes piteously sought the compassion of his confessor. One moment's lapse into a brutal frenzy which now seemed some other man's had changed all things for him. Never before had penitent come to that closet in such despair. Moses had repented through what seemed to him a long nightmare of succeeding days. There was no hope for him. He was called a Christian Indian, but the white man's consolations and ideas of retribution were not the red man's. He heard the priest arrange a journey for him to give himself up to the law. The priest was a wise man, but this was uselessly clogging the wheels of fate. He did not want to sit in a jail with Frank Chibham's spirit. Such company was bad enough in the open sunlight. It was plain that neither Frank nor Catherine would be appeased by any offering short of their full measure of vengeance. Having settled it that Moses's penance for his crime must be to give himself up to the law, the priest left him in the chapel and went out to press some sailboat into service. It would be almost impossible to take any Indian from the festivities. The death of the most agile dancer and the withdrawal of the most ardent horse racer had very mildly checked the usual joy. Moses, in his broken state, was, perhaps, capable of sailing a boat, but it would be wiser to have another skipper aboard in crossing the strait to Mackinac. It was fortunate, on the other hand, that the fate had prevented fishermen from hailing the passing schooner. The men were known by all the villagers, having stayed at the Cross Village Inn, a place scarcely larger than a Chippewa cabin, kept by the only white family. These tribe remnants were gentle in their semi-civilization, yet the priest dreaded to think what might become of Moses if they discovered his lie, and denied him the indulgence accorded to accidental man-killers. To borrow a sailboat would be easy enough while sympathy lasted for his penitent. He remembered also that Lucy could help sail it, and it would be best to take her to Mackinac for the parting with her husband. The cross was stretching its afternoon shadow, and wind, sweet with the moisture of many tossing blue miles, flowed across the bluff. There never had been a fairer day for the yearly dances. Under his trouble the priest was conscious of trivial self-reproach that he had not told the passers it was fête day, but he reflected that few could love this remote aboriginal world as he loved it, in joy or tragedy. The glamour of the north was over it through every season. At bleak January end, in wastes of snow, the small houses were sealed and glowing with fires, and sledges creaked on the crust, while the shout of Indian children could be heard. Then the ice boat shot out on the closed strait above, and veered like a spirit from point to point, almost silent and terribly swift. On mornings after there had been a dry mist from the lake, this whole world was bridal white, every twig loaded with frost blooms, until the far-reaching glory gave it a tropical beauty and lavishness, and the frost fell like showers of flower petals. His people stood respectfully out of his way as he entered the grove. The throb, throb, and pat, pat of drum and feet were farther off, where young men were dancing in a ring. He could see their lithe bodies sway between tree boles. Old squaws sat with knees up to their chins, and old men smoked, pressing close to the spectacle. The priest was sensitive enough to feel a stir of uneasiness at his invasion of the aboriginal temple, and he was not long in having a boat put at his disposal. The next thing was to induce Moses and Lucy to accompany him quietly down to the dock. He spoke to Lucy at her door. She sat in dull dejection, her basket work and supply of sweet grass on the floor beside her. "Come, Lucy, I have business in Mackinac, and Moses and you must take me there." "Did that schooner bring you news, father?" "Yes." "But it is late." "We may remain there to night. Take such things with you as your husband might need for a week." Lucy obediently put her basket work away and prepared for the journey. She was conscious of triumph over Catherine, from whom the priest was about to rescue Moses. She put on her best sweetgrass hat and made up her bundle. The priest brought Moses out of the chapel with a pity and tenderness that touched Lucy, and the three went down the steep road. Her grandmother was sitting in the sun by the gable and did not notice them. The old woman was telling herself the story of Nana Beaujeu. The sailboat which they were to take was anchored off the end of the dock. Moses rowed out after it and brought it alongside. He was busy raising the sails, and the priest and Lucy had already taken their seats when the little craft answered to a light bound over the stern, and Catherine sat resolutely down, looking at Moses Nazargibeck. Moses let the sails fall and leapt out. He tied the rope to the dock. "Get into the boat again, Moses," commanded the priest, "and Catherine, you go back." Moses shook his head. His spirit was broken, but it was a physical impossibility for him to sail a boat to Mackinac with Catherine aboard. The priest knew he might as well attempt to control gulls. French clamour or Anglo-Saxon brutality would be easy to persuade or compel, in comparison with this dense aboriginal silence. He took patience and sat still, reading his breviary. The boat ground softly against logs, and Lucy hugged her bundle, determined on the journey. Moses remained with his back to them, dangling his legs over the end of the dock. Catherine kept her place, grasping the edges of the craft. It was plain if Moses Nazargibeck went to Mackinac, it would be in the hands of officers sent to bring him at a later period. So the day dropped down in splendor, lake and sky becoming one dazzle of gold so bright the eye might not dwell on it. The party of four returned, and Catherine walked last up the hill. Religion and penance were nothing to a Chippewa girl who had distinct intentions of vengeance. She kept an eye on her victim while she milked the cows as they came from the woods to keep their nightly appointment. The priest owned some lack in himself that he could not better handle the destinies around him. They hurt him as rock would bruise tender flesh. Barbaric instrumentation and shouting did not keep him awake after darkness closed in. He would have lain awake if a dog had not stirred in Cross Village. He heard the wind change and strike the east side of his house with gusts of rain. Fires must die down to wet ashes in the grove. He knew the cross stood white and tall in scudding mist, and on the crosses in the cemetery chaplets and flowers made of white rags hung bedraggled. He foresaw the kind of day which would open before his poor penitent, and be a symbol of the life that was to follow. It was the priest himself who introduced Moses to this day, opening the door and standing unheeding under the overflow of the eaves. The hiss of rain could be heard, and daylight penetrated reluctantly abroad. Moses sat drooped forward with his elbows on his knees by the open fire. Lucy hurried to answer the summons, believing the priest had found some new haven for Moses while her cousin was out of the house. But there stood Catherine behind the priest, the spell of her fierceness broken, and at her side was Frank Chibham, undrowned and amiably grinning, his dark red skin stung by the weather, indeed, but otherwise little changed by water. "Tell Moses I want him," said the priest, "and Catherine, you go into the house." This time Catherine nimbly obeyed. As for Lucy, she made no outcry. She merely satisfied herself it was Frank Chibham before hurrying her husband to the spectacle. Moses stepped out bareheaded into the rain, and his jaw dropped. The priest closed the door behind him. Frank took his hand. Moses felt the young man's firm sinew and muscle. He looked piteously at the priest, his head sagging to one side, his face working in a spasm. "I should have prepared him, Frank. This comes too suddenly on him." They took Moses between them and walked with him along the fence at the foot of the cross. The raindrops moved down his face like tears. He did not speak, but listened with a child's intentness, first to one and then to the other, leaning his arm on his partner's shoulder. "I don't understand why he was so certain he had killed you, Frank. He told me he struck you with an oar and saw you go down in the water like a stone." "Whiskey, father," explained Frank in trader's brief English. "Plenty very bad whiskey. It makes me sick for a week. The Broun knocked us both down, and I fell into the water. The fishermen from one of the little islands who pulled me out say that. Moses, he drunker than me, he too drunk to bring the boat home. The poor fellow told lies to cover the crime he thought he had committed. He has suffered, Frank, and I have suffered. We will say nothing about Catherine. Why didn't you come sooner? I take the boat and go fishing. I say, Moses, that lazy Chippewa, leave the boat for me to bring home. I make him wait for it." "Did you quarrel at all?" "Maybe so," said Frank. "Whiskey not let you remember much. But I could kill Moses easier than he could kill me. He has suffered enough. But you, my son, ought to do heavy penance." "Not put off wedding?" suggested Frank uneasily. I had not thought of unusual methods. It might be good discipline for Catherine too, but we have lost enough cheer on your account. "I never spend my money for whiskey any more, father. If some man asks me to take a drink, I drink with him, but not get drunk. No." Moses laughed, his face shortening in horizontal lines. "That Frank Chibham. Frank make me pay for all the whiskey. He not drowned. I not kill him. His spirit only an evil dream." "The evil dream is now past, Moses," said the priest. "Wake up, my brother," said Frank in Chippewa. "I have a boat full of fish. You must come and help me with them. The good father will go back to his books when he sees you are yourself once more." Under the rain cloud the lake had turned to blue black velvet water, pricked with thousands of tossing white caps. Near shore it seemed full of submerged smoke, and the rack tore itself, dragging low across the west. Moses, remembering the last sunset and its sickening splendors, felt that he had never seen so fine a day. He worked bareheaded and with his sleeves above his elbows among the fish. Gulls were flying, each making a burnished white glare against that background of weather. Looking up, the Chippewa could see the cross at the top of the bluff, standing over him in holy benediction. He felt lighter bodied than a gull, and the anguish of that wretch who had sat on the fence, believing himself a murderer, was forgotten. In the house the wife was exacting what in elder times would have been typified by an intricate piece of wampum from her repentant cousin. Catherine brought in wood and carried water. Catherine was not permitted to make the great fish pie, but could only look on. She served humbly. She had wronged her kinspeople by evil suspicion, and must make atonement. No words were lost between her and Lucy. She must lay her hand upon her mouth and be tasked until the elder woman was appeased. It was not the way of civilized women, but it was the aboriginal scheme, which the priests found good. Lucy was not yet ready to demand the truth about the two white men and the shipwrecked boat. Her entire mind was given to humbling Catherine and impressing upon that forward young squaw that her husband was in no way accountable for the disappearance and vagrancy of Frank Chibham. The grandmother basked at the hearth corner while this silent retribution went on unseen. She was repeating again the story of the first cross in Cross Village. She did not know that anything had happened in the house. End of The Penitent of Cross Village by Mary Hartwell Catherwood, from Mackinac and Lake Stories.
A Poor Man's Tale of a Patent by Charles Dickens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MichaelMaggs. I am not used to writing for print. What working man, that never labours less, some Mondays and Christmas time and Easter time excepted, than 12 or 14 hours a day, is? But I have been asked to put down plain what I have got to say, and so I take pen and ink, and do it to the best of my power, hoping defects will find excuse. I was born nigh London, but have worked at a shop in Birmingham. What you would call manufactories, we call shops, almost ever since I was out of my time. I served my apprenticeship at Deptford, nigh where I was born, and I am a smith by trade. My name is John. I have been called Old John ever since I was 19 year of age, on account of not having much hair. I am 56 year of age at the present time, and I don't find myself with more hair, nor yet with less, to signify, than at 19 year of age aforesaid. I have been married 35 year come next April. I was married on All Fool's Day. Let them laugh that will. I won a good wife that day, and it was as sensible a day to me as ever I had. We have had a matter of 10 children, 6 whereof are living. My eldest son is engineer in the Italian steam packet Mezzogiorno, plying between Marseille and Naples, and calling at Genoa, Leghorn, and Civitavecchia. He was a good workman. He invented a many useful little things that brought him in nothing. I have 2 sons doing well at Sydney, New South Wales. Single when last heard from. One of my sons, James, went Walden for a soldier, where he was shot in India, living 6 weeks in hospital with a musket ball lodged in his shoulder blade, which he wrote with his own hand. He was the best looking. One of my 2 daughters, Mary, is comfortable in her circumstances, but water on the chest. The other, Charlotte, her husband ran away from her in the basest manner, and she and her 3 children live with us. The youngest, 6-year-old, has a term for mechanics. I am not a Chartist, and I never was. I don't mean to say but what I see a good many public points to complain of. Still, I don't think that's the right way to set 'em right. If I did think so, I should be a Chartist, but I don't think so, and I am not a Chartist. I read the paper and hear discussion at what we call a parlour in Birmingham, and I know many good men and workmen who are Chartists. Note, not physical force. It won't be took as boastful in me if I make the remark, for I can't put down what I have got to say without putting that down before going any further, that I have always been of an ingenious turn. Once I got £20 by a screw, and it's in use now. I have been 20 year on and off, completing an invention, and perfecting it. I perfected of it last Christmas Eve at 10 o'clock at night. Me and my wife stood and let some tears fall over the model when it was done, and I brought her in to take a look at it. A friend of mine by the name of William Butcher is a chartist, moderate. He is a good speaker. He is very animated. I have often heard him deliver that what is, at every turn in the way of us working men, is that too many places have been made, in the course of time, to provide for people that never ought to have been provided for, and that we have to obey forms and pay fees to support those places when we shouldn't ought. True, delivers William Butcher, all the public has to do this, but it falls heaviest on the working man, because he has least to spare, and likewise because impediments shouldn't be put in his way when he wants redress of wrong or furtherance of right. Note, I have wrote down those words from William Butcher's own mouth, W.B. delivering them fresh for the aforesaid purpose. Now, to my model again. There it was, perfected of, on Christmas Eve, gone nigh a year, at 10 o'clock at night. All the money I could spare I had laid out on the model, and when times was bad, or my daughter Charlotte's children sickly, or both, it had stood still months at a spell. I had pulled it to pieces, and made it over again with improvements I don't know how often. There it stood, at last, a perfected model as aforesaid. William Butcher and me had a long talk Christmas Day, respecting of the model. William is very sensible, but sometimes cranky. William said, "What will you do with it, John?" I said, "Patent it." William said, "How patent it, John?" I said, "By taking out a patent." William then delivered that the law of patent was a cruel wrong. William said, "John, if you make your invention public before you get a patent, anyone may rob you of the fruits of your hard work. You are put in a cleft stick, John. Either you must drive a bargain very much against yourself, by getting a party to come forward beforehand with the great expenses of the patent, or you must be put about, from post to pillar, among so many parties, trying to make a better bargain for yourself, and showing your invention, that your invention will be took from you over your head." I said, "William Butcher, are you cranky? You are sometimes cranky." William said, "No, John, I tell you the truth," which he then delivered at more length. I said to W.B. I would patent the invention myself. My wife's brother, George Berry of West Bromwich, his wife unfortunately took to drinking, made away with everything, and 17 times committed to Birmingham jail before happy release in every point of view, left my wife, his sister, when he died, a legacy of £128.10, Bank of England stocks. Me and my wife never broke into that money yet. Note, we might come to be old and past our work. We now agreed to patent the invention. We said we would make a hole in it, I mean in the aforesaid money, and patent the invention. William Butcher wrote me a letter to Thomas Joy in London. TJ is a carpenter, 6'4" in height, and plays quite well. He lives in Chelsea, London, by the church. I got leave from the shop, to be took on again when I come back. I am a good workman, not a teetotaler, but never drunk. When the Christmas holidays were over, I went up to London by the Parliamentary train and hired a lodging for a week with Thomas Joy. He is married. He has one son gone to sea. Thomas Joy delivered, from a book he had, that the first step to be took in patenting the invention was to prepare a petition unto Queen Victoria. William Butcher had delivered similar and drawn it up. Note, William is a ready writer. A declaration before a master in Chancery was to be added to it, that we likewise drew up. After a deal of trouble I found out a master in Southampton Buildings, Chancery Lane, nigh Temple Bar, where I made the declaration and paid 18 pence. I was told to take the declaration and petition to the Home Office in Whitehall, where I left it to be signed by the Home Secretary, after I had found the office out, and where I paid £2 2 and sixpence. In 6 days he signed it, and I was told to take it to the Attorney General's chambers and leave it there for a report. I did so and paid £4 4. Note, nobody all through ever thankful for their money, but all uncivil. My lodging at Thomas Joy's was now hired for another week, whereof 5 days were gone. The Attorney General made what they call a report, of course, my invention being, as William Butcher had delivered before starting, unopposed, and I was sent back with it to the Home Office. They made a copy of it, which was called a warrant. For this warrant I paid £7 13 and 6. It was sent to the Queen to sign. The Queen sent it back, signed. The Home Secretary signed it again. The gentleman throwed it at me when I called and said, "Now take it to the Patent Office in Lincoln's Inn." I was then in my 3rd week at Thomas Joy's, living very sparing on account of fees. I found myself losing heart. At the Patent Office in Lincoln's Inn they made a draft of the Queen's bill of my invention and a docket of the bill. I paid £5 10 and 6 for this. They engrossed 2 copies of the bill, one for the Signet Office and one for the Privy Seal Office. I paid £1 7 and 6 for this. Stamp duty over and above £3. The engrossing clerk of the same office engrossed the Queen's bill for signature. I paid him £1 1. Stamp duty again £1 10. I was next to take the Queen's bill to the Attorney General again and get it signed again. I took it and paid £5 more. I fetched it away and took it to the Home Secretary again. He sent it to the Queen again. She signed it again. I paid £7 13 and 6 more for this. I had been over a month at Thomas Joy's. I was quite wore out, patience and pocket. Thomas Joy delivered all this as it went on to William Butcher. William Butcher delivered it again to 3 Birmingham parlours, from which it got to all the other parlours, and was took, as I have been told since, right through all the shops in the north of England. Note, William Butcher delivered at his parlour in a speech that it was a patent way of making chartists. But I hadn't nigh done yet. The Queen's bill was to be took to the Signet Office in Somerset House, Strand, where the stamp shop is. The clerk of the Signet made a signet bill for the Lord Keeper of the Privy Seal. I paid him £4 7. The clerk of the Lord Keeper of the Privy Seal made a Privy Seal bill for the Lord Chancellor. I paid him £4 2. The Privy Seal bill was handed over to the Clerk of the Patents who engrossed the foresaid. I paid him £5 17 and 8. At the same time, I paid stamp duty for the patent, in one lump, £30. I next paid for boxes for the patent, 9 and 6pence. Note, Thomas Joy would have made the same at a profit for 18 pence. I next paid fees to the Deputy the Lord Chancellor's purse-bearer, £2 2. I next paid fees to the Clerk of the Hanaper, £7 13. I next paid fees to the Deputy Clerk of the Hanaper, 10 shillings. I next paid to the Lord Chancellor again, £1 11 and 6. Last of all, I paid fees to the Deputy Sealer and the Deputy Chaffwax, 10 shillings and 6pence. I had lodged at Thomas Joy's over 6 weeks, and the unopposed patent for my invention, for England only, had cost me £96 7 and 8pence. If I had taken it out for the United Kingdom, it would have cost me more than £300. Now, teaching had not come up but very limited when I was young. So much the worse for me, you'll say. I say the same. William Butcher is 20 years younger than me. He knows 100 years more. If William Butcher had wanted to patent an invention, he might have been sharper than myself when hustled backwards and forwards among all those offices, though I doubt if so patient. Note, William being sometimes cranky and considers porters, messengers, and clerks. Thereby I say nothing of my being tired of my life while I was patenting my invention. But I put this, is it reasonable to make a man feel as if, in inventing an ingenious improvement meant to do good, he had done something wrong? How else can a man feel when he is met by such difficulties at every turn? All inventors taking out a patent must feel so. And look at the expense, how hard on me and how hard on the country if there's any merit in me. And my invention is took up now, I'm thankful to say, and doing well, to put me to all that expense before I can move a finger. Make the addition yourself, and it'll come to £96 7 and 8pence. No more and no less. What can I say against William Butcher about places? Look at the Home Secretary, the Attorney General, the Patent Office, the Engrossing Clerk, the Lord Chancellor, the Privy Seal, the Clerk of the Patents, the Lord Chancellor's Purse-bearer, the Clerk of the Hanaper, the Deputy Clerk of the Hanaper, the Deputy Sealer, and the Deputy Chaff-wax. No man in England could get a patent for an Indian rubber band or an iron hoop without feeing all of them, some of them over and over again. I went through 35 stages. I began with the Queen upon the throne. I ended with the Deputy Chaff-wax. Note, I should like to see the Deputy Chaff-wax. Is it a man, or what is it? What I had to tell I have told. I have wrote it down. I hope it's plain. Not so much in the handwriting, as I've nothing to boast of there, as in the sense of it. I will now conclude with Thomas Joy. Thomas said to me, when we parted, "John, if the laws of this country were as honest as they ought to be, you would have come to London, registered an exact description and drawing of your invention, paid £0.5 crown or so for doing of it, and therein and thereby have got your patent." My opinion is the same as Thomas Joy. Further, in William Butcher's delivering that the whole gang of Hanapers and Chaff-waxes must be done away with, and that England has been chaffed and waxed sufficient, I agree. End of A Poor Man's Tale of a Patent by Charles Dickens.
The Ransom of Red Chief. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tori Faulder. The Ransom of Red Chief by O. Henry. It looked like a good thing, but wait till I tell you. We were down south in Alabama, Bill Driscoll and myself, when this kidnapping idea struck us. It was, as Bill afterward expressed it, during a moment of temporary mental apparition. But we didn't find that out till later. There was a town down there, as flat as a flannel cake, and called Summit, of course. It contained inhabitants of as undeleterious and self-satisfied a class of peasantry as ever clustered around a maypole. Bill and me had a joint capital of about $600, and we needed just $2,000 more to pull off a fraudulent town lot scheme in western Illinois with. We talked it over on the front steps of the hotel. Philoprogenitiveness, says we, is strong in semi-rural communities. Therefore, and for other reasons, a kidnapping project ought to do better there than in the radius of newspapers that sends reporters out in plain clothes to stir up talk about such things. We knew that Summit couldn't get after us with anything stronger than constables, and maybe some lackadaisical bloodhounds, and a diatribe or two in the weekly farmer's budget. So, it looked good. We selected our victim, the only child of a prominent citizen named Ebenezer Dorset. The father was respectable and tight, a mortgage fancier, and a stern, upright collection plate passer and forecloser. The kid was a boy of 10, with bas-relief freckles and hair the color of the cover of the magazine you buy at the newsstand when you want to catch a train. Bill and me figured that Ebenezer would melt down for a ransom of $2,000 to a cent. But wait till I tell you. About 2 miles from summit was a little mountain covered with a dense cedar brake. On the rear elevation of this mountain was a cave. There we stored provisions. One evening, after sundown, we drove in a buggy past old Dorset's house. The kid was in the street throwing rocks at a kitten on the opposite fence. "Hey, little boy," says Bill, "would you like to have a bag of candy and a nice ride?" The boy catches Bill neatly in the eye with a piece of brick. "That will cost the old man an extra $500, says Bill, climbing over the wheel. That boy put up a fight like a welterweight cinnamon bear, but at last we got him down in the bottom of the buggy and drove away. We took him up to the cave, and I hitched the horse in the cedar brake. After dark, I drove the buggy to the little village 3 miles away, where we had hired it, and walked back to the mountain. Bill was pasting court plaster over the scratches and bruises on his features. There was a fire burning behind the big rock at the entrance of the cave, and the boy was watching a pot of boiling coffee, with 2 buzzard tail feathers stuck in his red hair. He points a stick at me when I come up and says, "Ha! Cursed pale-face! Do you dare to enter the camp of Red Chief, the terror of the plains?" "He's all right now," says Bill, rolling up his trousers and examining some bruises on his shins. "We're playing Indian. We're making Buffalo Bill's show look like magic lantern views of Palestine in the town hall. I'm old Hank, the trapper, Red Chief's captive, and I'm to be scalped at daybreak. By Geronimo, that kid can kick hard." Yes, sir, that boy seemed to be having the time of his life. The fun of camping out in a cave had made him forget that he was a captive himself. He immediately christened me Snake Eye the Spy, and announced that when his braves returned from the warpath, I was to be broiled at the stake at the rising of the sun. Then we had supper, and he filled his mouth full of bacon and bread and gravy and began to talk. He made a during-dinner speech something like this. "I like this fine. I never camped out before, but I had a pet possum once, and I was 9 last birthday. I hate to go to school. Rats ate up 16 of Jimmy Talbot's aunt's speckled hen's eggs. Are there any real Indians in these woods? I want some more gravy. Does the tree moving make the wind blow? We had 5 puppies. What makes your nose so red, Hank? My father has lots of money. Are the stars hot? I whipped Ed Walker twice Saturday. I don't like girls. You dasn't catch toads unless with a string. Do oxen make any noise? Why are oranges round? Have you got beds to sleep on in this cave? Amos Murray has got 6 toes. A parrot can talk, but a monkey or a fish can't. How many does it take to make 12? Every few minutes he would remember that he was a pesky redskin, and pick up his stick rifle and tiptoe to the mouth of the cave to rubber for the scouts of the hated paleface. Now and then he would let out a war whoop that made old Hank the trapper shiver. That boy had Bill terrorized from the start. "Red Chief," says I to the kid, "would you like to go home?" "Aw, what for?" says he. "I don't have any fun at home. I hate to go to school. I like to camp out. You won't take me back home again, Snake Eye, will you?" "Not right away," says I. "We'll stay here in the cave a while." "All right," says he. "That'll be fine. I never had such fun in all my life." We went to bed about 11 o'clock. We spread down some wide blankets and quilts and put Red Chief between us. We weren't afraid he'd run away. He kept us awake for 3 hours, jumping up and reaching for his rifle and screeching, "Hist, pard!" in mine and Bill's ears, as the fancied crackle of a twig or the rustle of a leaf revealed to his young imagination the stealthy approach of the outlaw band. At last I fell into a troubled sleep and dreamed that I had been kidnapped and chained to a tree by a ferocious pirate with red hair. Just at daybreak I was awakened by a series of awful screams from Bill. They weren't yells or howls or shouts or whoops or yawps, such as you'd expect from a manly set of vocal organs. They were simply indecent, terrifying, humiliating screams, such as women emit when they see ghosts or caterpillars. It's an awful thing to hear a strong, desperate fat man scream incontinently in a cave at daybreak. I jumped up to see what the matter was. Red Chief was sitting on Bill's chest, with one hand twined in Bill's hair. In the other, he had the sharp case knife we use for slicing bacon, and he was industriously and realistically trying to take Bill's scalp, according to the sentence that had been pronounced upon him the evening before. I got the knife away from the kid and made him lie down again, but from that moment Bill's spirit was broken. He laid down on his side of the bed, but he never closed an eye again in sleep as long as that boy was with us. I dozed off for a while, but along toward sunup I remembered that Red Chief had said I was to be burned at the stake at the rising of the sun. I wasn't nervous or afraid, but I sat up and lit my pipe and leaned against a rock. "What you getting up so soon for, Sam?" asked Bill. "Me?" says I. "Oh, I got a kind of pain in my shoulder. I thought sitting up would rest it." "You're a liar," says Bill. "You're afraid. You was to be burned at sunrise, and you was afraid he'd do it, and he would too if he could find a match. Ain't it awful, Sam? Do you think anybody will pay out money to get a little imp like that back home?" "Sure," said I. "A rowdy kid like that is just the kind that parents dote on. Now, you and the chief get up and cook breakfast, while I go up on top of this mountain and reconnoitre." I went up on the peak of the little mountain and ran my eye over the contiguous vicinity. Over toward the summit, I expected to see the sturdy yeomanry of the village, armed with scythes and pitchforks, beating the countryside for the dastardly kidnappers. But what I saw was a peaceful landscape, dotted with one man plowing with a dun mule. Nobody was dragging the creek. No couriers dashed hither and yon, bringing tidings of no news to the distracted parents. There was a sylvan attitude of somnolent sleepiness pervading that section of the external outward surface of Alabama that lay exposed to my view. "Perhaps," says I to myself, "it has not yet been discovered that the wolves have borne away the tender lambkin from the fold. Heaven help the wolves," said I, and I went down the mountain to breakfast. When I got to the cave, I found Bill backed up against the side of it, breathing hard, and the boy threatening to smash him with a rock half as big as a coconut. "He put a red-hot boiled potato down my back," explained Bill, "and then mashed it with his foot, and I boxed his ears. Have you got a gun about you, Sam?" I took the rock away from the boy and kind of patched up the argument. "I'll fix you," says the kid to Bill. "No man ever yet struck the Red Chief but what he got paid for it. You better beware." After breakfast, the kid takes a piece of leather with strings wrapped around it out of his pocket and goes outside the cave unwinding it. "What's he up to now?" says Bill anxiously. "You don't think he'll run away, do you, Sam?" "No fear of it," says I. "He don't seem to be much of a homebody. But we've got to fix up some plan about the ransom. There don't seem to be much excitement around Summit on account of his disappearance, but maybe they haven't realized yet that he's gone. His folks may think he's spending the night with Aunt Jane or one of the neighbors. Anyhow, he'll be missed today. Tonight we must get a message to his father, demanding the $2,000 for his return." Just then we heard a kind of war whoop such as David might have emitted when he knocked out the champion Goliath. It was a sling that Red Chief had pulled out of his pocket, and he was whirling it around his head. I dodged and heard a heavy thud and a kind of a sigh from Bill, like a horse gives out when you take his saddle off. A niggerhead rock the size of an egg had caught Bill just behind his left ear. He loosened himself all over and fell in the fire across the frying pan of hot water for washing the dishes. I dragged him out and poured cold water on his head for half an hour. By and by, Bill sits up and feels behind his ear and says, "Sam, do you know who my favorite biblical character is?" "Take it easy," says I. "You'll come to your senses presently." "King Herod," says he. "You won't go away and leave me here alone, will you, Sam?" I went out and caught that boy and shook him until his freckles rattled. "If you don't behave," says I, "I'll take you straight home. Now, are you going to be good or not?" "I was only funning," he says sullenly. "I didn't mean to hurt old Hank. But what did he hit me for? I'll behave, Snake Eye, if you won't send me home, and if you'll let me play the Black Scout today." "I don't know the game," says I. "That's for you and Mr. Bill to decide. He's your playmate for the day. I'm going away for a while on business. Now you come in and make friends with him and say you're sorry for hurting him, or home you go at once." I made him and Bill shake hands, and then I took Bill aside and told him I was going to Poplar Cove, a little village 3 miles from the cave, and find out what I could about how the kidnapping had been regarded in Summit. Also, I thought it best to send a peremptory letter to old man Dorset that day, demanding the ransom and dictating how it should be paid. "You know, Sam," says Bill, "I've stood by you, without batting an eye, in earthquakes, fire, and flood, in poker games, dynamite outrages, police raids, train robberies, and cyclones. I never lost my nerve yet till we kidnapped that 2-legged skyrocket of a child. He's got me going. You won't leave me long with him, will you, Sam?" "I'll be back sometime this afternoon," says I. "You must keep the boy amused and quiet until I return. And now we'll write the letter to old Dorset." Bill and I got paper and pencil and worked on the letter, while Red Chief, with a blanket wrapped around him, strutted up and down, guarding the mouth of the cave. Bill begged me tearfully to make the ransom $1,500 instead of $2,000. "I ain't attempting," says he, "to decry the celebrated moral aspect of parental affection, but we're dealing with humans, and it ain't human for anybody to give up $2,000 for that 40-pound chunk of freckled wildcat. I'm willing to take a chance at $1,500. You can charge the difference up to me." So, to relieve Bill, I acceded, and we collaborated a letter that ran this way. Ebenezer Dorset, Esquire. We have your boy concealed in a place far from Summit. It is useless for you or the most skillful detectives to attempt to find him. Absolutely the only terms on which you can have him restored to you are these. We demand $1,500 in large bills for his return. The money to be left at midnight tonight at the same spot and in the same box as your reply, as hereinafter described. If you agree to these terms, send your answer in writing by a solitary messenger tonight at 8:30. After crossing Owl Creek on the road to Poplar Cove, there are 3 large trees about 100 yards apart, close to the fence of the wheat field on the right-hand side. At the bottom of the fence post, opposite the 3rd tree, will be found a small pasteboard box. The messenger will place the answer in this box and return immediately to Summit. If you attempt any treachery or fail to comply with our demand as stated, you will never see your boy again. If you pay the money as demanded, he will be returned to you safe and well within 3 hours. These terms are final, and if you do not accede to them, no further communication will be attempted. 2 desperate men. I addressed this letter to Dorset and put it in my pocket. As I was about to start, the kid comes up to me and says, "Aw, Snake Eye, you said I could play the Black Scout while you was gone." "Play it, of course," says I. "Mr. Bill will play with you. What kind of a game is it?" "I'm the Black Scout," says Red Chief, "and I have to ride to the stockade to warn the settlers that the Indians are coming. I'm tired of playing Indian myself. I want to be the Black Scout." "All right," says I. "It sounds harmless to me. I guess Mr. Bill will help you foil the pesky savages." "What am I to do?" asked Bill, looking at the kid suspiciously. "You are the hoss," says Black Scout. "Get down on your hands and knees. How can I ride to the stockade without a hoss?" "You'd better keep him interested," said I, "till we get the scheme going. Loosen up." Bill gets down on his all fours, and a look comes in his eye like a rabbit's when you catch it in a trap. "How far is it to the stockade, kid?" he asks in a husky manner of voice. 90 miles, says the Black Scout, "and you have to hump yourself to get there on time. Whoa, now." The Black Scout jumps on Bill's back and digs his heels in his side. "For heaven's sake," says Bill, "hurry back, Sam, as soon as you can. I wish we hadn't made the ransom more than 1,000. Say, you, quit kicking me, or I'll get up and warm you good." I walked over to Poplar Cove and sat around the post office and store, talking with the chawbacons that came into trade. One Riscarando says that he hears Summit is all upset on account of Elder Ebenezer Dorset's boy having been lost or stolen. That was all I wanted to know. I bought some smoking tobacco, referred casually to the price of black-eyed peas, posted my letter surreptitiously, and came away. The postmaster said the mail carrier would come by in an hour to take the mail on to Summit. When I got back to the cave, Bill and the boy were not to be found. I explored the vicinity of the cave and risked a yodel or two, but there was no response. So I lighted my pipe and sat down on a mossy bank to await developments. In about half an hour I heard the bushes rustle, and Bill wabbled out into the little glade in front of the cave. Behind him was the kid, stepping softly like a scout, with a broad grin on his face. Bill stopped, took off his hat, and wiped his face with a red handkerchief. The kid stopped about 8 feet behind him. "Sam," says Bill, "I suppose you'll think I'm a renegade, but I couldn't help it. I'm a grown person with masculine proclivities and habits of self-defense. But there is a time when all systems of egotism and predominance fail. The boy is gone. I have sent him home. All is off. There was martyrs in old times," goes on Bill, "that suffered death rather than give up the particular graft they enjoyed. None of 'em ever was subjugated to such supernatural tortures as I have been. I tried to be faithful to our articles of depredation, but there came a limit." "What's the trouble, Bill?" I asked him. "I was rode," says Bill, "the 90 miles to the stockade, not barring an inch. Then, when the settlers was rescued, I was given oats. Sand ain't a palatable substitute. And then, for an hour, I had to try to explain to him why there was nothing in holes, how a road can run both ways, and what makes the grass green. I tell you, Sam, a human can only stand so much. I takes him by the neck of his clothes and drags him down the mountain. On the way, he kicks my legs black and blue from the knees down, and I've got to have 2 or 3 bites on my thumb and hand cauterized. But he's gone," continues Bill, "gone home. I showed him the road to Summit and kicked him about 8 feet nearer there at one kick. I'm sorry we lose the ransom, but it was either that or Bill Driscoll to the madhouse." Bill is puffing and blowing, but there's a look of ineffable peace and growing content on his rose-pink features. "Bill," says I, "there isn't any heart disease in your family, is there?" No, says Bill. Nothing chronic except malaria and accidents. Why? Then you might turn around, says I, and have a look behind you. Bill turns and sees the boy and loses his complexion and sits down plump on the ground and begins to pluck aimlessly at grass and little sticks. For an hour I was afraid for his mind, and then I told him that my scheme was to put the whole job through immediately and that we would get the ransom and be off with it by midnight if old Dorset fell in with our proposition. So Bill braced up enough to give the kid a weak sort of a smile and a promise to play the Russian in a Japanese war with him as soon as he felt a little better. I had a scheme for collecting that ransom without danger of being caught by counterplots that ought to commend itself to professional kidnappers. The tree under which the answer was to be left, and the money later on, was close to the road fence with big bare fields on all sides. If a gang of constables should be watching for anyone to come for the note, they could see him a long way off crossing the fields or in the road. But no siree. At 8:30 I was up in that tree as well hidden as a tree toad, waiting for the messenger to arrive. Exactly on time, a half-grown boy rides up the road on a bicycle, locates the pasteboard box at the foot of the fence posts, slips a folded piece of paper into it, and pedals away again back toward Summit. I waited an hour and then concluded the thing was square. I slid down the tree, got the note, slipped along the fence till I struck the woods, and was back at the cave in another half an hour. I opened the note, got near the lantern, and read it to Bill. It was written with a pen in a crabbed hand, and the sum and substance of it was this. 2 desperate men. Gentlemen, I received your letter today by post, in regard to the ransom you asked for the return of my son. I think you are a little high in your demands, and I hereby make you a counter proposition, which I am inclined to believe you will accept. You bring Johnny home and pay me $250 in cash, and I agree to take him off your hands. You had better come at night, for the neighbors believe he is lost, and I couldn't be responsible for what they would do to anybody they saw bringing him back. Very respectfully, Ebenezer Dorset. Great pirates of Penzance, says I, of all the impudent... But I glanced at Bill and hesitated. He had the most appealing look in his eyes I ever saw on the face of a dumb or a talking brute. Sam, says he, what's $250 after all? We've got the money. One more night of this kid will send me to a bed in Bedlam. Besides, being a thorough gentleman, I think Mr. Dorset is a spendthrift for making us such a liberal offer. You ain't going to let the chance go, are you? Tell you the truth, Bill, says I, this little he-ewe lamb has somewhat got on my nerves too. We'll take him home, pay the ransom, and make our getaway. We took him home that night. We got him to go by telling him that his father had bought a silver-mounted rifle and a pair of moccasins for him, and we were going to hunt bears the next day. It was just 12 o'clock when we knocked at Ebenezer's front door. Just at the moment when I should have been abstracting the $1,500 from the box under the tree, according to the original proposition, Bill was counting out $250 into Dorset's hand. When the kid found out we were going to leave him at home, he started up a howl like a calliope and fastened himself as tight as a leech to Bill's leg. His father peeled him away gradually like a porous plaster. How long can you hold him? Asked Bill. I'm not as strong as I used to be, says old Dorset, but I think I can promise you 10 minutes. Enough, says Bill. In 10 minutes I shall cross the central, southern, and middle western states and be legging it trippingly for the Canadian border. And, as dark as it was, and as fat as Bill was, and as good a runner as I am, he was a good mile and a half out of Summit before I could catch up with him. End of The Ransom of Red Chief by O. Henry. Recording by Tori Faulder.
The Salad of Colonel Cray by G.K.Chesterton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. The Salad of Colonel Cray by G.K.Chesterton. Father Broun was walking home from Mass on a white, weird morning when the mists were slowly lifting. One of those mornings when the very element of light appears as something mysterious and new. The scattered trees outline themselves more and more out of the vapour, as if they were first drawn in grey chalk and then in charcoal. At yet more distant intervals appeared the houses upon the broken fringe of the suburb. Their outlines became clearer and clearer until he recognized many in which he had chance acquaintances, and many more the names of whose owners he knew. But all the windows and doors were sealed. None of the people were of the sort that would be up at such a time, or still less on such an errand. But as he passed under the shadow of one handsome villa, with verandas and wide ornate gardens, he heard a noise that made him almost involuntarily stop. It was the unmistakable noise of a pistol or carbine, or some light firearm discharge. But it was not this that puzzled him most. The first full noise was immediately followed by a series of fainter noises. As he counted them, about 6, he supposed it must be the echo, but the odd thing was that the echo was not in the least like the original sound. It was not like anything else that he could think of. The 3 things nearest to it seemed to be the noise made by siphons of soda water, one of the many noises made by an animal, and the noise made by a person attempting to conceal laughter, none of which seemed to make much sense. Father Brown was made of 2 men. There was a man of action who was as modest as a primrose and as punctual as a clock, who went his small round of duties and never dreamed of altering it. There was also a man of reflection who was much simpler but much stronger, who could not easily be stopped, whose thought was always, in the only intelligent sense of the words, free thought. He could not help, even unconsciously, asking himself all the questions that were to be asked, and answering as many of them as he could. All that went on like his breathing or circulation. But he never consciously carried his actions outside the sphere of his own duty, and in this case the 2 attitudes were aptly tested. He was just about to resume his trudge in the twilight, telling himself it was no affair of his, but instinctively twisting and untwisting 20 theories about what the odd noises might mean. Then the grey skyline brightened into silver, and in the broadening light he realized that he had been to the house which belonged to an Anglo-Indian major named Putnam, and that the major had a native cook from Malta who was of his communion. He also began to remember that pistol shots are sometimes serious things, accompanied with consequences with which he was legitimately concerned. He turned back and went in at the garden gate, making for the front door. Halfway down one side of the house stood out a projection like a very low shed. It was, as he afterward discovered, a large dustbin. Round the corner of this came a figure, at first a mere shadow in the haze, apparently bending and peering about. Then, coming nearer, it solidified into a figure that was, indeed, rather unusually solid. Major Putnam was a bald-headed, bull-necked man, short and very broad, with one of those apoplectic faces that are produced by a prolonged attempt to combine the Oriental climate with the Occidental luxuries. But the face was a good-humoured one, and even now, though evidently puzzled and inquisitive, wore a kind of innocent grin. He had a large palm-leaf hat on the back of his head, suggesting a halo that was by no means appropriate to the face, but otherwise he was clad only in a very vivid suit of striped scarlet and yellow pyjamas, which, though glowing enough to behold, must have been, on a fresh morning, pretty chilly to wear. He had evidently come out of his house in a hurry, and the priest was not surprised when he called out, without further ceremony, "Did you hear that noise?" "Yes," answered Father Brown. "I thought I had better look in case anything was the matter." The Major looked at him rather queerly, with his good-humoured gooseberry eyes. "What do you think the noise was?" he asked. "It sounded like a gun or something," replied the other, with some hesitation, "but it seemed to have a singular sort of echo." The Major was still looking at him quietly, but with protruding eyes, when the front door was flung open, releasing a flood of gaslight on the face of the fading mist, and another figure in pyjamas sprang or tumbled out into the garden. The figure was much longer, leaner, and more athletic. The pyjamas, though equally tropical, were comparatively tasteful, being of white with a light lemon-yellow stripe. The man was haggard, but handsome, more sunburned than the other. He had an aquiline profile and rather deep sunken eyes, and a slight air of oddity arising from the combination of coal-black hair with a much lighter moustache. All this Father Brown absorbed in detail more at leisure. For the moment he only saw one thing about the man, which was the revolver in his hand. "Cray!" exclaimed the Major, staring at him. "Did you fire that shot?" "Yes, I did," retorted the black-haired gentleman hotly. "And so would you in my place, if you were chased everywhere by devils and nearly—" The Major seemed to intervene rather hurriedly. "This is my friend Father Brown," he said, and then to Brown, "I don't know whether you've met Colonel Cray of the Royal Artillery?" "I have heard of him, of course," said the priest innocently. Did you hit anything?" "I thought so," answered Cray with gravity. "Did he," asked Major Putnam in a lowered voice, "did he fall or cry out or anything?" Colonel Cray was regarding his host with a strange and steady stare. "I'll tell you exactly what he did," he said. "He sneezed." Father Brown's hand went halfway to his head. With the gesture of a man remembering somebody's name, he knew now what it was. That was neither soda water nor the snorting of a dog. "Well," ejaculated the staring Major, "I never heard before that a service revolver was a thing to be sneezed at." "Nor I," said Father Brown faintly. "It's lucky that you didn't turn your artillery on him, or you might have given him quite a bad cold." Then, after a bewildered pause, he said, "Was it a burglar?" "Let us go inside," said Major Putnam, rather sharply, and led the way into his house. The interior exhibited a paradox often to be marked in such morning hours, that the room seemed brighter than the sky outside, even after the Major had turned out the one gas-light in the front hall. Father Brown was surprised to see the whole dining table set out as for a festive meal, with napkins in their rings and wine-glasses of some 6 unnecessary shapes set beside every plate. It was common enough at that time of the morning to find the remains of a banquet overnight, but to find it freshly spread so early was unusual. While he stood wavering in the hall, Major Putnam rushed past him and sent a raging eye over the whole oblong of the tablecloth. At last he spoke, spluttering. "All the silver gone!" he gasped. "Fish knives and forks gone. Old cruet stand gone. Even the old silver cream jug gone. And now, Father Brown, I am ready to answer your question of whether it was a burglar." "They're simply a blind," said Cray stubbornly. "I know better than you why people persecute this house. I know better than you why—" The Major patted him on the shoulder with a gesture almost peculiar to the soothing of a sick child, and said, "It was a burglar. Obviously it was a burglar." "A burglar with a bad cold," observed Father Brown. "That might assist you to trace him in the neighbourhood." The Major shook his head in a sombre manner. "He must be far beyond trace now, I fear," he said. Then, as the restless man with the revolver turned again towards the door in the garden, he added in a husky, confidential voice, "I doubt whether I should send for the police, for fear my friend here has been a little too free with his bullets and got on the wrong side of the law. He's lived in very wild places, and to be frank with you, I think he sometimes fancies things." "I think you once told me," said Brown, "that he believes some Indian secret society is pursuing him." Major Putnam nodded, but at the same time shrugged his shoulders. "I suppose we'd better follow him outside," he said. "I don't want any more, shall we say, sneezing." They passed out into the morning light, which was now even tinged with sunshine, and saw Colonel Cray's tall figure bent almost double, minutely examining the condition of gravel and grass. While the Major strolled unobtrusively towards him, the priest took an equally indolent turn, which took him round the next corner of the house to within a yard or two of the projecting dustbin. He stood regarding this dismal object for some minute and a half. Then he stepped towards it, lifted the lid and put his head inside. Dust and other discolouring matter shook upwards as he did so. But Father Brown never observed his own appearance, whatever else he observed. He remained thus for a measurable period, as if engaged in some mysterious prayers. Then he came out again with some ashes on his hair and walked unconcernedly away. By the time he came round to the garden door again, he found a group there which seemed to roll away morbidities as the sunlight had already rolled away mists. It was in no way rationally reassuring. It was simply broadly comic, like a cluster of Dickens characters. Major Putnam had managed to slip inside and plunge into a proper shirt and trousers with a crimson cummerbund, and the light square jacket over all. Thus normally set off, his red festive face seemed bursting with a commonplace cordiality. He was indeed emphatic, but then he was talking to his cook, the swarthy son of Malta, whose lean, yellow, and rather careworn face contrasted quaintly with his snow-white cap and costume. The cook might well be careworn, for cookery was the Major's hobby. He's one of those amateurs who always knew more than the professional. The only other person he even admitted to be a judge of an omelette was his friend Cray, and as Brown remembered this, he turned to look for the other officer. In the presence of daylight and people clothed and in their right mind, the sight of him was rather a shock. The taller and more elegant man was still in his night garb, with tousled black hair, and now crawling about the garden on his hands and knees, still looking for traces of the burglar, and now and again, to all appearance, striking the ground with his hand in anger at not finding him. Seeing him thus quadrupedal in the grass, the priest raised his eyebrows rather sadly, and for the first time guessed that "fancies things" might be an euphemism. The third item in the group of the cook and the epicure was also known to Father Brown. It was Audrey Watson, the Major's ward and housekeeper, and at this moment, to judge by her apron, tucked-up sleeves and resolute manner, much more the housekeeper than the ward. "It serves you right," she was saying. "I always told you not to have that old-fashioned cruet stand." "I prefer it," said Putnam placably. "I'm old-fashioned myself, and the things keep together." "And vanish together, as you see," she retorted. "Well, if you're not going to bother about the burglar, I shouldn't bother about the lunch. It's Sunday, and we can't send for vinegar and all that in the town, and you Indian gentlemen can't enjoy what you call a dinner without a lot of hot things. I wish to goodness now you hadn't asked Cousin Oliver to take me to the musical service. It isn't over till 12:30, and the Colonel has to leave by then, so I don't believe you men can manage alone." "Oh, yes, we can, my dear," said the Major, looking at her very amiably. "Marco has all the sauces, and we've often done ourselves well in very rough places, as you might know by now, and it's time you had a treat. Audrey, you mustn't be a housekeeper every hour of the day, and I know you want to hear the music." "I want to go to church," she said, with rather severe eyes. She was one of those handsome women who will always be handsome because the beauty is not in an air or a tint, but in the very structure of the head and features. But though she was not yet middle-aged and her auburn hair was of a Titianesque fullness in form and colour, there was a look in her mouth and around her eyes which suggested that some sorrows wasted her, as winds waste at last the edges of a Greek temple. For indeed the little domestic difficulty of which she was now speaking so decisively was rather comic than tragic. Father Brown gathered from the course of the conversation that Cray, the other gourmet, had to leave before the usual lunch-time, but that Putnam, his host, not to be done out of a final feast with an old crony, had arranged for a special déjeuner to be set out and consumed in the course of the morning, while Audrey and other graver persons were at morning service. She was going there under the escort of a relative and old friend of hers, Dr. Oliver Oman, who, though a scientific man of a somewhat bitter type, was enthusiastic for music and would go even to church to get it. There was nothing in all this that could conceivably concern the tragedy of Miss Watson's face, and by a half-conscious instinct, Father Brown turned again to the seeming lunatic grubbing about in the grass. When he strolled across to him, the black, unbrushed head was lifted abruptly, as if in some surprise at his continued presence. And indeed, Father Brown, for reasons best known to himself, had lingered much longer than politeness required, or even, in the ordinary sense, permitted. "Well," cried Cray with wild eyes, "I suppose you think I'm mad, like the rest." "I have considered the thesis," answered the little man composedly, "and I incline to think you are not." "What do you mean?" snapped Cray quite savagely. "Real madmen," explained Father Brown, "always encourage their own morbidity. They never strive against it. But you are trying to find traces of the burglar, even when there aren't any. You are struggling against it. You want what no madman ever wants." "And what is that?" "You want to be proved wrong," said Brown. During the last words, Cray had sprung or staggered to his feet and was regarding the cleric with agitated eyes. "By hell, but that is a true word," he cried. "They are all at me here that the fellow was only after the silver, as if I shouldn't be only too pleased to think so. She's been at me." He tossed his tousled black head towards Audrey, but the other had no need of the direction. "She's been at me today about how cruel I was to shoot a poor, harmless housebreaker, and how I have the devil in me against poor, harmless natives. But I was a good-natured man once, as good-natured as Putnam." After a pause, he said, "Look here, I've never seen you before, but you should judge of the whole story. Old Putnam and I were friends in the same mess, but, owing to some accidents on the Afghan border, I got my command much sooner than most men, only we were both invalided home for a bit. I was engaged to Audrey out there, and we all travelled back together. But on the journey back, things happened, curious things. The result of them was that Putnam wants it broken off, and even Audrey keeps it hanging on, and I know what they mean. I know what they think I am. So do you. Well, these are the facts. The last day we were in an Indian city, I asked Putnam if I'd get some Trichinopoly cigars. He directed me to a little place opposite his lodgings. I have since found he was quite right, but opposite is a dangerous word when one decent house stands opposite 5 or 6 squalid ones, and I must have mistaken the door. It opened with difficulty and then only on darkness, but as I turned back, the door behind me sank back and settled into its place with a noise as of innumerable bolts. There was nothing to do but to walk forward, which I did through passage after passage, pitch dark. Then I came to a flight of steps, and then to a blind door secured by a latch of elaborate Eastern ironwork, which I could only trace by touch, but which I loosened at last. I came out again upon gloom, which was half turned into a greenish twilight by a multitude of small but steady lamps below. They showed merely the feet or fringes of some huge and empty architecture. Just in front of me was something that looked like a mountain. I confess I nearly fell on the great stone platform on which I had emerged, to realize that it was an idol, and worst of all, an idol with its back to me. It was hardly half human, I guessed, to judge by the small squat head, and still more by a thing like a tail or extra limb turned up behind and pointing, like a loathsome large finger, at some symbol graven in the centre of the vast stone back. I had begun in the dim light to guess at the hieroglyphic, not without horror, when a more horrible thing happened. A door opened silently in the temple wall behind me, and a man came out with a brown face and a black coat. He had a carved smile on his face, of copper flesh and ivory teeth, but I think the most hateful thing about him was that he was in European dress. I was prepared, I think, for shrouded priests or naked fakirs, but this seemed to say that the devilry was over all the earth, as indeed I found it to be. "If you had only seen the monkey's feet," he said, smiling steadily, and without other preface, "we should have been very gentle. You would only be tortured and die. If you had seen the monkey's face, Still, we should be very moderate, very tolerant. You would only be tortured and live. But as you have seen the monkey's tail, we must pronounce the worst sentence, which is, go free." When he said the words, I heard the elaborate iron latch with which I had struggled automatically unlock itself, and then far down the dark passages I had passed, I heard the heavy street door shifting its own bolts backwards. "It is vain to ask for mercy. You must go free," said the smiling man. "Henceforth a hair shall slay you like a sword, and a breast shall bite you like an adder. Weapons shall come against you out of nowhere, and you shall die many times." And with that he was swallowed once more in the wall behind, and I went out into the street. Cray paused, and Father Brown unaffectedly sat down on the lawn and began to pick daisies. Then the soldier continued. Putnam, of course, with his jolly common sense, pooh-poohed all my fears, and from that time dates his doubt of my mental balance. Well, I'll simply tell you, in the fewest words, the three things that have happened since, and you shall judge which of us is right. The first happened in an Indian village on the edge of the jungle, but hundreds of miles from the temple, or town, or type of tribes and customs where the curse had been put on me. I woke in black midnight and lay thinking of nothing in particular when I felt a faint tickling thing, like a thread or a hair trailed across my throat. I shrank back out of its way and could not help thinking of the words in the temple. But when I got up and sought lights and a mirror, the line across my neck was a line of blood. The second happened in a lodging in Port Said, later on our journey home together. It was a jumble of tavern and curiosity shop, and although there was nothing there remotely suggesting the cult of the monkeys, it is, of course, possible that some of its images or talismans were in such a place. Its curse was there, anyhow. I woke again in the dark, with a sensation that could not be put in colder or more literal words than that a breath bit like an adder. Existence was an agony of extinction. I dashed my head against walls until I dashed it against a window and fell rather than jumped into the garden below. Putnam, poor fellow, who had called the other things a chance scratch, was bound to take seriously the fact of finding me half insensible on the grass at dawn, but I fear it was my mental state he took seriously and not my story. The third happened in Malta. We were in a fortress there, and as it happened, our bedrooms overlooked the open sea, which almost came up to our window-sills, save for a flat white outer wall as bare as the sea. I woke up again, but it was not dark. There was a full moon as I walked to the window. I could have seen a bird on the bare battlement or a sail on the horizon. What I did see was a sort of stick or branch circling, self-supported, in the empty sky. It flew straight in at my window and smashed the lamp beside the pillow I had just quitted. It was one of those queer-shaped war clubs some Eastern tribes use, but it had come from no human hand. Father Brown threw away a daisy chain he was making and rose with a wistful look. "Has Major Putnam," he asked, "got any Eastern curios, idols, weapons, and so on, from which one might get a hint?" "Plenty of those, though not much use, I fear," replied Cray. "But by all means come into his study." As they entered, they passed Miss Watson buttoning her gloves for church, and heard the voice of Putnam downstairs still giving a lecture on cookery to the cook. In the major's study and den of curios, they came suddenly on a third party, silk-hatted and dressed for the street, who was poring over an open book on the smoking table, a book which he dropped rather guiltily and turned. Cray introduced him civilly enough as Dr. Oman, but he showed such disfavour in his very face that Brown guessed the two men, whether Audrey knew it or not, were rivals. Nor was the priest wholly unsympathetic with the prejudice. Dr. Oman was a very well-dressed gentleman indeed, well-featured, though almost dark enough for an Asiatic. But Father Brown had to tell himself sharply that one should be in charity even with those who wax their pointed beards, who have small gloved hands, and who speak with perfectly modulated voices. Cray seemed to find something specially irritating in the small prayer book in Oman's dark-gloved hand. "I didn't know that was in your line," he said rather rudely. Oman laughed mildly, but without offence. "This is more so, I know," he said, laying his hand on the big book he had dropped, a dictionary of drugs and such things, "but it's rather too large to take to church." Then he closed the larger book, and there seemed again the faintest touch of hurry and embarrassment. "I suppose," said the priest, who seemed anxious to change the subject, "all these spears and things are from India." "From everywhere," answered the doctor. "Putnam is an old soldier and has been in Mexico and Australia and the Cannibal Islands, for all I know." "I hope it was not in the Cannibal Islands," said Brown, "that he learnt the art of cookery." And he ran his eyes over the stew pots or other strange utensils on the wall. At this moment the jolly subject of their conversation thrust his laughing, lobsterish face into the room. "Come along, Cray," he cried. "Your lunch is just coming in, and the bells are ringing for those who want to go to church." Cray slipped upstairs to change. Dr. Oman and Miss Watson betook themselves solemnly down the street with a string of other churchgoers, but Father Brown noticed that the doctor twice looked back and scrutinized the house, and even came back to the corner of the street to look at it again. The priest looked puzzled. "He can't have been at the dustbin," he muttered. "Not in those clothes. Or was he there earlier today?" Father Brown, touching other people, was as sensitive as a barometer, but today he seemed about as sensitive as a rhinoceros. By no social law, rigid or implied, could he be supposed to linger round the lunch of the Anglo-Indian friends, but he lingered, covering his position with torrents of amusing but quite needless conversation. He was the more puzzling because he did not seem to want any lunch. As one after another of the most exquisitely balanced kedgerrees of curries, accompanied with their appropriate vintages, were laid before the other two, he only repeated that it was one of his fast days, and munched a piece of bread, and sipped and then left untasted a tumbler of cold water. His talk, however, was exuberant. "I'll tell you what I'll do for you," he cried. "I'll mix you a salad. I can't eat it, but I'll mix it like an angel. You've got a lettuce there?" "Unfortunately, it is the only thing we have got," answered the good-humoured Major. "You must remember that mustard, vinegar, oil, and so on vanished with the cruet and the burglar." "I know," replied Brown, rather vaguely. "That's what I've always been afraid would happen. That's why I always carry a cruet stand about with me. I'm so fond of salads." And to the amazement of the two men, he took a pepper pot out of his waistcoat pocket and put it on the table. "I wonder why the burglars wanted mustard too," he went on, taking a mustard pot from another pocket. "A mustard plaster, I suppose, and vinegar. And producing that condiment, haven't I heard something about vinegar and brown paper? As for oil, which I think I put in my left—" His garrulity was an instant arrested, for lifting his eyes he saw what no one else saw, the black figure of Dr. Oman standing on the sunlit lawn and looking steadily into the room. Before he could quite recover himself, Cray had cloven in. "You're an outstanding card," he said, staring. "I shall come and hear your sermons if they're as amusing as your manners." His voice changed a little and he leaned back in his chair. "Oh, there are sermons in a cruet stand too," said Father Brown quite gravely. "Have you heard of faith like a grain of mustard seed? Or charity that anoints with oil? And as for vinegar, can any soldiers forget that solitary soldier who, when the sun was darkened—" Colonel Cray leaned forward a little and clutched the tablecloth. Father Brown, who was making the salad, tipped 2 spoonfuls of the mustard into the tumbler of water beside him, stood up and said in a new, loud and sudden voice, "Drink that!" At the same moment the motionless doctor in the garden came running, and bursting open a window cried, "Am I wanted? Has he been poisoned?" "Pretty near," said Brown, with a shadow of a smile, for the emetic had very suddenly taken effect, and Cray lay in the deck chair, gasping as for life, but alive. Major Putnam had sprung up, his purple face mottled. "A crime!" he cried hoarsely. "I will go for the police!" The priest could hear him dragging down his palm-leaf hat from the peg and tumbling out of the front door, and heard the garden gate slam, but he only stood looking at Cray, and after a silence said quietly, I shall not talk to you much, but I will tell you what you want to know. There is no curse on you. The Temple of the Monkeys was either a coincidence or part of the trick. The trick was the trick of a white man. There is only one weapon that will bring blood with that mere feathery touch, a razor held by a white man. There is only one way of making a common room full of invisible, overpowering poison, turning on the gas, the crime of a white man. And there is only one kind of club that can be thrown out of a window, turn in mid-air and come back to the window next to it. The Australian boomerang. You will see some of them in the Major's study. With that he went outside and spoke for a moment to the doctor. The moment after, Audrey Watson came rushing into the house and fell on her knees beside Cray's chair. He could not hear what they said to each other, but their faces moved with amazement, not unhappiness. The doctor and the priest walked slowly towards the garden gate. I suppose the Major was in love with her too, he said, with a sigh, and when the other nodded, observed, "You were very generous, Doctor. You did a fine thing, but what made you suspect?" "A very small thing," said Oman, "but it kept me restless in church till I came back to see that all was well. That book on his table was a work on poisons, and was put down open at the place where it stated that a certain Indian poison, though deadly and difficult to trace, was particularly easily reversible by the use of the commonest emetics. I suppose he read that at the last moment." "And remembered that there were emetics in the cruet stand," said Father Brown. "Exactly. He threw the cruet in the dustbin, where I found it along with other silver, for the sake of a burglary blind. But if you look at the pepper I put on the table, you'll see a small hole. That's where Cray's bullet struck, shaking up the pepper and making the criminals sneeze." There was a silence. Then Dr. Oman said grimly, "The Major is a long time looking for the police." "Or the police in looking for the Major," said the priest. "Well, goodbye." End of The Salad of Colonel Cray by G.K. Chesterton. Recording by Peter Thomlinson.
The Sick Physician by Dorothy Canfield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. The Sick Physician by Dorothy Canfield. She had been, at first, quite the most insignificant element in the life of Newton, a subject of casual comment among the much-occupied card-playing Marthas of the little suburban village. "Did you know that that new driver for Hanneman's livery stable is married?" Betty Holt asked her partner, Mrs. Baldwin. "Yes, that tow-headed foreign-looking boy. They say she's even younger than he. Did anybody make trumps? And of all things, they have a baby! Oh, pshaw! I didn't mean to play that ace." Then, suddenly, horribly, she became an object of charity. "Oh, Betty, those Polacks that live down near the railroad tracks, he was thrown out by a runaway team and brought home dead, and there isn't a cent in the house. Somebody's got to see to them. Can't you?" "Oh, my dear, I couldn't. My nerves. They say the widow is dreadful. Somebody told Harry she tried to kill herself when they brought him home. Can't you go?" "Why, my lace curtains are just half on the drying frames. Don't you suppose Margaret Wagner could? Her horrid husband is off again, and there's nothing to keep her. She's good at handling that sort of folks. The widow's not more than a child herself." After this, there was a time when she was the tragically insoluble problem which a freak of circumstance threw inexorably into the hands of the busy, bridge-playing suburban matrons. She wanted but one thing. The dark young creature, with her girl's face set in steady anguish, she asked but one boon of the well-dressed, well-fed strangers who came and went through her one-roomed hut. She cried out to them to allow her to take her child and follow her husband. There was no other thought in the world for her. She asked them, the wondering, shrinking, half frightened fair ladies, over and over in her passionate, unintelligible speech, what other course she could take. "If we could only talk to her!" cried Maid Baldwin. "What would you say to her if we could?" asked Betty Holt unanswerably. It was the simplest thing in the world that was finally said to her, but it bowed her slim, unresigned shoulders to the burden of life. Mrs. Emory, stealing an hour from little Paul's invalid's room, made the startling discovery that the poverty-stricken young Polack knew French, a pure, fluent speech, quite unlike the halting, boarding-school jargon which was the common Newton version of the language. Mrs. Emory then struggled with the half-forgotten phrases enough to make out that she also spoke German, and ran to get Margaret Wagner, half German herself. That moody, bitter-lipped, kind-eyed woman took the rebellious child into her empty arms and cried unsparingly: "Sie sind ein Post. You are a bad woman. Your little girl may live to be as happy as you have been, and you would keep her from it." The widow of Ignaz Marvenka stiffened in the other's clasp. "Would I have my child know this hour I now live?" she cried angrily. Margaret Wagner held her off at arm's length and asked her piercingly: "If you could forget him, and stop all your grief by forgetting him, would you do it?" The other, for an instant, still faced her with hard, fierce eyes of embittered desolation. Then the shaft went home. For the first time she began to weep and to cry out sobbingly: "Ach, never, never would I forget!" "But you wish to refuse your child that precious thing you would not forget?" The widow flung herself down on the bed in passion of protest. "But it is too hard to live. Ich kann es nicht. Je ne puis pas. Not even for my baby, not even for Lise Helene." Margaret Wagner knelt down beside her and said brokenly: "There are harder lives that other wives must live. Suppose he left you for other women? Suppose you had no child?" In all her married life she had never broken her proud silence before. The long years of her endurance and her reticence looked out from her steady eyes, and lighted sadly the path for the bleeding feet of Lise Barvinka. She had so shocked her staid and well-regulated neighbors, little used to violent emotions, that they did not leave her to the impersonal ministrations of charity as they did the other dwellers in the shanties by the railroad tracks. The question of her future now began to occupy them as acutely as the question of persuading her to live had done. "She says she is willing to do anything to support Lisalina," sighed Betty Holt to Mrs. Emory, "but she is so fearfully incompetent. It drives me wild with nerves to have her round." "Incompetent? Why, didn't you know she can speak French and—" "Oh, I mean incompetent for a woman of her class. She's too ignorant ever to try to teach French. She's too ignorant for any use in every way. It's a literal fact that Gretchen Wagner had to show her how to hold a needle." Mrs. Emory shuddered. And such a helpless child as that to be given the care of a baby! Her own life was spent in a black prison house of anxiety over a frail little only son who threatened with every wind that blew to leave the loving hands that clung to him so desperately that life seemed but one long apprehension. Suppose Liz Elena should be delicate? She shivered again. "Well, she's not, a bit," Mrs. Holt reassured her. "She's a big fat blond baby, just as different from Lisa as can be. Like the father, I suppose. Well, the only thing to do with Lisa is to try to teach her something useful. Maybe she could learn to wait on table for extra help at dinner parties, or something like that." But she did not learn this, or any other occupation which Newton women had been taught to consider useful. It was not for lack of faithful effort on their part and on hers. Day after day she brought her rosy, yellow-haired child to the home of the Holts, the Baldwins, the Wagners, and the Emorys, and listened docilely to the instructions of those deft-handed housekeepers, about sewing, cooking, washing dishes, cleaning, making fires, darning stockings, and to the last day of her service she performed all these operations as badly as at her first attempt. "You don't try," Mrs. Baldwin accused her one day. She raised her fathomless black eyes. "I try to try," she said pitifully, in her painful, newly learned English. Mrs. Baldwin was Connecticut born, bred, dried, and seasoned, and had no use for sentimentality in the practical matters of life. "I can't keep such a dewless creature. She'd ruin us," she said indignantly to Mrs. Holt. It was a critical period in Lisa's affairs. The four women who had somehow helplessly seemed to saddle themselves with the responsibility of her fate tried their best to evade this self-assumed burden. Their last attempt was to persuade her to let them write her family in Poland for aid. It was a subject they never mentioned to her again, so startled were they by the fanged image of rage which she became at the suggestion. In fact, they never learned from her so much as the name she bore before her marriage. They gathered the evident fact from her that she was highly educated and delicately bred, and from Hanneman, the livery stable man, only that her husband had been entirely the reverse of these things. He couldn't read or write, Arvinga couldn't, but he was an awful good sort of fellow for all that, the finest driver I ever had. He thought lots of his folks, too. There was more than $20 in the purse us boys got up for the widow. And do you know what that doggone fool woman went and did with it? Bought a gold locket to put a piece from his old coat in. There wa'n't much more'n that left of him after the smash-up. And a gold chain to hang it round her neck. She says she's never going to take it off till she dies. And the funeral expenses not paid. No, ma'am, I can't tell you any more about Marenka." There were no other sources of information, and they never knew any more. They surmised endless romances about the circumstances which led to the heartbreaking happy union of the two so diverse creatures, but only on one occasion did Lisa by word or act throw any light on her past. That occasion befell one day in December, the year after her husband's death, when she was sitting dully over a basket of darning in the Emery house. Her four patronesses were gathered around the piano in the next room practising in their chatty, amateurish manner a Christmas carol. All the four had pleasant, light, untrained voices, and occasionally furnished a musical number for the programme of a home-made entertainment. This was for the Christmas party of the Sunday school. They had chosen an arrangement of a Gounod Christmas chant, and were now admitting the unwisdom of their choice, with their usual comfortable acceptance of narrow limitations. It was quite beyond their capacities, they said unconcernedly to each other, after fumbling through the first measures. Mrs. Emery, the pianist of the group, complained that the accompaniment was too hard for her, and May Bodwin protested at the height of the soprano part. "I can't sing a decent A, you know I can't." She broke off in the middle of a measure to remark conversationally, and at the sound of a sudden explosive exclamation back of her, turned to receive, full face, one of the most startling sensations of her life. Afterward, each one confessed that she had felt as though a tigress had sprung out at her from a corner of the safe, comfortable sitting room. Lisa Marenka stood before them, her face very white, her eyes very black, her attitude tense as a slinger about to launch his bolt. She flung it at them like an insult. "You do not try. You are lazy with your breath. You do not try." They stared at her. This violent, imperious authority was no one they had ever seen. They shrank from her as she darted in on Mrs. Bodwin, snatching off her belt and commanding with fury, "Breathe! Breathe! Down here where is my hand. Deeper, now again. Deeper. Now think. High. High. High." She motioned passionately towards the zenith. "Now another breath. Now hear us. Eh? Eh?" She struck the note on the piano and stamped her foot. From the throat of the astonished Mrs. Bodwin issued a clear, resonant note such as never before in her life had she emitted. "You can, you see," Lisa accused her. "You hypnotize me," protested the matron, still held by the other's flaming eyes. "If you try, you can," said Mrs. Marinka scornfully. "All of you could." She pushed Mrs. Emery away from the piano stool and sat down, striking, without looking at the music, the first chords of the accompaniment. She gathered them up, she swept them along with the quickly increasing impetus of the approach to the glorious opening melody. She hurled them into song with one dynamic word of command. "Sing!" she cried, as though death were the only alternative. And with one accord began the first rehearsal of the Newton Woman's Quartet. It lasted an hour, 60 minutes of more intense life than the four married, settled ladies had dreamed they were still capable of feeling. Their leader gave them no time to be self-conscious, to wonder at themselves or at her. They existed in the moment, and the moment's impersonal affair was to cast out upon the air the audible embodiment of a noble spiritual truth. Nothing less would their commander receive from them. She raged at them, she pleaded with them, she sang all their parts in turn, pouring out a powerful, perfectly trained young voice that flooded them and swept them away. She coaxed them over difficult places, she swooped down on them, broad-winged, and carried them up in eagle flights to pealing climaxes. Their cheeks were flushed as in their girlhood, their eyes shone starlike. They had forgotten their creeping, everyday life. May Bodwin was oblivious to the high price of steak and the need of floor polish. Betty Holt's nerves but made her the more sensitively alive to this new joy. Mrs. Emery, Paul's mother, for the first time in years, knew a beauty untarnished by fear. And Margaret Wagner caught a glimpse of a door of escape from the humiliating bitterness of her life. They were trembling in excitement, they were singing beyond their wildest dreams of their capacities, but above all they were penetrated, dazzled, drunk with the music. With all their souls they were calling the world to forget its cares as they had forgotten theirs, to worship with them the greatness of humility. Ardently they chanted the words. "Though low be the chamber," they sang fervently. They were wavering agnostics, lukewarm doubters, all of them. Come in, and adore," they chanted with uplifted hearts, ecstatic as a company of medieval saints, their eyes fixed on Lisa Marinka's exalted face of command. At the end there was a silence, as they looked wonderingly at each other like travelers returned from a distant country. Lisa's cheeks were glistening with tears. She wiped them away with a murmured explanation. "It is the first music I hear in so long." At last they found their tongues, their voices of everyday prose, and cried out. "But you never told us that you were such a musician as—" She nodded simply. "Ah, yes, it is all I know. Anything but that was I never taught." "You must give piano lessons." This from Mrs. Emery. Lisa looked up in astonishment, as if fearing ridicule. "Ach, the piano I play not at all. Only little. Very bad. To sing is what I—" They remembered her masterly management of the accompaniment, and laughed. "You must give singing lessons, then." The widow clasped her hands. "For pay?" She was incredulous ecstasy. They nodded amply. "Ach, to earn money for Lisa Lena!" cried the musician. The others were holding a little aloof from her, still overawed by her Delphic visitation of inspiration, for which, as though it were the most obvious and expected of phenomena, she vouchsafed no explanation or apology. But at that moment occurred an incident which restored the balance of power. Mrs. Bodwin's maid of all work burst in with Lisa Lena choking and strangling in her arms. Lisa sprang for the child with a piercing scream of terror, and held it close to her heart, turning eyes of idiotic terror on the others. "What to do? What to do?" she cried wildly. "Stand her on her head and shake her," called Mrs. Baldwin, hastening towards them. Lisa tried tremblingly to obey, but the heavy child slipped from her arms into a struggling heap on the floor, over which she wrung impotent, agonized hands. "This way, so!" said Mrs. Baldwin, seizing the sufferer energetically, reversing her under one arm and administering a series of sharp blows to her back. There was a gurgle, a gasp, an indignant yell from Lisa Lena, and a large bone button rolled on the floor. Lisa fell to her knees, white and shaken, crying out, "You save her from to die! You are so wonder-wise!" Maid Baldwin laughed. It is possible that at this moment they had, all of them, some half-conscious divination of what their relations were to be. "You teach us to sing all our songs like that one to day, and we'll take care of the baby for you," she said. So began a new phase in Lisa's life. She was called Mrs. Marika now, and sometimes Madame. Newton ladies thought the foreign title suited her type. The number of her pupils increased rapidly, and before long a chorus was organized, under Mrs. Baldwin's management, although the other three of the original quartette feared for the success of this undertaking. In the first place, Lisa insisted that the ladies learn for the first rehearsal a small part of one of the Bach passions, a strange ascetic choice which augured ill for a miscellaneous gathering of suburban ladies. They were afraid, too, that the courage of their girlish leader might not suffice for the ordeal of facing so large a number of strangers and addressing them in a half-learned foreign tongue. But at the first rehearsal, as at all subsequent ones, the same miracle took place. The first chord of the accompaniment transformed the shrinking, insignificant girl into a very Napoleon of music, masterful, sure of herself, inordinately demanding and inordinately giving forth. She launched them upon the sea of harmony with a calm, bold certainty. She swept them from their niggling 1, 2, 3 countings out upon broad, swelling waves of noble rhythm whose existence they had not suspected. She sprang at their throats like a tiger cat at the least sign of flagging, and drew from them impetuous crescendos and ringing climaxes which made the tears of excited pleasure come into their eyes. She fell into a wide-eyed trance of tranquillity and hushed them to heavenly mild diminuendos, and never for an instant did she take from them the consuming fire of her eyes. At the end, after they had gone through a short section of the Lamentations, better sung 1,000 times than any music Newton had ever heard before, she laid down the folded newspaper with which she had been beating time, and, dismissing them with a nod, said wearily, "That was very, very bad, but better than at first, and we will all do better next week." The spell was over. The women in the chorus drew long breaths and blinked rapidly, returning with surprise to themselves, to daylight, to the ordinary world, to each other. "Well," said a soprano to an alto who in everyday life was her sister, "you don't know how funny it seems to see you with your face and your hat and your gloves just as usual." The other understood. "I know, I felt the same way. You were just a voice." The young leader, a sombre, brooding figure in her straight black dress, had come up to this group and was listening. Another woman said, "Why, I haven't felt so stirred up, not since I was being courted. I declare, that was the way I did feel. I thrilled as though I was falling in love again. And my youngest is 9 years old." Lisa laid her thin, long-fingered hand on the other's shoulder. "That is music," she said solemnly. "Anything smaller than that is not music. It is wicked sacrilege. And to have that, it is enough for any one to live. That is my credo." Flying this flag, she went into single-handed combat with the entrenched forces of emotional and intellectual sloth and inertia, and so harried, baited, and persecuted them that in 6 months' time There was to the eye of the most casual observer a definite change in the moral atmosphere of the town. The membership of the bridge clubs began to decline and the attendance of those who remained technically loyal to cards was uncertain. Women made fewer aimless shopping expeditions into the city. The number of teas and receptions fell off a little, and wardrobes were made ready for the changing seasons with a great abatement from the usual prayerful intensity of care. There was so little time now! Their fanatical overseer whipped laggards into line and spurred the leaders forward. Delving with titanic energy in the pasture land of Newton femininity, Madame Marvenka blasted yawning cavities among the flowers and grasses, and found gold and silver and precious stones, which then with infinite patience she refined and chased and polished and set. She discovered voices in the most unexpected personalities, and having discovered them, performed the far harder exploit of fanning their owners into a flame of purposeful energy. Margaret Wagner's pleasant alto was found to be a powerful dramatic contralto, the use and development of which was like pure air to an invalid sickened by long confinement. Through the medium of this safe, new speech she poured out the bitterness which had so long clogged her heart, and, purging her bosom of the perilous stuff, found that life had taught her other and sweeter things. Feeling an exalted sense of this one day, she told her teacher: "Now I see that it is true what you say. Art is enough, even what we poor half-way bunglers may do and know of it. It is enough reason for going on." They had met in the street, and Lisa was in her unmusical incarnation, a thin, black-robed figure, with deep-set, lustreless eyes. "Told I you that?" she asked, fingering nervously the little golden locket she would always wear until she died. "Told I you that it is enough?" Mrs. Wagner wondered at her. "Why, you said it is your creed." The foreigner thrust the locket inside the bosom of her dress, and turned away. "Oh, yes, it is my creed," she murmured uncertainly. She added bravely, however, a moment later: "Please be early at the rehearse today." Mrs. Emory, having but a tiny thread of a nondescript voice, had insisted that the new teacher take up with her half-forgotten piano, in whose familiar black and white she saw, under the new instruction, strange meanings. Laboring over the keys, she had sometimes blessed glimpses of a conception of harmony so all-embracing that every fact of life could enter into its great crescendos. "It is the first thing in my life since little Paul's sickness that sets me free of terror," she told Madame Marvenka after an hour of searching, ecstatic toil over a Beethoven andante. "It makes me understand that life is so great that even death may not take all away from us." The other's sinuous fingers closed on her locket hard. It was always in her hand. She smiled waveringly. She seemed for a moment even paler than usual. "Ah, you understand that, you say?" she asked. "You understand that now?" She bent over her music suddenly to hide her face. As she went out, she paused in the doorway to say fiercely: "I must work more, more." It seemed to her four friends that no one could work harder than she at that time, but in the months to come she outdid herself. Newton hummed like a great sea shell with the echoes of her ceaseless song. The men of the suburb were not enthusiastic. Naturally, they thought of their wives as intended agreeably to supplement and embellish their own kobold grubbings in the adjacent city. Music as vital self-expression as the dramatic outpourings of real and potential feeling, music as the wings on which their well-tamed women folk took fiery flight for regions of emotion related in no way to their actual lives, peacefully and inexorably circumscribed by the wedding ring, this music they feared and distrusted as the devil's work. The author of the electrifying change they came as a body solidly to oppose. She was a morbid foreigner, they said, and all that anybody knew about her was that evidently she had eloped with her father's coachman, and that was the kind of woman she was. They were consequently little disposed to sympathize with their wives in the joyful excitement which now fell upon those ladies, as a result of a curious sequence of events unimportant in themselves. Somebody or other's second cousin had married the brother of the manager of a company now producing opera in English. The second cousin, coming by chance to spend Sunday in Newton, brought by chance her much bored managerial brother-in-law, and he, by chance, hearing Lisa Marbrenka, was no longer bored, but vastly startled. From here on, Lisa's four protecting ladies could scarcely keep pace with the swirl of events. He went to see Lisa that afternoon, and she sang for him again, and he sent for Lisa to come to his office in the city. She came back to Newton with her great tidings, showing a faint smile at the exclamation of "her ladies," as she called them, who were quite overcome with scared delight. It was as though an eagle had soared up out of a henyard, they felt. Lisa tried to moderate their excitement. It was not the Metropolitan, she told them, but if it pleases you, I am to sing Madama Butterfly. Come, one time to see if I do it right. But only if I learn those English words, so I speak them good. You can teach me that English, not? They not only taught her that English, but they did nothing for the next week but occupy themselves feverishly with preparations. They made her kimonos for her with their own hands, and the costume of Lys Helena, who was to be the child of the story. They rehearsed the business of her part incessantly with her. They trained Lissalina in her rôle. They held the book with endless patience to correct Lisa's memory, but anxious not to leave a stone unturned in the path of her success. "Don't you think you would better take a lesson or two in the acting?" they asked her. "It will be all so new for you." A flame leapt up in the midnight of her eyes. "New! There is nothing new for me in that story. It is a woman who lives without the husband she loves, and then she kill herself because she have him not. I know. They feared among themselves that this time she was really overconfident. They feared for her memory, for her courage, for her voice, for her presence of mind. If it had been their own debut, they could not have known more hopeful and terrified hours. On the night of the performance they took their seats with heavily beating hearts. They thought that every nerve was strained for Lisa and for Lisa alone, but they had not counted on the new magic of the world to which she had introduced them. It was the first opera they had heard since the opening of their ears, and with the beginning of the overture they entered once and for all fully into their kingdom of enchantment. For a moment all their personal connection with the evening was gone from their minds. They were lost in that finest, most unearthly of all joys, an impersonal impression of art. It marked an epoch in their lives. They heard what the orchestra was proclaiming. They distinguished the different voices of the different instruments as though archangels were calling to them. They were aware of the rich texture of the harmony. They caught the intricate pattern of modern orchestral music. Lisa and the abandon of her passion in the love duet of the first act's finale were, for the moment, to these listeners, but parts of a glorious whole. When the curtain went down, however, they came to themselves, and, silenced by the staccato outburst of applause, clasped hands of rapt self-congratulation. From their box they could catch glimpses of what was passing in the wings. The impresario was shaking hands with Lisa between her responses to the applause. Even to their inexperienced eyes it was plain that the prima donna was accepted. The next act proved her more than that. If her singing pleased the critics, it was her acting which carried away the now aroused audience. Such yearning was in her demand for news of her husband, such an exultation over the arrival of his ship, glowed through the oriental dignity of her preparations for his homecoming, that when the curtain fell on the pathetic scene of endless waiting and heartsick suspense, the audience would not be denied a curtain call. For a time the management refused, but then, against all tradition, the impresario sent out his new find, Les Helena trotting by her side. The house roared at their appearance. There were shouts from the gallery of "Brava! Brava!" and a loud pattering storm of applause. Lisa walked across the stage, holding her child by the hand and bowing her thanks. As she passed near her friends, she looked into the half obscurity of their box, her painted face glaringly lighted by the footlights. Their enthusiastic hand clapping stopped suddenly. The smiles of pride and relief and pleasure were stricken from their faces. They shrank together, staring at the expression of her eyes, strange in the smiling mask she held up to the audience. She lifted for them to see, from where it swung low on the breast of her kimono, the little golden locket, the locket which was always in her hand. She disappeared, Les Helena skipping in delight to see their kind, familiar faces. The curtain rose. The four ladies did not stir once during the intolerable pathos of that last scene. At the unsheathing of the dagger, Betty Holt caught a sharp breath, but her eyes did not waver. The child came running in. There was the heartbreaking passage of pretty, tender, desolated mother chatter while its eyes were bandaged and the dishonored flag set in its hand. The orchestra sent out a sinister note, and the woman without a husband passed quietly behind the screen. The blindfolded child played smilingly with the doll and waved the little flag. The violins filled the hearts of the listeners with ill-omened chords, with tragic and dissonant cadences. The four women in the box were white to the lips. The music changed. The other actors came running on the stage. The screen was cast down, showing the huddled, prostrate figure in the kimono. The blindfolded child was carried off. The curtain went down. It was a thoroughly dramatic rendition of that most dramatic finale. The four ladies in the box sat motionless, staring before them. From behind the curtain came an ominous sound of hurrying feet, startled, shocked voices. They leaned forward, straining their ears. About them the well-pleased audience stirred and murmured and caught its breath in satisfaction over an artistic triumph. Scraps of talk drifted into the box. "A consummate singer," pronounced the thin-faced elderly man who had taken notes all through the performance. The friends of the prima donna had conjectured him an influential music critic. "I never heard that aria before the suicide more admirably phrased." From a group of enthusiastic music students, whose heads had been bent over the score of the opera, came a girl's fervent voice. "What more could anybody want in the world than to be able to do that?" Mrs. Baldwin turned her head. "What are we waiting for?" she asked challengingly. They looked at each other and made no answer. The door at the back of the box opened, and Les Helena burst in, the black wig gone from her yellow hair, her eyes dancing. "I dot a box of candy," she chanted, holding it up at them triumphantly. "The fat man gave it to me for not laughing when he wiggled his nose. I didn't this time, did I?" "Where is your mother?" asked Mrs. Emory in a frightened voice. Les Helena looked about her with cheerful vagueness. "Oh, back there, I dess. She told me this morning that as soon as the man carried me out to run along to you. She said I was to go home with you. She said you would take care of me." Betty Holt's hand went to her throat. Did she tell you anything else?" Les Helena nodded. "Yes, she did." Her eyes wandered over the audience. "Oh, see that lady with the—" "What did she say? What did she say?" They bent over her urgently. Why, oh, yes, she said to tell you that her part was so hard for her to play, she'd have to rest now." From behind the curtain came an ominous sound of slow feet stepping heavily, weighted with a burden. The four pale, motherly women closed about the smiling little girl, shielding her from the stage. Margaret Wagner stifled a cry and knelt down by the singer's child. "What is this thing around your neck?" she asked in a horrified whisper. "My mamma put it around my neck," said Lisa Helena. It was the little golden locket. End of The Sick Physician by Dorothy Canfield.
Some Scotland Yard Stories by Sir Robert Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. Some Scotland Yard Stories by Sir Robert Anderson. When I took charge of the Criminal Investigation Department, I was no novice in matters relating to criminals and crime. In addition to experience gained at the bar and on the Prison Commission, Secret Service work had kept me in close touch with Scotland Yard for 20 years, and during all that time I had the confidence not only of the chiefs, but of the principal officers of the detective force. I thus entered on my duties with very exceptional advantages. I was not a little surprised, therefore, to find occasion to suspect that one of my principal subordinates was trying to impose on me as though I were an ignoramus. For when any important crime of a certain kind occurred, and I set myself to investigate it, à la Sherlock Holmes, he used to listen to me in the way that so many people listen to sermons in church, and when I was done he would stolidly announce that the crime was the work of A, B, C, or D, naming some of his stock heroes. Though a keen and shrewd police officer, the man was unimaginative, and I thus accounted for the fact that his list was always brief, and that the same names came up repeatedly. It was Old Carl, or Worth, or Sausage, or Shrimps, or Quiet Joe, or Red Bob, etc., etc., one name or another being put forward according to the kind of crime I was investigating. It was easy to test my prosaic subordinate's statements by methods with which I was familiar in Secret Service work, and I soon found that he was generally right. Great crimes are the work of great criminals, and great criminals are very few. And by great crimes I mean not crimes that loom large in the public view because of their moral heinousness, but crimes that are the work of skilled and resourceful criminals. The problem in such cases is not to find the offender in a population of many millions, but to pick him out from among a few definitely known specialists in the particular sort of crime under investigation. A volume might be filled with cases to illustrate my meaning, but a very few must here suffice. It fell upon a day, for example, that a ladder larceny was committed at a country house in Cheshire. It was the usual story. While the family were at dinner, the house was entered by means of a ladder placed against a bedroom window, all outer doors and ground floor windows having been fastened from outside by screws or wire or rope, and wires were stretched across the lawn to baffle pursuit in case the thieves were discovered. The next day the chief constable of the county called on me, for, as he said, such a crime was beyond the capacity of provincial practitioners, and he expected us to find the delinquents among our pets at Scotland Yard. He gave me a vague description of two strangers who had been seen near the house the day before, and in return I gave him 3 photographs. 2 of these were promptly identified as the men who had come under observation. Arrest and conviction followed, and the criminals received a punishment suited to their sin. One of them was Quiet Joe, the other his special pal. Their sentences expired about the time of my retirement from office, and thus my official acquaintance with them came to an end. But in the newspaper reports of a similar case the year after I left office, I recognized my old friends. Rascals of this type are worth watching, and the police had noticed that they were meeting at the Lambeth Free Library, where their special study was provincial directories and books of reference. They were tracked to a bookshop where they bought a map of Bristol, and to other shops where they procured the plant for a ladder larceny. They then booked for Bristol and there took observations of the suburban house they had fixed upon. At this stage the local detectives, to whom of course the metropolitan officers were bound to give the case, declared themselves and seized the criminals, and the case was disposed of by a 9-month sentence on a minor issue. Most people can be wise after the event, but even that sort of related wisdom seems lacking to the legislature and the law. If on the occasion of their previous conviction these men had been asked what they would do on the termination of their sentence, they would have answered, "Why, go back to business, of course. What else?" And at Bristol they would have replied with equal frankness. On that occasion they openly expressed their gratification that the officers did not wait to catch them fair on the job, as another long stretch would about finish them, a playful allusion to the fact that, as they were both in their 7th decade, another penal servitude sentence would have seen the end of them, whereas their return to the practice of their calling was only deferred for a few months. Meanwhile they would live without expense, and a paternal government would take care of the money found in their pockets on their arrest, would be restored to them on their release, to enable them to buy more jimmies and wires and screws, so that no time would be lost in getting to work. Such is our punishment of crime system. Quiet Joe made a good income by the practice of his profession, but he was a thriftless fellow who spent his earnings freely and never paid income tax. Old Carr was a different type. The man never did an honest day's work in his life. He was a thief, a financier and trainer of thieves, and a notorious receiver of stolen property. But though his wealth was ill-gotten, he knew how to hoard it. Upon his last conviction I was appointed statutory administrator of his estate. I soon discovered that he owned a good deal of valuable house property, but this I declined to deal with and took charge only of his portable securities for money. The value of this part of his estate may be estimated by the fact on his discharge he brought an action against me for maladministration of it, claiming 5,000 damages and submitting detailed accounts in support of his claim. Mr. Augustine Birrell was my leading counsel in the suit, and I may add that though the old rascal carried his case to the Court of Appeal, he did not get his £5,000. The man lived in crime, and by crime, and old though he was born in 1828, and rolling in wealth, he at once resumed the practice of his profession. He was arrested abroad this year during a trip taken to dispose of some stolen notes, the proceeds of a Liverpool crime, and his evil life came to an end in a foreign prison. When I refused to deal with Carr's house property, I allowed him to nominate a friend to take charge of it, and he nominated a brother professional, a man of the same kidney as himself, known in police circles as Sausage. A couple of years later, however, I learned from the tenants that the agent had disappeared and that their cheques for rent had been returned to them. I knew what that meant, and at once instituted inquiries to find the man, first in the metropolis and then throughout the provinces. But my inquiries were fruitless. I learned, however, that when last at Scotland Yard, the man had said with emphasis that he would never again do anything at home. This was in answer to a warning and an appeal. A warning that he would get no mercy if again brought to justice, and an appeal to change his ways, as he had made his pile and could afford to live in luxurious idleness. With this clue to guide me, I soon learned that the man's insatiable zest for crime had led him to cross the Channel in hope of finding a safer sphere of work, and that he was serving a sentence in a French prison. No words, surely, can be needed to point the moral of cases such as these. The criminals who keep society in a state of siege are as strong as they are clever. If the risk of a few years' penal servitude on conviction gave place to the certainty of final loss of liberty, these professionals would put up with the tedium of an honest life. Lombroso theories have no application to such men. Benson, of the famous Benson and Kerr frauds, was the son of an English clergyman. He was a man of real ability, of rare charms of manner and address, and an accomplished linguist. Upon the occasion of one of Madame Patty's visits to America, he ingratiated himself with the customs officers at New York, and thus got on board the liner before the arrival of the reception committee. He was, of course, a stranger to the great singer, but she was naturally charmed by his appearance and bearing, and the perfection of his Italian, and she had no reason to doubt that he had been commissioned for the part he played so acceptably. And when the reception committee arrived, they assumed that he was a friend of Madame Patty's. Upon his arm it was, therefore, that she leaned when disembarking. And this was done with a view to carry out a huge fraud, the detection of which eventually brought him to ruin. The man was capable of filling any position, but the life of adventure and ease which a criminal career provided had a fascination for him. Facts like these failed to convince Dr. Max Nordau when he called upon me years ago. At his last visit I put his type theory to a test. I had 2 photographs so covered that nothing showed but the face, and telling him that one was an eminent public man and the other a notorious criminal, I challenged him to say which was the type. He shirked my challenge, for as a matter of fact the criminal's face looked more benevolent than the other, and it was certainly as strong. The one was Raymond alias Worth, the most eminent of the criminal fraternity of my time, and the other was Archbishop Temple. Need I add, my story is intended to discredit not his Grace of Canterbury, but the Lombroso type theory. Raymond, like Benson, had a respectable parentage. In early manhood he was sentenced to a long term of imprisonment for a big crime committed in New York, but he escaped and came to England. His schemes were Napoleonic. His most famous coup was a great diamond robbery. His cupidity was excited by the accounts of the Kimberley mines. He sailed for South Africa, visited the mines, accompanied a convoy of diamonds to the coast, and investigated the whole problem on the spot. Dick Turpin would have recruited a body of bushrangers and seized one of the convoys. But the methods of the sportsmanlike criminal of our day are very different. The arrival of the diamonds at the coast was timed to catch the mail steamer for England, and if a convoy were accidentally delayed en route, the treasure had to lie in the post office till the next mail left. Raymond's plan of campaign was soon settled. He was a man who could make his way in any company, and he had no difficulty in obtaining wax impressions of the postmaster's keys. The postmaster, indeed, was one of a group of admiring friends whom he entertained at dinner the evening before he sailed for England. Some months later he returned to South Africa under a clever disguise and an assumed name, and made his way up country to a place at which the diamond convoys had to cross a river ferry on their way to the coast. Unshipping the chain of the ferry, he let the boat drift downstream, and the next convoy missed the mail steamer. £90,000 worth of diamonds had to be deposited in the strong room of the post office, and those diamonds ultimately reached England in Raymond's possession. He afterward boasted that he sold them to their lawful owners in Hatton Garden. If I had ever possessed £90,000 worth of anything, the government would have had to find someone else to look after Fenians and burglars. But Raymond loved his work for its own sake, and though he lived in luxury and style, he kept to it to the last, organising and financing many an important crime. A friend of mine who has a large medical practice in one of the London suburbs told me once of an extraordinary patient of his. The man was a Dives and lived sumptuously, but he was extremely hypochondriacal. Every now and then an urgent summons would bring the doctor to the house to find the patient in bed, though with nothing whatever the matter with him. But the man always insisted on having a prescription, which was promptly sent to the chemist. My friend's last summons had been exceptionally urgent, and on his entering the room with unusual abruptness, the man sprang up in bed and covered him with a revolver. I might have relieved his curiosity by explaining that this eccentric patient was a prince amongst criminals. Raymond knew that his movements were matter of interest to the police, and if he had reason to fear that he had been seen in dangerous company, he bolted home and shammed sick. And the doctor's evidence, confirmed by the chemist's books, would prove that he was ill in bed after the hour at which the police supposed they had seen him miles away. Raymond it was who stole the famous Gainsborough picture for which Mr. Agnew had recently paid the record price of £10,000. I may here say that the owner acted very well in this matter. Though the picture was offered him more than once on tempting terms, he refused to treat for it save with the sanction of the police, and it was not until I intimated to him that he might deal with the thieves that he took steps for its recovery. The story of another crime will explain my action in this case. The Channel gang of thieves mentioned on a previous page sometimes went for larger game than purses and pocketbooks. They occasionally robbed the treasure chest of the mail steamer when a parcel of valuable securities was passing from London to Paris. Tidings reached me that they were planning a coup of this kind upon a certain night, and I ascertained by inquiry that a city insurance company meant to send a large consignment of bonds to Paris on the night in question. How the thieves got the information is a mystery. Their organisation must have been admirable, but Scotland Yard was a match for them. I sent officers to Dover and Calais to deal with the case, and the men were arrested on landing at Calais. But they were taken empty-handed. A capricious order of the railway company's marine superintendent at Dover had changed the steamer that night an hour before the time of sailing, and while upon the thieves was found a key for the treasure chest of the advertised boat, they had none for the boat in which they had actually crossed. But, mirabile dictu, during the passage they had managed to get a wax impression of it. We also got hold of a cloakroom ticket for a portmanteau which was found to contain some £2,000 worth of coupons stolen by the gang on a former trip. The men included in the bag were Shrimps, Red Bob, and an old sinner named Powell. But the criminal law is skilfully framed in the interest of criminals, and it was impossible to make a case against them. I succeeded, however, by dint of urgent appeals to the French authorities in having them kept in jail for 3 months. And now for the point of my story. Powell had left a blank cheque with his wife to be used in case he came to grief, and on his return to England he found she had been false to him. She had drawn out all his money and gone off with another man, and the poor old rascal died of want in the streets of Southampton. He it was who was Raymond's accomplice in stealing Mr. Agnew's picture, and with his death all hope of a prosecution came to an end. If my purpose here were to amuse, I might fill many a page with narratives of this kind, but my object is to expose the error and folly of our present system of dealing with crime. When a criminal court claims to anticipate the judgment of the great assize in the case of a hooligan convicted of some vulgar act of violence, the silliness and profanity of the claim may pass unnoticed. But when the punishment of crime system is applied to criminals of the type here described, the imbecility of it must be apparent to all. With such men, crime is the business of their lives. They delight in it. Their zest for it never flags, even in old age. What leads men like Raymond or Carr to risk a sentence of penal servitude is not a sense of want, that is a forgotten memory, nor is it even a craving for filthy lucre. The controlling impulse is a love of sport, for every great criminal is a thorough sportsman, and in the case of a man who is free from the weakness of having a conscience, it is not easy to estimate the fascination of a life of crime. Fancy the long-sustained excitement of planning and executing crimes like Raymond's. In comparison with such sport, hunting wild game is work for savages, salmon fishing and grouse shooting for lunatics and idiots. The theft of the gold cup at Escott illustrates what I am saying here. The thieves arrived in motor cars. They were, we are told, of gentlemanly appearance and immaculately dressed, and they paid their way into the grand stand. The list of criminals of that type is a short one, and no one need suppose that such men would risk penal servitude for the paltry sum the cup would fetch. A crime involving far less risk would bring them 10 times as much booty, for no winner of the cup ever derived more pleasure from the possession of it than the thieves must have experienced as they drove to London with the treasure under the seat of their motor car. For it was not the lust of filthy lucre, but the love of sport that incited them to the venture. There are hundreds of our undergraduates who would eagerly emulate the feat, were they not deterred by its dangers, and a rule of 3 sum may explain my proposal to put an end to such crimes. Let the consequences to the professional criminals be made equal to what imprisonment would mean to a varsity man, and the thing is done. End of Some Scotland Yard Stories by Sir Robert Anderson. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. London, 2017.
The Tomb of Pan, from 51 Tales by Lord Dunsany. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothmann. The Tomb of Pan, from 51 Tales by Lord Dunsany. Seeing, they said, that old-time Pan is dead, let us now make a tomb for him, and a monument, that the dreadful worship of long ago may be remembered and avoided by all. So said the people of the enlightened lands, and they built a white and mighty tomb of marble. Slowly it rose under the hands of the builders, and longer every evening after the sunset it gleamed with the rays of the departing sun. And many mourned for Pan while the builders built. Many reviled him. Some called the builders to cease, and to weep for Pan, and others called for them to leave no memorial at all of so infamous a god. But the builders built on steadily. And one day all was finished, and the tomb stood there like a steep sea cliff, and Pan was carved thereon with a humbled head and the feet of angels pressed upon his neck. And when the tomb was finished, the sun had already set, but the afterglow was rosy on the huge bulk of Pan. And presently all the enlightened people came and saw the tomb, and remembered Pan who was dead, and all deplored him and his wicked age. But a few wept apart because of the death of Pan. But at evening, as he stole out of the forest and slipped like a shadow softly along the hills, Pan saw the tomb and laughed. The end of The Tomb of Pan, from 51 Tales by Lord Dunsany. Where the Tides Ebb and Flow, from A Dreamer's Tale by Lord Dunsany. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothmann. Where the Tides Ebb and Flow by Lord Dunsany. I dreamt that I had done a horrible thing, so that burial was to be denied me either in soil or sea, neither could there be any hell for me. I waited for some hours knowing this. Then my friends came for me and slew me secretly with the ancient rite, and lit great tapers and carried me away. It was all in London that the thing was done, and they went furtively at the dead of night along grey streets and among mean houses until they came to the river. And the river and the tide of the sea were grappling with one another between the mud banks, and both of them were black and full of lights. A sudden wonder came to the eyes of each as my friends came near to them with their glaring tapers. All these things I saw as they carried me dead and stiffening, for my soul was still among my bones, because there was no hell for it, and because Christian burial was denied me. They took me down a stairway that was green with slimy things, and so came slowly to the terrible mud. There, in the territory of forsaken things, they dug a shallow grave. When they had finished, they laid me in the grave, and suddenly they cast their tapers to the river. And when the water had quenched the flaring lights, the tapers looked pale and small as they bobbed upon the tide. And at once the glamour of the calamity was gone, and I noticed then the approach of the huge dawn. And my friends cast their cloaks over their faces, and the solemn procession was turned into many fugitives that furtively stole away. Then the mud came back wearily and covered all but my face. There I lay alone with quite forgotten things, with drifting things that the tides will take no further, with useless things and lost things, and with the horrible, unnatural bricks that were neither stone nor soil. I was rid of feelings because I had been killed, but perception and thought were in my unhappy soul. The dawn widened, and I saw the desolate houses that crowded the marge of the river, and their dead windows peered into my dead eyes, windows with bales behind them, instead of human souls. I grew so weary looking at these forlorn things that I wanted to cry out, but could not because I was dead. Then I knew, as I had never known before, that for all the years that herd of desolate houses had wanted to cry out too, but being dead, were dumb. And I knew then that it had yet been well with the forgotten drifting things if they had wept, but they were eyeless and without life, and I too tried to weep, but there were no tears in my dead eyes. And I knew then that the river might have cared for us, might have caressed us, might have sung to us, but he swept broadly onward, thinking of nothing but the princely ships. At last the tide did what the river would not, and came and covered me over, and my soul had rest in the green water, and rejoiced and believed that it had burial at sea. But the ebb of the water fell again and left me alone again, with the callous mud, among forgotten things that drift no more, and with the sight of all those desolate houses, and with the knowledge among all of us that each was dead. In the mournful wall behind me, hung with green weeds, forsaken of the sea, dark tunnels appeared, and the secret narrow passages that were clamped and barred. From these at last the stealthy rats came down to nibble me away, and my soul rejoiced thereat, and believed that he would be free perforce from the accursed bones to which the burial was refused. Very soon the rats ran away a little space and whispered among themselves. They never came any more. When I found that I was accursed even among the rats, I tried to weep again. Then the tide came swinging back and covered the dreadful mud and hid the desolate houses and soothed the forgotten things, and my soul had ease for a while in the sepulchre of the sea. And then the tide forsook me again. To and fro it came about me for many years. Then the county council found me and gave me decent burial. It was the first grave that I had ever slept in. That very night my friends came for me. They dug me up and put me back again in the shallow hold in the mud. Again and again through the years my bones found burial, but always behind the funeral lurked one of those terrible men who, as soon as night fell, came and dug them up and carried them back again to the hole in the mud. And then, one day, the last of those men died who had once done to me this terrible thing. I heard his soul go over the river at sunset, and again I hoped. A few weeks afterward I was found once more, and once more taken out of the restless place, and given deep burial in sacred ground, where my soul hoped that it should rest. Almost at once men came with cloaks and tapers, and gave me back to the mud, for the thing had become a tradition and a rite. And all the forsaken things mocked me in their dumb hearts when they saw me carried back, for they were jealous of me because I had left the mud. It must be remembered that I could not weep. And the years went by seawards where the black barges go, and the great derelict centuries became lost at sea, and still I lay there without any cause to hope, and daring not to hope without a cause, because of the terrible envy and the anger of the things that could drift no more. Once a great storm rose up, even as far as London, out of the sea from the south, and he came curving into the river with the fierce east wind, and he was mightier than the dreary tides, and went with great leaps over the listless mud. And all the sad, forgotten things rejoiced, and mingled with the things that were haughtier than they, and rode once more amongst the lordly shipping that was driven up and down. And out of their hideous home he took my bones, never again, I hoped, to be vexed with the ebb and flow. And with the fall of the tide he went riding down the river, and turned to the southwards, and so went to his home. And my bones he scattered among many isles, and along the shores of happy alien mainlands, and for a moment, while they were far asunder, my soul was almost free. Then there arose at the will of the moon the assiduous flow of the tide, and it undid at once the work of the ebb, and gathered my bones from the marge of the sunny isles, and gleaned them all along the mainland's shore, and went rocking northwards, till it came to the mouth of the Thames, and there turned westward its relentless face, and so went up the river, and came to a hole in the mud, and into it dropped my bones, and partly the mud covered them, and partly it left them white, for the mud cares not for its forsaken things. Then the ebb came, and I saw the dead eyes of the houses and the jealousy of the other forgotten things that the storm had not carried thence. And some more centuries passed over the ebb and flow, and over the loneliness of the things forgotten. And I lay there all the while, in the careless grip of the mud, never wholly covered, yet never able to go free. And I longed for the great caress of the warm earth, or the comfortable lap of the sea. Sometimes men found my bones and buried them, but the tradition never died, and my friends' successors always brought them back. At last the barges went no more, and there were fewer lights. Shaped timbers no longer floated down the fairway, and there came instead old wind-uprooted trees in all their natural simplicity. At last I was aware that somewhere near me a blade of grass was growing, and the moss began to appear all over the dead houses. One day some thistledown went drifting over the river. For some years I watched these signs attentively, until I became certain that London was passed away. Then I hoped once more, and all along both banks of the river there was anger amongst the lost things, that anything should dare to hope upon the forsaken mud. Gradually the horrible houses crumbled, until the poor dead things that had never had life got decent burial among the weeds and moss. At last the May appeared, and the convolvulus. Finally the wild rose stood up over the mounds that had been wharves and warehouses. Then I knew that the cause of nature had triumphed, and London had passed away. The last man in London came to the wall by the river, in an ancient cloak that was one of those that my friends had worn, and peered over the edge to see that I was still there. Then he went, and I never saw men again. They had passed away with London. A few days after the last man had gone, the birds came into London, all the birds that sing. When they first saw me, they all looked sideways at me. Then they went away a little, and spoke among themselves. "He only sinned against man," they said. "It is not our quarrel. Let us be kind to him," they said. Then they hopped near me and began to sing, and it was the time of the rising of the dawn, and from both banks of the river, and from the sky, and from the thickets that had once been streets, hundreds of birds were singing. As the light increased, the birds sang more and more. They grew thicker and thicker in the air above my head, until there were thousands of them singing there, and then millions. And at last I could see nothing but the host of flickering wings with the sunlight on them, and little gaps of sky. Then, when there was nothing to be heard in London but the myriad notes of that exalted song, my soul rose up from the bones in the hole in the mud, and began to climb heavenward. And it seemed that a laneway opened amongst the wings of the birds, and it went up and up, and one of the smaller gates of paradise stood ajar at the end of it. And then I knew by a sign that the mud should receive me no more, for suddenly I found that I could weep. At this moment I opened my eyes in bed in a house in London, and outside some sparrows were twittering in a tree in the light of the radiant morning, and there were tears still wet upon my face, for one's restraint is feeble while one sleeps. But I arose and opened the window wide, and stretching my hands out over the little garden, I blessed the birds, whose song had woken me up from the troubled and terrible centuries of my dream. The end of Where the Tides Ebb and Flow, by Lord Dunsany.
The Wolf and the Shepherds, by Gotthold Ephraim Lessing, 1729 to 1781. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The rapacious wolf, advanced in years, formed the hypocritical resolution of endeavoring to cajole the shepherds, and in the first instance repaired to him whose flock was nearest to his den. "Shepherd," said he, "you call me a bloodthirsty felon, which I really am not. No doubt, when I am hungry, I have recourse to your sheep, for hunger is unbearable. Protect me from hunger. Feed me well, and you shall have no cause to complain. For I assure you that I am the most tame and tender of animals when my appetite is satisfied." "When your appetite is satisfied," answered the shepherd. "But is it ever satisfied? You and the miser never have enough. Go your way." Thus discarded, the wolf applied to a second shepherd, and accosted him. "Shepherd, you need not be told that I can kill many of your sheep in the course of a year. Will you allow me 6 sheep at once every year? Discard your dogs, and sleep in peace." "6 sheep!" replied the shepherd. "Why, that is a whole flock." "Well, as it is you," rejoined the wolf, "I will be satisfied with 5. 5 sheep in the whole year! I scarcely sacrifice more than 5 sheep to Pan." "Then 4," continued the wolf, while the shepherd shook his head. 3, 2, "Not 1," was the shepherd's answer. "I will never be so foolish as to pay tribute to an enemy, against whom I can protect myself by my own vigilance." 3 is a lucky number, thought the wolf, and repaired to a third shepherd. "I am much grieved," said he, "that I am looked upon by your shepherds as the most cruel and remorseless of animals. I will prove to you how much I am wronged. Give me a sheep every year, and your flock shall graze in safety in yonder forest, which I alone make unsafe. 1 sheep only! What a trifle! Can I be more moderate? Can I deal more disinterestedly? You laugh, shepherd. What excites your mirth?" "Oh, nothing. But how old are you, my good friend?" replied the shepherd. "How can my age concern you? I am quite young enough to kill your finest sheep," growled the wolf. "Do not grow angry, old Isgrim. I am sorry that you came with your proposal 7 years too late. Your broken teeth betray you. You are disinterested only in the hope of feeding more comfortably and with less danger." The wolf became very surly, but composed himself, and sought the 4th shepherd, who having just lost his faithful dog, he deemed the opportunity favorable. "Shepherd," he began, "I have quarrelled with my brethren in the woods, and shall never be reconciled to them. You know how much you have to fear in that quarter. But take me into your service in the place of your deceased dog, and I pledge myself that they shall no longer look suspiciously on your sheep." "You wish," replied the shepherd, "to protect my sheep from your brethren in the woods?" "Certainly. What else can I mean?" "That might do well enough," replied the shepherd. "But who, in that event, is to protect my poor sheep against you? The expedient of taking a thief into the house to protect us from the thieves out of it, we men consider." I understand you, interrupted the wolf. You are beginning to moralize. Good day. If I were not so old, muttered the wolf, but alas, I must yield to time, and so he proceeded to the fifth shepherd. Do you know me, shepherd? Asked the wolf. I, at least, am acquainted with your equals, returned the shepherd. My equals? That I much doubt. I am a very singular wolf, and worthy of your friendship and that of the other shepherds. Indeed, in what does your singularity consist? I could not murder and devour a living sheep, even to save my life. I feed on mutton only. Is not that praiseworthy? Allow me, therefore, to call now and then on your flock, to inquire whether. Spare your civility, answered the shepherd. If I am no longer to be your enemy, you must refrain from feeding on sheep, dead or alive. A beast who feeds on dead sheep, when hungry, will be tempted to regard sick ones as dead, and healthy ones as ailing. Do not, therefore, count on my friendship, but be gone. I must now venture everything to attain my purpose, thought the wolf, as he repaired to the sixth shepherd. Shepherd, how do you like my skin? Demanded the wolf. Your skin, answered the shepherd. Let me see. It is a very handsome one. The dogs have but seldom assailed you. Well then, listen, shepherd. I am old, and cannot go on thus much longer, and I will bequeath you my skin. How, said the shepherd, have you found out the miserly trick of selling the skin on the back? No, no, your skin would, in the end, cost me more than it is worth. But if you are resolved to make me a present of it, give it me now. So saying, the shepherd grasped a spear, and the wolf took to flight. Oh, the merciless crew, exclaimed the wolf in extreme rage. I will die as becomes their enemy before I am killed with hunger. They will not have it otherwise. He immediately ran back into the dwellings of the shepherds, attacked and tore their children to pieces, and it was with much trouble that the shepherds at length killed him. We have acted indiscreetly, said the wisest among them. We should not have driven the old robber to the last extremity, forced and late though his repentance was. End of The Wolf and the Shepherds by Gotthold Ephraim Lessing, 1729 to 1781.
Bratislav by H. Munro, Saki. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson, London. Bratislav by H. Munro. The Graffin's 2 elder sons had made deplorable marriages. It was, observed Clovis, a family habit. The youngest boy, Vratislav, who was the black sheep of a rather greyish family, had as yet made no marriage at all. There is certainly this much to be said for viciousness, said the Gräfin. It keeps boys out of mischief. Does it? Asked the Baroness Sophie, not by way of questioning the statement, but with a painstaking effort to talk intelligently. It was the one matter in which she attempted to override the decrees of Providence, which had obviously never intended that she should talk otherwise than inanely. I don't know why I shouldn't talk cleverly, she would complain. My mother was considered a brilliant conversationalist. These things have a way of skipping one generation, said the Gräfin. That seems so unjust, said Sophie. One doesn't object to one's mother having outshone one as a clever talker, but I must admit that I should be rather annoyed if my daughters talked brilliantly. Well, none of them do, said the Gräfin consolingly. I don't know about that, said the Baroness, promptly veering round in defence of her offspring. Elsa said something quite clever on Thursday about the Triple Alliance. Something about it being like a paper umbrella. That was all right as long as you didn't take it out in the rain. It's not everyone who could say that. Everyone has said it, at least every one I know, but then I know very few people. I don't think you're particularly agreeable today. I never am. Haven't you noticed that women with a really perfect profile like mine are seldom even moderately agreeable? I don't think your profile is so perfect as all that, said the Baroness. It would be surprising if it wasn't. My mother was one of the most noted classical beauties of her day. These things sometimes skip a generation, you know, put in the Baroness, with the breathless haste of one whom repartee comes as rarely as the finding of a gold-handled umbrella. My dear Sophie, said the Gräfin sweetly, that isn't in the least bit clever, but you do try so hard that I suppose I oughtn't to discourage you. Tell me something. Has it ever occurred to you that Elsa would do very well for Vratislav? It's time he married somebody, and why not Elsa? Elsa marry that dreadful boy, gasped the Baroness. Beggars can't be choosers, observed the Gräfin. Elsa isn't a beggar. Not financially, or I shouldn't have suggested the match. But she's getting on, you know, and has no pretensions to brains or looks or anything of that sort. You seem to forget that she's my daughter. That shows my generosity. But seriously, I don't see what there is against Vratislav. He has no debts, at least nothing worth speaking about. But think of his reputation. If half the things they say about him are true. Probably 3/4 of them are. But what of it? You don't want an archangel for a son-in-law? I don't want Vratislav. My poor Elsa would be miserable with him. A little misery wouldn't matter very much with her. It would go so well with the way she does her hair. And if she couldn't get on with Vratislav, she could always go and do good among the poor. The Baroness picked up a framed photograph from the table. He certainly is very handsome, she said doubtfully, adding even more doubtfully, I dare say dear Elsa might reform him. The Gräfin had the presence of mind to laugh in the right key. 3 weeks later the Gräfin bore down upon the Baroness Sophie in a foreign bookseller's shop in the Graben, where she was possibly buying books of devotion, though it was the wrong counter for them. I've just left the dear children at the Rodenstahls, was the Gräfin's greeting. Were they looking very happy? Asked the Baroness. Vratislav was wearing some new English clothes, so of course he was quite happy. I overheard him telling Tony a rather amusing story about a nun and a mousetrap, which won't bear repetition. Elsa was telling everyone else a witticism about the Triple Alliance being like a paper umbrella, which seems to bear repetition with Christian fortitude. Did they seem much wrapped up in each other? To be candid, Elsa looked as if she were wrapped up in a horse rug, and why let her wear saffron colour? I always think it goes with her complexion. Unfortunately it doesn't. It stays with it. Ugh! Don't forget, you're lunching with me on Thursday. The Baroness was late for her luncheon engagement the following Thursday. Imagine what has happened! She screamed as she burst into the room. Something remarkable to make you late for a meal, said the Gräfin. Elsa has run away with the Rodenstahl chauffeur. Colossal! Such a thing as that no one in our family has ever done, gasped the Baroness. Perhaps he didn't appeal to them in the same way, suggested the Gräfin judicially. The Baroness began to feel that she was not getting the astonishment and sympathy to which her catastrophe entitled her. At any rate, she snapped, now she can't marry Vratislav. She couldn't in any case, said the Gräfin. He left suddenly for abroad last night. For abroad? Where? For Mexico, I believe. Mexico? But what for? Why Mexico? The English have a proverb, conscience makes cowboys of us all. I didn't know Vratislav had a conscience. My dear Sophie, he hasn't. It's other people's consciences that send one abroad in a hurry. Let's go and eat. End of Vratislav by H. Munro. Recording by Peter Thomlinson, London. The Unrest Cure by H. Munro, Saki. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson, London. The Unrest Cure by H. Munro. On the rack in the railway carriage immediately opposite Clovis was a solidly wrought travelling bag with a carefully written label on which it was inscribed J.P. Huddle, The Warren, Tilfield, near Slowborough. Immediately below the rack sat the human embodiment of the label, a solid, sedate individual, sedately dressed, sedately conversational. Even without his conversation, which was addressed to a friend seated by his side, and touched chiefly on such topics as the backwardness of Roman hyacinths and the prevalence of measles in the rectory, one could have gauged fairly accurately the temperament and mental outlook of the travelling bag's owner. But he seemed unwilling to leave anything to the imagination of a casual observer, and his talk grew presently personal and introspective. "I don't know how it is," he told his friend. "I'm not much over 40, but I seem to have settled down into a deep groove of elderly middle age. My sister shows the same tendency. We like everything to be exactly in its accustomed place. We like things to happen exactly at their appointed times. We like everything to be usual, orderly, punctual, methodical, and to a hair's breadth to a minute. It distresses and upsets us if it is not so. For instance, to take a very trifling matter, a thrush has built its nest year after year in the catkin tree on the lawn. This year, for no obvious reasons, it is building in the ivy on the garden wall. We have said very little about it, but I think we both feel that the change is unnecessary and just a little irritating." "Perhaps," said the friend, "it is a different thrush." "We have suspected that," said J.P. Huddle, "and I think it gives us even more cause for annoyance. We don't feel that we want a change of thrush at our time of life. And yet, as I have said, we have scarcely reached an age when these things should make themselves seriously felt." "What you want," said the friend, "is an unrest cure." "An unrest cure? I never heard of such a thing." "You've heard of rest cures for people who've broken down under the stress of too much worry and strenuous living. Well, you're suffering from overmuch repose and placidity, and you need the opposite kind of treatment." "But where would one go for such a thing?" "Well, you might stand as an orange candidate for Kilkenny, or do a course of district visiting in one of the apache quarters of Paris, or give lectures in Berlin to prove that most of Wagner's music was written by Gambetta. And there's always the interior of Morocco to travel in. But to be really effective, the unrest cure ought to be tried in the home. How you would do it, I haven't the faintest idea." It was at this point in the conversation that Clovis became galvanized into alert attention. After all, his 2 days' visit to an elderly relative at Slowborough did not promise much excitement. Before the train had stopped, he had decorated his sinister shirt cuff with the inscription J.P. Huddle, The Warren, Tilfield, near Slowborough. 2 mornings later, Mr. Huddle broke in on his sister's privacy as she sat reading Country Life in the morning room. It was her day and hour and place for reading Country Life, and the intrusion was absolutely irregular. But he bore in his hand a telegram, and in that household telegrams were recognized as happening by the hand of God. This particular telegram partook of the nature of a thunderbolt. "Bishop examining confirmation class in neighbourhood. Unable stay rectory on account measles invokes your hospitality. Sending secretary arrange." "I scarcely know the bishop. I've only spoken to him once," exclaimed J.P. Huddle, with the exculpating air of one who realizes too late the indiscretion of speaking to strange bishops. Miss Huddle was the first to rally. She disliked thunderbolts as fervently as her brother did, but the womanly instinct in her told her that thunderbolts must be fed. "We can curry the cold duck," she said. It was not the appointed day for curry, but the little orange envelope involved a certain departure from rule and custom. Her brother said nothing, but his eyes thanked her for being brave. "A young gentleman to see you," announced the parlour-maid. "The secretary!" murmured the Huddles in unison. They instantly stiffened into a demeanour which proclaimed that, though they held all strangers to be guilty, they were willing to hear anything they might have to say in their defence. The young gentleman who came into the room with a certain elegant haughtiness was not at all Huddle's idea of a bishop's secretary. He had not supposed that the episcopal establishment could have afforded such an expensively upholstered article when there were so many other claims on its resources. The face was fleetingly familiar. If he had bestowed more attention on the fellow travellers sitting opposite him in the railway carriage 2 days before, he might have recognized Clovis in his present visitor. "You are the bishop's secretary?" asked Huddle, becoming consciously deferential. "His confidential secretary," answered Clovis. "You may call me Stanislaus. My other name doesn't matter. The bishop and Colonel Alberti may be here to lunch. I shall be here in any case." It sounded rather like the programme of a royal visit. "The bishop is examining a confirmation class in the neighbourhood, isn't he?" asked Miss Huddle. "Ostensibly," was the dark reply, followed by a request for a large-scale map of the locality. Clovis was still immersed in a seemingly profound study of the map when another telegram arrived. It was addressed to Prince Stanislas, care of Huddle, the Warren, etc. Clovis glanced at the contents and announced, "The bishop and Alberti won't be here till late in the afternoon." Then he returned to his scrutiny of the map. The luncheon was not a very festive function. The princely secretary ate and drank with fair appetite, but severely discouraged conversation. At the finish of the meal he broke suddenly into a radiant smile, thanked his hostess for a charming repast, and kissed her hand with deferential rapture. Miss Huddle was unable to decide in her mind whether the action savoured of Louis XIVian courtliness or the reprehensible Roman attitude towards the Sabine women. It was not her day for having a headache, but she felt that the circumstances excused her, and retired to her room to have as much headache as possible before the bishop's arrival. Clovis, having asked the way to the nearest telegraph office, disappeared presently down the carriage drive. Mr. Huddle met him in the hall some 2 hours later and asked when the bishop would arrive. "He is in the library with Alberti," was the reply. "But why wasn't I told? I never knew he had come," exclaimed Huddle. "No one knows he is here," said Clovis. "The quieter we can keep matters the better, and on no account disturb him in the library. Those are his orders." "But what is all this mystery about? And who is Alberti? And isn't the bishop going to have tea?" "The bishop is out for blood, not tea." "Blood!" gasped Huddle, who did not find that the thunderbolt improved on acquaintance. "Tonight is going to be a great night in the history of Christendom," said Clovis. "We are going to massacre every Jew in the neighbourhood." "To massacre the Jews?" said Huddle indignantly. "Do you mean to tell me there's a general rising against them?" "No, it's the bishop's own idea. He's in there arranging all the details now." "But the bishop is such a tolerant, humane man." "That is precisely what will heighten the effect of his action. The sensation will be enormous." That at least Huddle could believe. "He will be hanged!" he exclaimed with conviction. "A motor is waiting to carry him to the coast where a steam yacht is in readiness." "But there aren't 30 Jews in the whole neighbourhood," protested Huddle, whose brain, under the repeated shocks of the day, was operating with the uncertainty of a telegraph wire during earthquake disturbances. "We have 26 on our list," said Clovis, referring to a bundle of notes. "We shall be able to deal with them all the more thoroughly." "Do you mean to tell me that you are meditating violence against a man like Sir Leon Birberry?" stammered Huddle. "He's one of the most respected men in the country." "He's down on our list," said Clovis carelessly. "After all, we've got men we can trust to do our jobs, so we shan't have to rely on local assistance. And we've got some Boy Scouts helping us as auxiliaries." "Boy Scouts?" "Yes, when they understood there was a real killing to be done, they were even keener than the men. This thing will be a blot on the 20th century, and your house will be the blotting pad. Have you realized that half the papers of Europe and the United States will publish pictures of it? By the way, I've sent some photographs of you and your sister that I found in the library to the Matin and Divorce. I hope you don't mind. Also a sketch of the staircase. Most of the killing will probably be done on the staircase." The emotions that were surging in J.P. Huddle's brain were almost too intense to be disclosed in speech, but he managed to gasp out, "There aren't any Jews in this house." "Not at present," said Clovis. "I shall go to the police," shouted Huddle with sudden energy. "In the shrubbery," said Clovis, "are posted 10 men who have orders to fire on anyone who leaves the house without my signal of permission. Another armed piquet is in an ambush near the front gate. The Boy Scouts watch the back premises." At this moment the cheerful hoot of a motor horn was heard from the drive. Huddle rushed to the hall door with the feeling of a man half awakened from a nightmare, and beheld Sir Leon Burberry, who had driven himself over in his car. "I got your telegram," he said. "What's up?" "Telegram?" It seemed to be a day of telegrams. "Come here at once. Urgent. James Huddle," was the purport of the message displayed before Huddle's bewildered eyes. "I see it all," he exclaimed suddenly in a voice shaken with agitation, and with a look of agony in the direction of the shrubbery, he hauled the astonished Burberry into the house. Tea had just been laid in the hall, but the now thoroughly panic-stricken Huddle dragged his protesting guest upstairs, and in a few minutes' time the entire household had been summoned to that region of momentary safety. Clovis alone graced the tea-table with his presence. The fanatics in the library were evidently too immersed in their monstrous machinations to dally with the solace of teacup and hot toast. Once the youth rose, in answer to the summons of the front door-bell, and admitted Mr. Paul Isaacs, shoemaker and parish councillor, who had also received a pressing invitation to the Warren. With an atrocious assumption of courtesy, which a Borgia could hardly have outdone, the secretary escorted this new captive of his net to the head of the stairway, where his involuntary host awaited him. And then ensued a long ghastly vigil of watching and waiting. Once or twice Clovis left the house to stroll across to the shrubbery, returning always to the library, for the purpose evidently of making a brief report. Once he took in the letters from the evening postman, and brought them to the top of the stairs with punctilious politeness. After his next absence he came halfway up the stairs to make an announcement. "The Boy Scouts mistook my signal, and have killed the postman. I've had very little practice in this sort of thing, you see. Another time I shall do better." The housemaid, who was engaged to be married to the evening postman, gave way to clamorous grief. "Remember that your mistress has a headache," said J.P. Huddle. Miss Huddle's headache was worse. Clovis hastened downstairs, and after a short visit to the library returned with another message. "The bishop is sorry to hear that Miss Huddle has a headache. He is issuing orders that as far as possible no firearms shall be used near the house. Any killing that is necessary on the premises will be done with cold steel. The bishop does not see why a man should not be a gentleman as well as a Christian." That was the last they saw of Clovis. It was nearly 7 o'clock, and his elderly relative liked him to dress for dinner. But though he had left them for ever, the lurking suggestion of his presence haunted the lower regions of the house during the long hours of the wakeful night, and every creak on the stairway, every rustle of wind through the shrubbery, was fraught with horrible meaning. At about 7 next morning the gardener's boy and the early postman finally convinced the watchers that the 20th century was still unblotted. "I don't suppose," mused Clovis, as an early train bore him townwards, "that they will be in the least grateful for the unrest cure. End of The Unrest Cure by H. Monroe. Recording by Peter Thomlinson.